Futures pretty flat here, heading towards a holiday shortened Black Friday edition of the trading session here this morning. We are dealing with a few individual names moving around. Overall, the market, kind of flat as we expected. Volume to the downside as well. Hope everyone enjoyed their Thanksgiving holiday on Thursday. Happy belated Thanksgiving to all our friends in the U.S. We're back with you on what's turning out to be pretty quiet Friday. We are dealing with some headlines coming out of China once again. Some COVID-related headlines. The Chinese government also stepping up with more stimulus. We'll talk about some of the ADRs coming up. Back to the downside as a group this morning across the board for all of them. Tesla back to the upside this morning, even though it recalled 80,000 plus vehicles in China. That was out after the close back on Wednesday. A few little ones moving around as well. We'll take you through to the weekend here. It's Friday, November 25th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at how the futures are shaping up here as we get things started on a Friday. Pretty light for the S&P, 0.04 positive right now, 0.16 for the Dow. It's been the NASDAQ kind of lagging everything else since I sat down this morning, about 0.25% at the lows, 0.21 right now. TSX futures here in Toronto pointing to a higher open to come, 1.7 for crude. That was up more than 2% when I sat down this morning. A little bit red for both Bitcoin and Ethereum on a quiet holiday shortened, as we said, Black Friday edition of Trader TV. Hey, that guy's here. Prad's here for Sean taking an extra day off. Hope he enjoys the Black Friday holiday. Buy some interesting things. A ton of deals, guys. It's worth mentioning. My inbox, I don't know about yours, but my inbox has been flooded with all things Black Friday deals for the past couple of days here.
Yeah, the inbox may be flooded with that, but the only thing you need in your inbox today is our free watch list. That's what I'm talking about. And look, I actually don't have, I was telling you this, Brad, I don't even own an England jersey despite being an England fan. But you've got the right one on today. Obviously, we rep Canada for the World Cup because that's where we are, but I'm an England fan. Prad repping England as well. They're going to play the USA at 2 o'clock, so let's get it out of the way. You can trash talk all you want. I understand a lot of you are going to be rooting for the USA, but they're probably not going to succeed in today's match. But Thanksgiving was great for football. I hope everybody enjoyed it, had good food, spent time with family and friends. That's what it's all about. You know there's going to be a little bit less volume today. I mean, this is sort of obvious, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be opportunities. You want to look for those breakouts. And a lot of times when you have lower volume, that does mean you can actually have more room for stocks to go because there's less people on the bid and the asks, and then if something breaks a key level, you can get those big opportunities. You got to pick your spots. Don't necessarily overtrade, but understand when something gets going, there's a little bit less standing in the way of it. We'll talk some Man U, not for actual football-related reasons, but because the stock has been on a boom. And the rumor, oddly enough, because you're short Apple and I'm long Man U, Tim Cook in Man U, it doesn't make any sense to me, but hey, rich people like to buy teams, apparently, so I don't know.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch the England and the USA game. No supporters for anybody. I just happen to have the England jersey at home. But I will say I did put some money on England to win and Sterling to put a goal into the net. So we'll see how that one ends up going. Brazil ended up having a crazy match. Crazy match over there for the Brazil. Good bet, says Neil. So yeah, hopefully I do end up winning that one. And we're going to keep on making some bets on the market for the rest of the day. As you guys already see, I am short Apple. Let me quickly pull up Apple over here. Just leaning off the good level 150. You know, Apple, nice and even dollar price 150. Market's already coming off to start the pre-market over here. We're in a nice 36-cent winner, and I'm scalping some profits as we go.
Concerns as far as the Foxconn plant over in China when it comes to Apple. Continued just unreal video and footage of what's happening in that plant if you haven't seen it. Continued concerns over demand, or not demand, but the ability for manufacturing to meet demand coming out of the Foxconn plant to continue. So we'll have a look at Apple downside here in the pre-market. Here's the overall headline for the market that I sat down to this morning. Futures kind of subdued here on a Black Friday, holiday shortened day. If you were not aware, the market closes at 1 p.m. today, not 4 p.m. So we'll be with you right through until 1 o'clock. There's talk of some retailers here, guys. Obviously, any benefit that these companies will see from sales today will be reported next quarter. But retailers on watch here: Target, Macy's, BBY. There was also a note on another retailer, Bed Bath & Beyond. Positive analyst note I saw for BBBY, none of which are doing any volume here in the pre-market, but we can keep some retail in focus, including, Amazon there, Tesla, with a couple of notes we can get to here this morning as well. There's news regarding the ATVI deal with Microsoft. Again, not really moving anything around, but Tesla to the upside here on a positive note from Citigroup this morning, going to neutral from sell. Their rating was actually at sell on Tesla. So they go back to neutral with an increased price target on Tesla today. There was 80,000 vehicles, though, recalled over in China. Speaking of China to the downside on a minor problem, shouldn't be a big deal. But Tesla, one of the bright spots here so far.
Oh, we're going to do this one already. We're starting to go a little bit. I don't know which one I even want to hit. I'll hit the power up. I feel like we need a soccer themed one. Literally trading Man U, and it's during the World Cup. Back to the high of the day on Man U. I had a dip buy, and I was like, it was before 8 o'clock, and then those crazy wicks happened. I stopped out, didn't get back in until it reestablished that 50 level. But it's been playing this game where you have dips to support, and then consolidation, break, dip, support, consolidation, and we were doing that in the afternoon show, where essentially you just took the break, and then the next level up, you were buying dips in front of it until the next break, and then eventually at the end of the day, it just kind of took off. So I'm kind of looking for the same thing here today. Already just took a 10 and then 20 cents, risking that 1-to-1, and if it breaks 21, I'll probably do the same thing over and over again. But Tesla has to be on the radar today. You can only trade, well, I shouldn't say that. You should only trade things that are showing you either really good price levels, like A+ type setups, or showing you big moves. So A, Tesla had a monster move on Wednesday, and then B, you're gapping up past some pretty key levels. So that's a look at the 3-minute. You know what's going to be potential to move. When I look at this thing, 190 is going to stand out as a psychological number, but then the last time we got there, that's when we kind of continue the downtrend. Like, you were consolidating, you broke 190, and then you were trending to the downside. So that 190 does stand out for me. This 186, I'm inclined to be open to breakouts and breakdowns at this open, because once something goes in one direction, you might have a chance to just get that quick move. So for now, 186 looks like a break on Tesla, although I usually don't like taking breaks at 8:38 in the morning. It's very close to it right now. I might actually hold off on that one. But I'm going to be on that dip of Man U again. Market's coming in a little bit heavily. Maybe I should be talking myself into this 186 and just have a tighter stop with it. That'll be on the radar. But you said Amazon. Got to be paying attention to some of the retail today. There's no question about it. Amazon, I like 94.5 on the stock. And then, whoops, oh goodness, there's a wick. I'll have to clean up that 3,000 wick. It's still there. So 94.50 to 94.60 was a double top in Wednesday's action. It's a pre-market high again here today. So if I want to play fades on top in front of that one, and it's going to have to break out of that level for me to be interested in any long that isn't the double bottom support. Like, sometimes just keep it relatively simple. Like, those were levels on Wednesday that just gave you the bottom twice, it gave you the top twice, and said, here it is, deal with it. So that's what I'm looking for in Amazon, and I don't want anything in the middle.
I'm currently just looking at the futures levels to kind of, come up with a theory as to where the market could head towards if we do break a certain level to the downside. Maybe we do get a pullback to a different level that we could watch for. And some of those levels are, I'm guessing, if 40.30 does manage to give up on the day today, not that 40.30 is a real solid level, but, it's the closest level to the pre-market bottom that I'm looking for a breakout. If you do get that breakout of that level with some volume behind it, I do think we could go see a retest of 4K today on the S&P 500 futures, which is already negative in the pre-market, and the NASDAQ market also negative currently. We could get a possible pullback to go test at 11,700, maybe not all the way back to 11,700, but back to 11,750, proving that the market continues to have that inside day on this Thanksgiving or post-Thanksgiving week coming to an end over here on this Friday. So Apple 150, I'm still trying to lean on this, along with a couple other trades that I'm looking for. Going to be the Chinese ADR trades such as BABA, Pinduoduo, JD, and so on. You guys are probably signed up to our watch list. If you're not, go do ! watch list in the chat. You'll get an email every single morning right before the show starts at 8:30, explaining the stocks that most of us on the floor here, especially Neil, Sean, myself, are looking at in order to where we want to put our risk on the table, where the stocks might have volume, why is it that they might have volume in regards to what the catalyst is, and look for opportunities based off of that.
There was on the watch list, guys, there was a correction sent out this morning. The website we used did not update the template before we sent the original one. So AMTD is not on the watch list this morning, so make sure you grab the second version. There was a correction that was sent out. Speaking of holiday shopping, I just saw some numbers come across here. For Visa, pretty quiet in the pre-market. So some monthly numbers, it looks like, just released here for Visa in November. They saw payment volume increase by 9%. That's on year over year. Credit payment volume increased by 10% year over year, while debt volume rose 8%. So that's a look at Visa flat here to begin. But some decent increases there right across the board. A lot of people are going to be burning a hole possibly in their Visas in the next few weeks.
Well, one of the things I was reading this morning is that you were actually, like the average spend that they're anticipating people doing, at least in the U.S. For Black Friday shopping, was going to be notionally lower, despite the fact that prices have been going higher. So obviously we're not going to get numbers until, for Black Friday, until, the event is pretty much done. But early sort of projections aren't looking the best, because you'd like to see if prices are higher and people are looking to spend at least the same amount, then notionally that should be bigger. Visa, for me, I know when a daily chart looks like this, there's really, unless you really like shorting something, then you want to just wait around until it makes that break. You set an alert for when this thing gets above, say, like a 217 on a break, or when it gets to that 200 period that it's bouncing off of. It's directly in the middle of those two. And sometimes that can tell you if the stock doesn't know where it wants to go. There's a chance it breaks today, but I'm kind of feeling at this point things are mostly going to the red side. So I don't think Visa is going to get up there to where I would have liked to have been trading it. So unfortunately, I don't know if there's going to be a trade for me on something like a Visa. In the upcoming days, this is definitely going to be something you want to look at as a bellwether for the overall market. And if we do have, let's say, if we have surprise strength, then this is going to be a name, early on for Black Friday, right? That'll be a good lead into the holiday season. This would be one you want to watch for a potential breakout, but that plays both ways. You can be back at that 200 period pretty quickly. For today's action, you'll probably have me sitting out. Like I said, I'm going to focus on Amazon. You can't be in absolutely everything there. And I want to thank you, Rohit, for the super chat there. He's asking, what do we think about Terra Classic? Yeah, I'm not a crypto expert. You're not going to get me in there sort of talking too much about opinions on those, because that's just not my cup of tea, right? So we appreciate the super chat there, but really we're going to be focused mostly on the equity side of things. I'm more of a look at the group of crypto if you believe in it, and think about what it's going to be in the long term, right? So like I tend to be, okay, I understand what Bitcoin is. I understand what Ether is and what it provides, and to a certain extent things like Solana as well, and the platform that they provide. I'm a skeptic a little bit when it comes to some of the stable coins. I think there's some really logistical problems there that has to do with what's on the balance sheets, and sometimes the leverage that gets involved, I think, can be a bad thing for the overall ecosystem, but that's just myself. But I'm not an expert on any of those. I will make an update, because there's going to be a lot of this today. And if you're not used to like rinsing and repeating trades, then you haven't done holiday trades. So I just got back into Man U, It bounced off 60, got some at 80s, 70s, and then 80s, and then I just got back in off the 50 level. And I'm just going to keep rinsing and repeating it. Play each bounce. As long as it holds morning support, I'll be going back to this well over and over again. If you get an inside day, a lot of your trades could look like this, and you're going to want to make sure you pay yourself out, because otherwise, you can be hunting for bigger moves that might not come, especially if the market's going down. Like, what's strong right now? Man U, something called JCSE that I don't know, Canoe, that's strong. So that's where my focus is going to be, like trying to make sure we play off good levels and then keep going back to the well. I also like the 150 on Apple. It's just a little further away than I'd like.
I heard you talk about, the Christmas and the vacations and holidays buying season coming up. I'm looking for Amazon for that season. I've already started purchasing some gifts for my niece, for my family, and so on. And I've been hitting that Amazon buy button. Add to cart, checkout, add to cart, checkout. Yeah, I know, right? Add to cart, checkout over there nonstop. And I've seen my bank account go smaller and smaller for the past few days now because of Christmas. So I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are looking at it too. Surprisingly, Amazon's actually positive on the day still, as we are still in pre-market. But look at Amazon fall off as slight volume is able to actually pull off Amazon from $94 to $93.86 at the moment, and we are near that 40-30 on the S&P 500. Because of not real volume in the market yet, I want to be able to keep watching the market closer to 9:30. I want to be able to take that position. Something that Neil actually mentioned to me, Baba short might look good, Prad, but you want to be careful because if the market does open up, Baba could bring in some volume. So hence I am keeping away from this one. Apple is an easier trade for me at the moment, which is already 34 cents in the money, and we're waiting to see how it trades near 149. Sadly, down 0.6% on Apple. Also excited to see how Apple uses the holiday season. A lot of people buy Apple products like AirPods, watches, watch straps for their family members. Speaking of which, I might actually have to buy one for my mom. Her birthday's coming up soon. So lots of reasons to watch these tech stocks such as Apple, Microsoft for laptops, or even Amazon just in general because they sell everything.
As always, True Trading Group, guys, on screen right now, bringing you the first segment of the show. Shout out to them. Check out the QR code. They have a great stream that comes on after us at 4 p.m. every single day. We appreciate True Trading Group back with us as always. Just watching oil moving around here a little bit. Still positive on the session, but coming off in a hurry here. And we're now just up 1.2 for crude on the day. Futures, back to negative. Let's bring in Michael Noss here. CMT with trade ideas. We'll discuss a few things. Great to see you as always. Mr. Noss, we are here. It is a holiday shortened session, and we'll try and find some opportunities. Great opportunity in that to talk a little bit about trade ideas, because on a day when you have lower volume, you have lower volatility, we want to make sure we're keying in on opportunities that provide us the best trading opportunities in general for the day. We're going to talk a little bit about retail. We mentioned it to start things off this morning in that, everyone's focused on Black Friday sales right now. Those numbers and benefit to the company not going to come through until the next quarter, obviously, but we can discuss retail stocks here a little bit in general.
Yeah, and first of all, you're 100% right, and I heard Neil talk about it before, and it's something that I say all the time, is that these days are hard, especially for newer traders. If you're trying to look to do a lot of day trading, because things can be really inactive, there's just less people around, there's less traders around, so there's less movement. So one thing that we always shine at Trade Ideas as a scanner is to try to find the things that are moving and the things that are in play. I'm going to talk about things from a little bit of a longer term point of view, because what I do personally on days like this, because I found I'm not really too good at day trading them, is I try to look for, okay, what's going to set up over the next week or so. So we have, as you mentioned, we have Black Friday and we have retail in the news right now, but those numbers won't come out till later. But as a CMT and a market technician, my belief is generally that news follows the trend. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to show you guys actually my screen, and we're going to go into the software, and we're going to try to look around and see if there's a handful of names that we can kind of find in order to make sure that we are ready for when these news comes out. Because if I'm right and news follows the trend, then we're going to have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to most people. So first, I just have up the SPY here. Again, we're just going to do a basic top-down analysis of the retail sector. And we're getting right near that 200-day moving average, which is a little bit worrisome. But if I go over to our retail sector, which is XRT, you can see that we're right there. So we're right under this 200-day moving average. So we want to see a push through that if at all possible. So what I've done, and as always, if you're interested in this complete layout and the scans that are within it, you can email info@trade-ideas.com or hit me up on Twitter and we can give you this. But basically, I have a list here of all of the holdings within the XRT, and I have the ability to look at different data attributes and filters and all of this stuff right now. So right now I have sorted by gap, but you can see there's not really too much gapping up in the retail space, really gapping up at all. So I can actually just go and double click and I can sort this by, say, short float. And you can see all the heavily shorted names like Carvana, Wayfair, or sorry, Wish and Wayfair and Chewy and all of that. And just by clicking on one of these, it changes my chart. So what I did, and this is what I do always for you guys before I come online, is I just go through and I pick out some of my favorite names, and let's take a look at some of those now. So Chewy, for example, is something that I just mentioned. We talked about how the XRT was below its 200-day moving average. Well, Chewy is above, and it's holding $40 really well. So this is one that I'm looking at to see if it can get going today over these recent highs, and then my stop is under 40. As always, you can kind of look right here, and this tells us where a short float is, 27% short float on Chewy. So pretty big deal there if that one gets going. DKS with Dick's Sporting Goods had a really good day on, I guess this would have been Wednesday, with earnings, and made it all the way above these recent highs right here and put in a little bit of a doji day. So I'm watching DKS over 120 with a 23% short float on that guy. Just a few more here. AN for AutoNation. Same kind of thing. This is one's well above its 200-day moving average, so showing relative strength to the overall sector with a 20% short float almost, and just putting in a nice little flag here. So watching this one again, just like DKS over 120. And then last but not least, ASO. This one, I'm going to actually bring up the weekly chart here for you longer term guys. This one is very, very interesting to me. So this is all of the action that happened. This is a fairly new issue on this one. And you can see these prior highs that it had here around $51 a share. Finally got through that. And if we close today, that'll be a weekly close above $51 a share and a 30% short float on this. So what you want to see when things are heavily shorted is that new highs, because everybody who is short this stock right now is losing money. So again, if you're interested in trade ideas, we have a sale that's going on with partnership with Trader TV, which we're very happy about. Trader TV 30 at checkout saves you 30% off your first month or year with trade ideas. That, obviously helps us out and actually helps out the channel as well.
Michael Noss, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. We appreciate the time as always. Going to be an interesting session here as we head towards an early close. Talk a little bit about maybe historically, if you have any data on volume on days like this. There's typically some opportunities around the open, maybe first 20, 30 minutes of the day, but then it will taper off very dramatically. How important is it to concentrate on those areas?
Very important. So we have a metric in the system we call relative volume. So what it does, it takes the volume that's being done right now and it compares it to the volume at that point in time every day for the last 14 days. So anything over 1 is more than normal volume. Anything that's under 1 is under normal volume. All this week, we have seen 0.5 to 0.6, so near half of normal volume. And I don't expect today to be any different. Actually, pre-market is a little bit lower than half of normal volume. So that, it just makes sense if you think about if you're a large institution and a hedge fund that has, trading committees and things like this. Today's probably not the day where you're going to try to buy your 10 million shares of Apple. You're going to wait until Monday or the next day. So with this low volume, 100%, and I know you guys are going to help people out with it. And again, I heard Neil already say it, is getting chopped up is awful, especially going into a long weekend. So make sure that if you're trading, you pick your spots, you pick your out, and this isn't the day that you swing for the fences.
Great stuff. Thanks so much. As always, Michael Nosh, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend. We'll speak again next week.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. And look, it's so true. And we sort of say that with not our collective experience, but also wanting to make sure that we help you guys out or any traders out there, because the thing about low volume days, it's not just about the fact that you can get chopped up. It's that when there isn't as much happening, or maybe there's not as much volume or excitement, for lack of a better word, it makes you feel worse about like the hits that you take, because you're not going to necessarily see as many of the bigger home runs that are out there. They're there, but you've got to be able to pick your spots. I did want to point this bad boy out because we got a little something coming today. I don't want to spoil too much of it. But we do have a little bit of a Black Friday sale, baby, going on. And not just, hey, man, we'll do our thing, too, as well. So Trade Ideas Black Friday sale, 30% off your first month using the code. And you throw it on my screen here for a second, Lucas. TraderTV30, you guys know all about it. We say this, and I say this with the utmost honesty, it's the only affiliate that we actually have, quite frankly, because as long as I've known Trade Ideas, there's been multiple traders on the floor that use it. And it's just, you want to be trading what is active. I can show you, and it's not about like how I use it is the best way to use it. I like to use it for breakout and momentum. Like when you see me trading stocks like COSM or you might not necessarily come into play for this one, but maybe Canoe will come into play, or sometimes you'll see like the Mullins and the small caps. It's because I'm looking out for them, right? Just to see if I can have opportunities. Like a lot of times I'll look at the big caps, but I also have like I'll do those races as well, just so that you're not missing out on opportunities, because I find you can always have a plan of action going into the day. Like I'll write down like the stocks I'm looking for. Yeah, I like Man U today. I think it's going to be good. Oh, John Deere was pretty good after earnings, and we want to have a quick look at this one, and it's coming up some key levels. But as the market opens, it's going to start dictating to you what's out there. Right? Like this is actually moving. Oh, I wanted this to happen, but this is what's actually now happening. This stock is going. This is setting up. And you want to have some way of being able to get to that. Now, we're going to give you guys live news. That's what Brendan does all the time. Stocks that are moving, we'll tell you what's going on. But you want to have something like that in your plan as well. And that's how I use it. That's how a lot of other traders I know use it. And I think it's almost coincidental, Brendan, because I just noticed, I think we have the upgrades and downgrades. And maybe one of these is already on there that I was just looking at.
Yeah, there's not much, but here are a few analyst moves for you today to have a look at as we head towards the Friday morning open here. Upgrades, downgrades on this side, maybe Deere. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier on in the week. Deutsche Bank on here as well from RBC. There was that Citigroup note on Tesla as well, so just keep that in mind. An upgrade from Citigroup on Tesla, price target increase as well for them. So that is how the board looks today.
Yeah, I mean, I have an alert set for 450 on Deere. I don't think we're going to see that today. But this is look, the earnings were strong for them. The chart's gorgeous. I mean, it's 280 to 450. So for 450 to 280, then back up to 450. It's broken the 50 and the 200. Everything about it's going to be good. It is a pretty strong bellwether for the markets. And truth be told, like John Deere, you might be surprised. It's not like the cheapest on a PE level. And it is a bit of a tech company as well. And in a lot of ways, it is a bit of a tech company. But you have a double top now on the daily chart. So you got to be able to respect that. If it does get there again, I don't think we get there today. I hate to say never, but it seems pretty unlikely. And it's probably, on a day like today, if it got there, it's probably a fade off that level. In all honesty, I think it's a buy down at 420 if you see that. For the day trade, there's always a chance it tries to fill in this gap, like pull in like a 435 breakdown, and then maybe give you like $5 or $6. The problem with Deere is it's tricky enough to trade when there is volume. So I'm kind of hoping we get the test of these levels next week when there's better volume. But I do have an alert set for the 450 on Deere, and kind of had since Wednesday when it got there.
Deere was on the earnings report board, I believe, last week, and they did come out with a positive report, if I remember correctly. Yeah, positive report. And no trade for me on them, sadly, yesterday because Wednesday, because they are a little bit expensive, $400. So the spread with the lack of volume in the market currently, just too much for me to handle with that spread. So stayed away from that one. Thankfully, Tesla still was bringing in volume on Wednesday, and hopefully it does that today too, as we are only 30-ish minutes away from market open. So get ready for that, folks. I know a lot of us are excited to have this short little day on the Friday over here, wrap it up and go have fun on the weekend. But we'll keep on looking for opportunities. Once again, I'm looking for maybe Tesla to have volume, and a couple catalyst news for Tesla over there is that their full self-driving unit is now available to anyone in North America, which has me worried. Now I'm probably going to be scared to walk outside on the streets. I'm already locked inside indoors all day, but now there's more of a reason for me to stay indoors and not get hit by an auto-driving car.
Paranoid Pratt. That's your new nickname, Paranoid Pratt. You're fine. Don't even sweat. Like, let's be real, man. You live in Brampton. You probably. It's not
barely any Teslas there.
It's not the automated drivers you got to worry about in Brampton, right? Like
well said.
You're worried about the people behind the wheel.
That's true.
Let's be you, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a reason why insurance rates are what they are in Brampton.
That's very true.
Back to Brennan.
All right, let's get a check of how things over in Europe are shaping up on this holiday shortened Friday in North America. Normal trading hours over in the European markets. Here's a look at the board right now. Pretty flat as well. Mostly downside outside of a few there in positive territory. Here is your social sentiment board for the morning as well. Bit of a mixed story as far as what's being discussed. This JCSE big mover so far. Tesla back to the upside as well. 2% on that Citigroup note, it would appear, but that's about it right now. 80,000 recalled over in China if you missed it. Mullins here, Metamaterials back to the downside. Both MMTLP on the OTC, MMAT are metamaterial stocks, just different class of shares. COSM, we were talking about back on Wednesday. There's the overall market as well, SPY. Back in green as far as sentiment is concerned. Here comes Arun. It is Friday, going to be a quiet session as far as equities are concerned, going to be a quiet session as far as volume is concerned right across the board, Arun. What do we need to know on a day like this?
Be sure, very careful. Volume's going to be thin. Markets are going to be, I want to say quiet, but at the same time, when it's this quiet, it's easy to make a move because it doesn't take much volume. If you cross down, with your normal trade size in a market like this, it might go a little bit further than you would expect it. So I want to say it's going to be quiet, but at the same time, we're at an inflection point here. 30s, 40-30, we saw in the trade on Wednesday, where they really were working this between 30 and 35 in terms of volume. So if we're going to make a move, it's going to be from this point on. It's going to be somewhere in the next 5 points from where we are right now. If we obviously just keep drifting to the downside, which is what we did for the most part of the morning since 8 a.m., then odds are we continue on down with that same style. But if we can get an inflection bounce or even an inflection move to the downside off of a bounce, it's complicated. Anyways, if it bounces up, then fails off the 35 and then comes right back down, then there actually might be a trade to be made. But you got to be very, very careful because it's too easy to lose money on a day like today. So unless your trades are absolutely perfectly set up, I would either walk away, or just be there for the opportunity, stay in front of your screen for the opportunity in case it pops up. But at the same time, be very, very careful. Maybe trade less side, less risk, whatever it is. But today may not be the best of risk-taking scenarios, given what you have coming next week, which is you have jobs numbers, you have the end of the month, you have the MSCI semi-annual index rebalance. There's a lot happening next week. So definitely I would pay attention to how much risk you're associating to today's trade versus saving it for next week's trade.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Enjoy the weekend. Let's get into what else you need to know heading towards the open here this morning. Make sure you grab that. Every single day we send it out before we come on this morning. Again, if you haven't seen, there was a correction sent out this morning, just a template error that happened on the first one. So make sure you grab the one that says correction this morning from the inbox. Let's get into a few things you need to know here. Tesla to the upside this morning. A nice look, really. 1.5% right now in positive territory. We are off the highs, however. Trying to bounce right now off of 185, it looks like, back to the upside. Again, Citigroup with a positive note going from sell to neutral on their rating and increasing their price target back to the upside. There was also that 80,000 recall announced over in China.
Oh yeah, just before we get there, I have to go over to Manu for a quick second here because it is testing to the downside. It's live trading show, and the last reload that we got I got some out here when it had a bit of a spike, and now it's testing that pre-market bottom. So it looks like we might get the stop out if we do not hold these levels right now on Man U. That's going to be a big one, obviously. But just going back over to, I know you just talked about the overall market. I haven't changed this thing from a bull to a bear, and I think we'll crowdsource it. My gut is telling me that we should be changing that sucker over into a bear, because even the strong names are starting to come back in here just a little bit. But I'm just going to adjust my stop in Man U. Even this looks like it could pull in. I just want to, here's the thing. I don't want anything filling gaps on me at the open, right? When you have a low liquidity environment, and there's not as much on the bid and the ask, you're at heightened risk of things filling these massive gaps in either direction. So you don't want to get too far caught off guard. I want to give it a chance. If it can bounce off the 20 level, that could be okay. But obviously at some point this could start coming down. There is no firm deal when it comes to Man U, right? Like no one's saying we're buying them for sure. Now going back over to Tesla, hit enter twice. That 186, it looks like it's still betting the south side of this 186 level. We're getting closer to the open where I want to be able to say, okay, well, I like this area here to sit in a short, and if it takes out 186, I think there's room higher. But I want this off the open. This is the area that I thought we could be challenging. Yeah, they got the upgrade, but I just simply see it as you've had a couple of days of impressive bounce. You're in a holiday situation, or 190's overhead resistance, and you had a previous big 186 level, and then now you're right here in the pocket. I think there's an opening trade here where I can probably risk 50 to 60 pennies on Tesla off that 186 level, and then if it works to the downside, there's just room for it to fall, and I want to get into that kind of a trade. So as we get closer to 930, you're very likely, if we're still beneath 186, you'll likely see me get into the short trade before the open. If we're above it and holding that in the opening range, then as far as I'm concerned, I like that level in both directions. I have no issues taking it to the long. But right now, the market's kind of saying we want to go down.
Yeah, I'm also watching Tesla for those levels to come into play. Thank you for saying those levels, because I was actually watching those, but with a little less confidence. But you saying that out loud makes me more confident about those levels, because clearly you're watching the same areas. And something that stands out, not too much size at 185, but a little bit of size at 185 on Tesla. Real quick, I just have a stink order at the 75.20s on AMD. A stink bid to see if AMD does drop down somewhere around those ranges. I would love to catch some longs, possible long retracement off of those areas to the north side. Chip sector, which has been very strong going into the end of this week. I'm hoping that we get to see a bounce off of these areas.
All right, let's go on to Manchester United. We saw the daily chart there to kick things off this morning. 2 monster days to the upside. We're gapping up even further here on Man U shares. There's continued rumblings as to who might be involved in the potential purchase side of this deal when it does happen. It looks like it will at some point go through. But here we are again, guys. Is this maybe the best opportunity here to catch a trade this morning doing the most volume?
Yeah, and remember I was sort of saying, like, you've got to, even though it's been super strong, you got to respect the fact this was $13 on Tuesday. When this whole thing started, there's going to be some potential profit takers. You don't want, this is a $1 gap beneath that 20 level. You don't want to get taken out on that long. But for me, the best trade, and really the only solid long trade in the afternoon on Wednesday, was just simply being long Manchester United. It was just trending to the upside pretty clean. I think if it breaks the 20, you're at risk of it coming to the downside and getting into a 19 gap fill. So as much as I like these little scalp trades to the long side, this is profiling like a fail break up here at the pre-market high, and then it's attempting to break down and fill the gap. So I do recognize that is usually a short setup, and that's why if it gets past 20, that's a hard stop for me. Like I'm not going to give it 5 cents or 10 cents or any of that nonsense. It's a hard stop beneath that level, and if it can continue to play in this range up to 21, then I'll keep rinse and repeating, getting some out on the 50s, 60s, all the way up to that 21 level. If it goes inside, fine, I'll play in the dollar range, but once it's out, I'm gone. I don't get the connection, Tim Cook. I guess it's just when you have enough money, you like buying sports teams. But at some point, some of the numbers that got thrown out there, like there was the Benzinga report, if you want, whatever you want to call it, where they were speculating the price could be in the high 20s. Right? So this is why it's getting so much juice on it. And the fact that there's multiple people that might be interested in this is going to give it a bit of a floor. That doesn't mean that floor is at $20. That's a psychological level more than anything else.
I'm also watching Man U. Didn't really trade it for those past few days since the catalyst was in it. We got the catalyst was Ronaldo was leaving Man U after all the battles that he was having. The next day after those catalysts came out from Ronaldo, we saw that the, I forget what the proper pronoun, I think it was Glaser family who owns the Man U, a good chunk. I believe it's almost everything, 90+% of Man U, and they're looking for that sale. So that catalyst came in, bumped them all the way up to $20-ish over here that we're currently looking at. I like the level that Neil talked about just now. If 20 does manage to hold up, we could possibly look for longs off of that, but 20 breaking to the downside will be a way better trade setup. Obviously, you know me, I'm always looking for shorts. If it does happen to play out that way, we'll be able to catch that move to the south side on MANU.
All right, let's talk a little bit about China here. These ADRs we've been mentioning over the past couple of weeks, back and forth in the pre-market. One day they'll be all gapping up, the next day back to the downside. Today is one of those days, back to the downside. There's no real significant news. There was some more monetary stimulus put into the economy over in China from the Chinese government over the past 24 hours. That kind of pressured the currency itself, lending to this move to the downside a little bit. COVID remains the big concern, obviously, the potential for additional lockdowns, the potential for additional delays in manufacturing. So take your pick. Any of these ADRs this morning, guys, back in negative territory?
Yeah, well, take your pick, but play the one that has the levels that's set up for you. So like, for me, I'm looking at BABA and NEO specifically. On Wednesday, NEO was a gift, and I don't think it was gift wrapped for you on NIO, right? Like how many times do you just simply look at a bottom channel, there's $10 in the middle, but there's $10.75. I was long this break when NEO tried to make the break at $10.75. It was a quick stop out. So when it got back there, it was like, if it's gonna fail that top, then I'm gonna short that level. So if we get to $10.75, I like shorts on NIO. If we get down to $9.75, I like the longs on NIO. This is setting up very similar to what I saw on Tesla, but hasn't really broken just yet, where right in the middle of that range, you do have where it broke on Wednesday. I keep wanting to say yesterday, but where it broke on Wednesday, pre-market high at 1030 is also the low. So that does set you for an open breakdown trade, like just short 1030 when it breaks, try to get like 25. I mean, liquidity is not going to be that bad on NEO. It's a $10 stock. You probably get like 27, 28, something along those lines, 29s maybe. So I like that short, but that's a tighter stop for me. Like if I'm making that short trade, that's right at the open, or maybe you get it a few seconds or minutes before, and then a relatively tight stop, and then you're just playing momentum down into that support. Otherwise, I'm waiting for 1075 to come in on that short trade. So I'm going to have my stop order. It's now 9:12, so after 9 o'clock, I like to have I'm more willing to put stop orders in and get triggered. I don't like getting triggered on stops at 8:30 in the morning on a normal day, let alone a deal like this. But there's decent liquidity in NIO, which I tend to suspect there usually will be. So I'm going to get that stop order in. The other one I like today is Alibaba. Alibaba's in front of 77. I'm actually offering in front of 77. It was Friday support. It was Wednesday support level. I like that to turn into resistance again. You saw it be resistance there on Tuesday. It's just been a good, like back and forth off of this level has been a good one, right? Regardless of which direction you've played it, if you're short in front of it, solid. If you're long in front of it, good. So I really don't care. It just happens to be below it right now. So I'm fading in front of 77 on Alibaba. I know exactly where I'm wrong with that trade.
I like that, the 77. Yeah, I'm actually looking for a 76 breakdown. Hopefully that happens after the open, not before the open, because I want to be in that trade. But also, if 77 does come into play, I want to leech that trade off of NEO. I'm also looking at the 79 area. If by any miraculous chance, BABA and these Chinese ADRs do manage to go to the north side, the 79 high coming in from Wednesday, will be something to be looking at for myself. I don't want to be diddling in the middle of this range over here. I don't want to try that 78 short. I'd much rather just be patient, watch the stock pull up to 78, 80 if it does happen to go that way, and then take the shorts over there or the 76 break over here. I might have missed out the opportunity for that 77 area already. I'm not sure. Did you have that position, or you just have an order sitting there?
Yeah.
Right, you just have an order sitting there. I think that's something I should be thinking about doing too, about BABA. Not only am I also looking at BABA, I'm also looking at Pinduoduo Pinduoduo, a stock that moves around quite a bit along with these Chinese ADR stocks. But make sure we are watching FXI for those of you who are trading Chinese ADRs or any Chinese ADR ETF that you have in mind. Make sure you're keeping a track of that ETF to make sure that the ETF is moving along in tandem with your trade and in your direction at least. That way you have a little bit of extra confidence to hold your trade for a bigger profit area. But once again, keep in mind, lower volume period, the market might not really give you those moves that you're used to getting all of last week or the week before that. This week has been a little bit muted. Expect today to be even more muted as we are going into a half day on this Friday and wrapping up this week with at 1 o'clock, I think the market ends today.
1 o'clock. Yeah.
1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
2-0?
Yeah.
It's already 2-0, man.
Yeah.
When did Senegal score a second time? So, you guys know the World Cup is on, so Pratt has the game. If you see me do this, it's because I'm like, yeah, there you go.
Yo.
No, hey, man.
Whoa, don't. We're going to
Chill,
get copyright
Winston.
strike, man.
Get out of there.
Copyright strike.
But before we go back to Brennan, just very quickly, because I don't know if we're going to talk about the chips, but they've been leading some of the movement in the overall market, at least when it comes to some of tech. And the last couple of days, you see me get into NVIDIA ahead of Intel, and that's not going to happen. If we get to 30, I'm shorting Intel. If we break 29.50, I'm shorting Intel. If we hang here at the open, I'm shorting Intel in front of the pre-market high. So there's probably 3 different ways in which I'm looking to short Intel if there's weakness, and I like AMD for some strength. But wow, like Brendan, the next story is a big one, and I know Prad's already in it. Another name I'm looking to get into.
Very weak so far here, pre-market for Apple. Downside, I just noticed it was actually breaking to session lows as we speak. However, these levels from going back to Wednesday coming into play right now. Just before the open, we had that move down to 148.75, 148.50. A little bit of support possibly to contend with here for Apple. But yeah, the story continues to play itself out, I guess. This Foxconn plant in China. Workers, the revolt, I guess is what they're calling it, continues. Being offered $1,400 as recruits. So if you want to stay, $1,400 to stay and continue to work. But I mean, it's getting to a point where this has to, at some point, negatively impact Apple's production and the iPhone production going forward into the new year.
Yeah, so like I know this is pretty much the same level that things broke out from on Wednesday. Let's just get that one out of the way. It wasn't dissimilar, right? Where you had some negative headwinds out there, and then you were looking to break down the 150 level. It then held that right at about 9 o'clock. It started rolling over, but then broke out. I never mind looking at the same level. If a level fails and it breaks out from that level, and then you're challenging the same one on weakness the next trading session, then I'm just going to be right back there again, because the buyers that were there so enthusiastically the first time might have exhausted themselves, which could make the short worse. Now, I'm not in it. I'm glad Prad's in this one. But if we get another pump to the upside, I'm going to short that pop in Apple into that 150 level. If we get past 150 quarter, I'll just give it up. And if it breaks higher, maybe there's a 152 up there. But I do like the short once again at that price for Apple. We'll see what happens. You got to be able to be wrong and then make sure you stick to your out. Otherwise, you could see what happens if you don't get away from that trade on Wednesday. So I want to make sure that we're getting away from it. If it goes too far to the downside, I'll hazard to throw up the daily chart here. I don't know if it comes into play, but the 50 period on the daily is 147, about 147.40 or so. I think I'd look for that to be support. It has a 147 on the week bottom. So somewhere in that range is where I'd be looking for some dip buys on Apple, but not till then.
Yes, sir. Currently, Apple is one of my best stocks in the long-term portfolio, but sadly today we are a little bit bearish on this position. The market's already down on the day. NASDAQ down 0.53% as we are going into the open very soon, and the S&P 500 also down 0.14, sorry, and Apple almost down 1%. So as I was talking about it earlier, that clean 150 area to the north side, giving me beautiful risk to reward setups on the short side for Apple. filled at 149.62. You guys already heard the possible negative catalyst about lower production of their iPhones going into the future over here. Hopefully their demand is still high. That way they somehow find a way to ramp up the supply. But at the moment, the supply is getting hurt due to external factors such as COVID and other disruptions at the Foxconn plant. So here's Apple continuing to go downside on the day, breaking 149, giving me a second out close to that 149, and right now 83 cents in that money. Can't wait to see how big of a trade can the short go for me. Also, a quick little shout out to Norris in the chat. Norris said, Friday, Prad with the red shirt. It's actually an England jersey, but yeah, Prad with the red shirt equals Free Fall Friday question mark. Hey, I'm not saying that it can't be a Free Fall Friday today, but low volume today, we'll have to be patient as to where the market could go towards.
All right, let's go on to Canoe Incorporated, which is this Go EV. If you missed it going back to after the close on Wednesday, the CEO bought up 4.5 million shares of Go EV. That seems to be the catalyst here this morning. One of the highest as far as volume here in the pre-market for this Go EV.
So a new position alert for me, and it's not Go EV, but it might be COSM, which I believe Brennan was sort of talking about this one running on Wednesday. Broke out in a big way, but then rejected 66. I just got into position because it broke the high, but it's a double top. It's kind of a double top. In the afternoon on Wednesday, right after noon, as a matter of fact, it rejected this 46 and then made a fresh low of 26 even. And now it's attempting to break out of that same level. So anytime I see a level like that trying to go, I like the setup to break this range and then hold it past this 43 area. So like this is the pocket, this is the break. If it can't hold 43, you're out. If it does go, I think there's room not just to 50, but up to like a 55, 56. As far as Go EV goes, should have found a better way to say that, I suppose. I don't know how strong the catalyst is. The stock speaks for itself on the daily chart, but it needs to really clear out this 130 for it to get going. So it's at 126 now. I think we had to pay for locates. I'm pretty sure I already paid for them. I'll double check to make sure. Because if we don't break this 130 at the open, there could be a short like right here, like off of 26, 27, 28. It doesn't break 30. Your stop's in and around there. And then you're shorting it either back into the pre-market lows. Maybe it gets back to 1 to 105 and just fills that gap back into the downside. I don't think it's a huge catalyst necessarily, and like I said, it gets more bullish if it starts holding above 130. There's more room to the upside on that one. But COSM just started breaking out, so I went over to this. I'm looking initially short on Go EV because the risk to reward's there.
Yeah, let's go. It's like we have the exact same levels today. I'm so excited about that. Not often do I actually get to listen to what levels you're looking at in the morning. It's my first time sitting here next to you and actually listening to your levels out in the morning. Very happy seeing that those levels are pretty much the exact same one I'm looking for. The reason why that 130 stands out, he was looking at a 15-minute chart and calling out that 130 level. While the whole time I was looking at the daily chart, you could see this consolidation back in the starting of November. Every single time we would pull down to 130 and bounce off of that area. A couple of times we would get slightly below it, but then we would still bounce off of it. And then over here, as you see, this day's high on the November 21st, 130 comes into play again. And today we are heading towards that. Not sure, as Neil said, if the catalyst is worthy enough for the stock to break that level and continue going to the north side. And if we do go to the north side, I could see that level 140, 150 coming into play today if there is strong buying coming in and if the catalyst really stands true, which means, buyers are just stampeding over each other over there to try get the long into their portfolio, which I can't see happening. A lot of traders are most likely enjoying their day off and enjoying the extra long weekend that the Thanksgiving has presented them with. Sadly, the market can't do that for a lot of people because of this crazy rule that the market has to come up with.
It's not a crazy rule.
You're not allowed to have you're not allowed to be open more than 4 days, market.
It's not a crazy rule. No, the markets can't be closed for more than 3 consecutive days. Of course, the one time that it did happen was, and that was 9/11. It's the only time that the market's been closed for more than 3 consecutive days. That's why you have a half day today. But quickly here, Man U broke 20, so I'm out of Man U. I don't want it filling that gap in on me. It's actually setting up that it could end up being a short off that 21, but I'm out of Man U. The scalping to that one is done. COSM got to 40. It did get up to 49, so I took a leg out there on COSM as well. Just to update you guys with the positions. I got one fill. This is a 15-minute. Who cares about the 15? But I got one fill up there at 49 and get another one out in front of 50. Like I said, I think we could see 55 before you get any kind of resistance on that one. So COSM starting to make that churn. If it does pull back, I'm going to like dips at this 44 area to play inside of the range on COSM. Still some room for it to go. I got my orders on NEO locked and loaded, but I wanted to cover. I see some people talking about XPeng. I think you got to pick and choose which one of these Chinese EV names or just Chinese ADRs that you want to trade on. And look, you're at the $7 level on XPEV. But it's right down here. It's about 690. Like that's for like Wednesday. That's not Wednesday. It's actually Tuesday's bottom. And then you go back to the last time it was trading at this price. You had the same bottom at a 690. I think that's where it has to get through. And then this has room to get down to 6 even. So I just think NEO's a little bit closer, a level that I like a little bit better for me to take that short trade in there. I know you're looking at another one there.
BABA.
Sorry?
I'm mainly looking at
BABA
BABA
for me,
and
BABA
Duo.
NEO. Oh, PDD, that's the one that you're looking
Duo.
at. So, yeah, I'm focused on BABA 77, NEO 1030 break, short 1075, but XPeng just has some levels in there as well. Brendo?
Another one, a few people mentioning here, a little tiny small cap, low floater this morning. This JCSE, JE Clean Tech Holdings, just worth a note, 3.7 million float on that, free float, 11.5 million with an M market cap. So this JCSE was a penny stock as of Wednesday. We're above $1 here.
This is another one of those like new issues that did crazy things when it opened up and then got absolutely destroyed and is now a penny stock. And well, it's not a penny stock just yet. I mean, technically speaking, it's above $1. I always like trading around the $1 level. I'm not long it right now because it has this feeling like it wants to break the $1. And if it breaks $1, let's say it breaks this dollar, holds out somewhere in the low 90s, doesn't really break down further than that, reclaims the dollar, there could be a long ones and twos on a wick bottom. I like those kinds of longs, like wick bottom, flush some people out that might be looking for that short. But if we're holding the line and we're just sort of holding a consolidation at the open below $1, then I just short in front of $1. That's how I like to be able to play it. I want to get to a couple of other names here very quickly because we talked Unity on Wednesday's show. It feels like it was a weekend, so that's why I might keep saying that over and over again. I talked about Unity software, or someone mentioned this to me, bouncing off to 50. Here's $37, multi-day high. It's kind of an obvious level, but I like obvious levels on a holiday. So I like it in both directions. If we pop up in there, I think it can be faded because I know my stop will be at that 37. But if something is going to break, this is one of the better ones for potential breakout that I can see at a top level. Not a lot of a catalyst. So you want to see the open. You want to see volume start to come in. But I like that level, and it's definitely setting up there. We already talked some Tesla. If it holds below 186, I'm going to like that one to the south side. I said I'm shorting 3 different ways in Intel. I like AMD at this 175 level or just in front of it for the long. If it does not hold 75, I think it's got way too much room to drop down into the 72, 73 range. So as this one starts to come in, I do want to try to pick up some longs in front of 75 on AMD. And like I said, Intel, I'm waiting in front of 30, stop break 29.50, and then I'll play it by ear, that 29.75 to 29.80 area. I'll play that by ear. If the chips get strong right away, I'll look for the pre-market high fail and then try and get into that way. But if we do trend to the downside, it's Intel that I want to be net short most of the day.
I know you already talked about Man U and actually in that position, and we also talked about Activision today, another stock that was about the buyout deal. Can't wait to see Activision start moving some volume again. That was one of my best buyout stocks I've ever traded. Another stock that we are looking at is COUP, Vista Partners on Wednesday, going into the close or into the midday. They announced that Vista Partners are going to take over COUP, or at least they're talking about it. They're having having those talks at the moment. So watching this stock for me today as to see how we move on the day after the news over here. So big move from $46 to $62. And now we're still around those $60 areas. We're actually just recently breaking 60, a little bit of a spread in this position. Don't like that. The volume's not there either. So, you know, I don't want to punch into a position, be the shark in the market or on the stock, and then the algos see me punching size that nobody else is trading, and then they come hunt for me. So I don't want that to happen. And just now talking about the stock, look at that random level 55 with 145 lots show up. It wasn't there before on the book. I'm expecting some trader just recently throwing that level on the 55 area. So maybe we might get a move to 55 today. We might not get a move to 55 today. We'll watch. We'll patiently watch and see how the stock moves around. I would love to see some volume coming in and for me to get filled closer to 61 or 62 for my short, because that happens to be the high from Wednesday.
Exactly. We got about 40 seconds to go in here till we get the open. Obviously, it's a holiday shortened week. If you're just tuning into us right now, the trading day is done at 1 o'clock. So the open is going to be very key here. Watching Tesla, I have some stops on the NIO. NIO just broke. Actually, just got the short 29s on NIO, so that's already breaking down. Tesla off this 186. I mean, beneath that 186, I like the shorts on Tesla. And if Apple pops, maybe I can get into that 150 trade that I know you're on. Prad, we have the trading floor manager, the Dwight Schrute of the office. Brankles is going to be on the bell. Get a camera on him in 4, 3, it's Justin. 3, 2, and you flipped the script on me. So I actually thought Brankles was going to ring it, but we had Justin in the building here, and he just rang the bell. Already, NIO. So NIO, wow, NIO. Yeah, okay, NIO. So NIO breaks that 1030. Immediately, you're already looking at 18. This is what we sort of talked about. Watch out for that opening push immediately. What happens on AMD? 75s come in. And this is the thing about a holiday, right? You get the trade at your price, and that might be one of the best moves you see. So 75 even on AMD, and it's already back up at 75.50. That essentially was like free money up there. I want to make sure we pay ourselves out, because if it's going to give me this move, I want to be able to take that. That was very clean off that 76. You're not going to do much better than that. Just coming back over to NIO, that's the only two trades I got in there. Well, we have that COSM. It's a penny stock. We'll let that one settle itself out there. But look at NIO on that 1030 break. Already down to 10 even. I'm going to get some more out in front of 10. It's all about that opening push, right? I don't have Tesla in there because I wasn't sitting in Tesla, and I was looking short if it failed 186 at the open. Well, it already went down to 183. I'm not chasing moves today. Got a couple of good ones off the open here. You want to make sure you ring that register, but don't chase moves too crazy at the open. It's a good way to get yourself burned. COSM, that's the third stock them in. I have nothing better to call it. It bounced off that 44. Remember I said I liked that channel. It broke out, got some out, was able to get some in there at that 44 price, and now you're breaking back toward the high. So as usual, pay yourself out. If it continues to break, I think we can get to 50. I have a couple of offers there, 49s, and then hopefully off to the races, 53, 54, 55. Man U is the other one that I was in. I got stopped out in Man U. I said I don't want to hold it past that 20 because you saw what happened to NIO. I'm not willing to do that. Well, Man U's just fine. Looks like 20 is going to be that support. I'll get back to buying in front of these lows, but I want to have tight stops on all these. So far, so good. I got no complaints over here, but make sure you're paying yourself out, guys and girls.
Man, that AMD stink bid that we were talking about in pre-market, I mean, look at that level, ladies and gentlemen, coming in to help for us and absolutely paying us. That was pretty much that high of November 22nd high came into play. We saw the bids coming in, and right now, too, there was big orders of 300 lots, 200 lots, 100 lots coming in at the lower range of AMD, allowing us to continue taking profits to the high end. So I'm out of most of my size here on AMD, sorry. Look at that once again, 300 lots, and they're taking size. They're not fake size. But the sad part is we're having a lot of issues to get above 75.50 and actually hold 75.50 on the bid. So sellers are coming in around these areas, and they are pushing us down, even though buyers are stepping up. So if you are battling this AMD long like I am at the moment, which is about to go sour because I'm long 75.20, actually I'm going to jump out of my last few shares. That was a pretty clean long we started off the day with on AMD. That was a a banger long scalp that we got out of it, but now we jump out because we are clearly seeing the market fail and go to the downside. Let's go to Brendo.
Early mover here, guys. Not seeing much on this yet, but a little healthcare equipment maker, software maker as well out of Singapore. EUDA on a bit of a move here so far from 3 up to 420. Did this halt? Yeah, it is halted already. So a volatility halt here. So for EUDA.
Oh, we'll definitely get over that one. I'm not in Intel short, but I want to get it right quick. Is the best way to explain it. So if it can't get through that pre-market high, that was the other way. It was break down to 29.50, which I didn't get, but then I want that quarter mark as well. NEO just absolutely crapped all over itself. It broke $10. It's actually below 10 even as well. But that first bounce in AMD, solid. The second one, I just got it in front of 75, and instantly you're testing and looking to break that 75 level. So if we can't hold here, it looks like AMD. First bounce good, but you don't want to get caught too far off guard. So we're only in NIO right now because guess what broke down? That COS-M broke that 43. So here's 10 on NEO. I don't really have anything in terms of levels until you see like 975, 965. This could continue to flush. Absolutely. I don't know why I'm short AMD. I actually wanted the Intel short, so I'm going to get out of that one. I don't want to be short AMD. I want to be short Intel if I can. But that COS-M, it looks like it gave up the ghost. We're making that bounce play on COS-M. Got a bit of a dip at 44, and then again, it tried to fill these gaps in. And I don't want anything filling a gap on me at the open. You want to make sure that you're taking your profit, but don't allow something to make an outsized move on you. Keep your risk tight to the vest. Speaking of which, like, why am I not in Intel? Yeah, still not getting those 70s. If it breaks 50s, 29.50s, I'm just going to have to take that price. But I did try to just grab that curl in Intel. Thankfully, we at least got one short. Tesla, give me a break, Tesla. 181 already. Brendo?
Not a lot of volume here yet, but just watch out for Zoom. ZM popping up here on a volume scanner, at least going red to green. The information with an article this morning suggesting this is still and remains one of the top takeover targets, guys. So ZM starting to go.
Oh, man, you.
I want to talk about Apple real quick, man. Apple shorts, we started off the day with that banger, and we're now $2 in the money. $2.30 make that $2.30. Money. That one's for Sean. I know a lot of you guys missing Sean as he's taking a vacation. Hopefully, I'm doing a great job filling in his position over here. We are trading those Apples. We are trading those Microsofts, and we are ringing in the cash registers over here on this bad boy. So let's go. We're 2 for 2 right now. Look at AMD. We jumped out of AMD, and boy, that looked clean for us. I saw the struggle happen on the tape at $75.50-ish cents or so, and right now we're back at 75. We did dip as low as 74.80, but looks like we're trying to come back over here. Part of me wants to take some more profits on Apple because look, the market just dipped right back to the upside, ripped right back to the upside after going as low as 11,765. I think that was the NASDAQ bottom over here. Yeah, right there, 11,676. 67, and then S&P 500 went as low as 40.25. UVXY at the moment going lower. It is only up 0.64 on the day, and if I'm watching the volatility ETF pull off, I'm expecting the market to go up. And if I'm expecting the market to go up, it's better to just be out of my short position, take my profits. That clean $2 trade that Apple has presented me with. Now look at Apple with some buyers on the bid. 200 lots coming in at 147.60, and they took the fill, but we're still above 147.60. So if the buyers are coming in over here on this low volume day and they want to pump the market up, you heard Arun say it might not take a lot of volume for the market to whip around. So let's not get caught up in the kangaroo moves. Let's take the profits where they're being presented.
Exactly. And there was just a break on Man U through 21. It got up to like 21.33, but then immediately sort of slammed back in there. So I did have the long. Quick long, and then it starts to dump back in. I still like that 20 support, but if it wants to maintain this momentum to the upside, wow, like look at how quickly it dumps. Like you see the break, failed wick high, get out when it fails the wick. But if we start holding, there was support at about 20.40. That's where we're trading in the pre-market. If we start bouncing off this, and we can start trending to the upside with some higher lows. So 20.40, that one looks pretty solid to me. Alibaba, we like 77. I mean, it just, like, I can cancel that order, but you just immediately went to 75, put a wick bottom in at exactly 75, and you're starting to make a bit of a reversal. This is the concern I'll have with NIO. Now, I'm out of almost all of NEO here, but now you're back above this $10 level. If we start holding this, you've got a wick bottom at 10 even and then a possible recovery. And I remember the last time this happened where it put like a huge candle down and then it was higher lows and leveled off the rest of the day. I'm going back into, I think it was last week on Friday, pretty much the exact same trade. So I'm anticipating you could see a very similar price action to this. Flush off the open, essentially free money, and then a higher low. So I want to make sure that I'm not giving it all back here on NIO as it tries to get back into that upside. Just coming back over to some of the other names that we're watching here, Man U, now really starting to level off. You want to be where the volume is, and I don't see anything that's any better than Man U, so I'm going to continue to make some scalp trades here. If we hold that pre-market low, like right in here, that 2040, this is where I want to see us level off and then take a shot at the long. I'll probably take at least two. One off this consolidation with a 30 stop and then back in front of those lows as well. So Man U, very active, but 4 million shares already. This is where the action seems to be. Market's bouncing. Maybe we get some Tesla on the way back upside, but I don't want to be chasing that one too far. So back into some Man U off that 2040.
I'm actually getting into a short over here on AMD. You know, yeah, we did have the long bounce play coming in off a stink bid, but something that I noticed earlier on was selling coming in around these 75.50, 75.60s, and we're noticing that happen again. A lot of the smashing bids and below bids action coming in with some decent size. So that's what the blue on my time of sales looks like, and the yellow. Look at that, just the wall of selling coming in around these areas for this AMD stock. So, at the same time though, we are looking at some buying coming into. Look at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market at the moment. They had a beautiful reversal back towards the north side. So you want to be careful, obviously. And I'm reading the tape. I'm trying to read the level 2, and I'm trying to look at multiple reasons to actually be in this trade. If you are following me on this position, keep in mind I'm not giving it too much of a wiggle room because originally the trade was to my the long scalp for me. But now that AMD has turned negative on the day, also look at SOXX on the NASDAQ market. This is your chip stocks ETF, and the chip ETF already negative on the day. You heard Neil talk about how he's bearish, or at least wanting to be sure, Intel. And Intel has struggled around the $30 area for quite a bit. Today, Intel is nowhere close to 30.
EDU's back open,
actually, we are near 30. Wow. Sorry, go for it.
EDU is back open. I just realized I don't think we have any locates on that, so we can't short it. But EUDA, I should say, EUDA just turned off $5 pretty heavily after reopening. But that bounce on Man U, that was pretty quick, man. It just powers up. Don't look any gift horses in the mouth when you get these trades. So it bounced off 2040, got some out 68s, and the next thing you know, it's already at 21. Like, that's giving you a 40 to 50 cent move, now twice at the open. So this looks pretty strong. It's a good consolidation. If it can hold this, I think we have a chance to test that high. But it's that EUDA that I was just talking about before we go to Brendan here. Getting to this $5 range, it was starting to sell off pretty heavily last I checked, but could be setting up for a break. Just be careful trading these. Understand there's going to be slippage on them. I want to go see if I can get some locates, so I have the ability at least to go short. Brendo?
Mentioning that Zoom, ZM on that takeover note, here's another one that was a former takeover target. Cano, C-A-N-O, making a move here this morning, already 6.5%. Decent volume behind this to the upside as well, guys. All the way back to $1.50 for C-A-N-O.
And look at AMD right now coming down, but CANO, I think that was the ticker for that was GOEV, right? Was the
Cano is a different. That's a different company. So like GoEV is different from Cano here. That one's a strong break at that 150 because I remember the last time we traded this, it got absolutely throttled. So it's got a lot of room to go. That's a pretty good breakout, and if it does pull back in, maybe it's more like 160 where it's at right now is a little bit tighter to that breakout level. But I don't want to be chasing too many things. I want it to settle down a little bit. So I haven't got the locates on that EUDA just yet. But here comes Alibaba. It's trying to go back down in towards some of those lows, and I don't think. You want to make sure you're trading things that are moving, but you want to make sure they're at key levels. If we start holding this 75 again, I'm looking at NEO. It's still right at that $10, so that trade's still fine. But that 75 on Alibaba, if this gets taken out and we're trending to the downside, I might look for places to add to NIO, guys. Like, that could be an awesome one. I wasn't quite fast enough on EUDA. It'll suck, but let's be real. Like, I didn't get the locates quite fast enough, but it did end up rejecting that 5. And I was saying it started selling off pretty heavily and showing some weakness. This might already do that whole like fade back in, and then that was your one shot. So maybe it holds $4 and you get a second salvo at it, but I wasn't fast enough to be able to pay for locates and short that 5. Sometimes that's just how it's going to be. Man U has been free money, but if it doesn't take out the top, then you got yourself a lower high and a possible fail break of the pre-market high as well. So one long off of this lower high, tighter stop, and then play it back into that 20, because that could be a wick top. You don't want to get caught in a wick top. So far, so good, as I said, but you do not want to sit there resting on your laurels just thinking everything's going to continue to go the way you want it to. Here's Tesla. Missed that 186 short. Hopefully, I don't know if somebody got this one. It's going to test 180 today, it looks like. It's almost like a collision course with it.
180 Tesla coming into play. Not too long ago, we were looking at 166.66, which, surprisingly enough, guess what it coincides with?
500?
Exactly, the 500 level on the pre-split numbers. Someone in chat said, guys, look at Amazon. I think it was Sword of the Spirit. So thank you for mentioning Amazon to me. I was looking for that $94 area. We've got the nice little short at $93.80, only 20 cents away from 94. So not too much of a wiggle room that I needed to give on this position. And now already in a 20-cent winner. So in a 1-to-1 ratio trade, but you guys know me. I like to take profits when it's like 2-to-1 or better. So not going to take this 1-to-1 trade just yet. Also, we don't have too much size on this trade, so I want to be able to see if I can take a bigger win on this one. But I'm going to have to keep repeating, lower volume day. Lower volume means you might not actually get that move that you're looking for. And if the volatility ETF is not moving around, then you might just forget, just throw that idea out and scalp your profits where they're being presented. As Neil once mentioned to me, nobody got hurt taking profits, and that idea sticks with in my head every single time. Currently, AMD moving this outside, baby. What's that, sir?
You get your feelings hurt.
You get your feelings hurt.
No, because what will happen is sometimes you take profit. It's like, oh, I could have got more. So you might get, your feels might get hurt, but that's pretty much it. Like paying yourself does make some sense. I see Mr. Ob in the chat. Hopefully I get that one right for you there. Airbnb strong? Yeah, it's strong. 1.5% to the upside. But I'm going to point out the last time I traded this thing was right here. 98.5, and I remember this pretty clearly. It dumped through 100, and then the lower high was a brick wall that was the easy shorts, 98.5 and then 97.5 a little bit later on in the session. So if it doesn't get through 99, I'm almost looking like it's going to be the fade. Not the haircut, but you know what I mean, like shorting in front of that level. If it breaks 99, big gap to be filled in there. So yes, it's absolutely strong. Respect the key levels. The gift that keeps on giving is going to be Man U. So Man U, now let's get some 80s here. Man U goes right back into that 2050, dip by it again. But if it's going to shoot 2050 to 21, why take anything out at 70? If it's going this entire range back and forth, take the range. If it's a scalp trade, as long as you can scalp this level, which is going to keep going back to the well on Manchester United. I know there's a match going on right now. I have no idea how it stands. I think it's like 2-0. 2-1 apparently, so Senegal is doing pretty well. But all I care about is the match at 2 o'clock. And Prad's wearing the shirt, but if you watch the show long enough, you know who I'm supporting. I'm an England fan. Canada first, but England second. 75 coming into play here on that Alibaba. I'm seeing Neo still holding that 10, so I don't mind holding on to Neo. And if Baba takes out that low, you could see a 5% or worse day here in Alibaba, which means I want to hang on for dear life on NIO. Don't mind looking at some other names out there. I was watching John Deere for one thing and one thing only, that 450 level. It's not there yet. So 450 is what it's all about, guys. That's that big level on the daily chart. If it gets there again, I think that's where we can see the excitement come back into play. Intel, for whatever reason, I guess, well, not for whatever reason, there's buyers at 29.50. So it's actually holding this level. But if we get back beneath it, I should jump into the short. I still have not gotten that curl on a pop in Intel. At some point, I have to get into the trend here if it keeps putting lower highs.
So UVXY actually got above VWAP, so that gives me more confidence on the short side over here. AMD did drop below VWAP, but now AMD's trying to like hold up around these areas. I am watching buying coming in, but we're also watching selling coming in. AMD currently 20 cents in the money, and Amazon, thankfully, 40 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money. We did take some profits on that down move. Watching the overall markets and UVXY to see what the market's whispering to us in our ear and trying to respond off that off those information that the market or off the variables that the market gives us. And wow, the score once again changes. Just a second ago, you asked us what the score was, and the score once again changes. This is a pretty sick game over here. Google down,
That's
pins
absurd.
holding 25, Tesla to the downside. Yeah, guys, market's down. I mean, barely. The S&P 500 only down 0.08% at the moment, and we're waiting to see how this 40-30 area comes into play for the market. The NASDAQ market clearly rejecting 11,800. We're waiting to see if we go back to 11,750. Time to go back to Brendo.
ATVI downside here this morning, obviously involved in this deal with Microsoft. If anyone missed it, there's this potential, not a done deal yet, potential FTC lawsuit regarding the acquisition by Microsoft. So session lows right now. Yeah, down 4% for Activision.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. That deal, it's unlikely that that's actually going to happen. So, you know, you got to price. We talked about the pricing it accordingly there. I know you keep showing that camera, and it's like, no, don't show the game, don't show the game. Amazon continues to flush. Sometimes you want to short a pop, you don't get a pop. It's only going to the downside. It's absolutely dying here. I'm going to get my intel in a quick little second, but I did want to go back over to that Airbnb. It's on the move. It did get up to that 98.5. Now you've got yourself, here's your lower high, right? So wick top at the resistance I was talking about from earlier on. I guess I was on the 15-minute to show you guys better. But anyways, wick top through that 98.5 and now consolidating below it. So I'd like to be short in here, 98.25 to 30 with the stop at that 50 level. I don't want to chase anything. You want to make sure it sets up. You put in some opening ranges, and then now's the time where if something's valid, you can play off of that range, but not get too stubborn about it. Tesla was another name we're trying to get involved with. It continues to hold near the low, so unless you had that initial short. Like NEO, I liked for the breakdown, so I just put the stop order in. And he could have done the same thing breaking the range on Tesla. I just felt a little bit better doing it in NIO for liquidity reasons. But you know, obviously it's just as good over here in Tesla. I want to check back in on Man U, the stock, obviously. Look, now it's not giving you that 2050 area like it was before. So the last bounces have been coming a little bit higher. If it trends toward another bit of a break, then whenever it makes that breakout, the next consolidation after that break, I'll be buying the dip again. I don't know if it'll be 21. It would seem like it would be 21, but I'm going to be in this trend as long as it wants to go. That's what it gave you on Friday. That's what it gave you on Wednesday, pretty much the entire day. Follow the next break, the next consolidation down, keep scalping it, stay net long. Until that stops working, I'm going to keep doing it. Brendo? One
of the Chinese ADRs faring a little bit better than the rest. PDD, Pinduoduo right now doing this. Back to the upside we go. Red to green, or trying to go red to green here, still down 0.3, but decent volume upside here for PDD.
As soon as you said PDD reversed back up, I figured, hey, I missed my original short level on PDD, so let me jump right back into it. Take my short fill that I wanted from earlier on. So here we go, taking that pre-market low fills of 66.60. Well, we're actually filled 66.5. I would much rather have it filled near 66.6, but instantly in a winner as Pinduoduo goes back to the downside. 25 cents in the money on Pinduoduo. Amazon at the moment giving us 62 cents and giving me more profits to the downside. Hey, man, let's go. We're putting the shorts on the table. But this market's actually going back up at the moment. The S&P 500 moving north. The NASDAQ just went down and created a higher low. I hope not that...
Watch out for Apple right now.
Watch out for Apple.
So here's my take. By the way, Man U did make a break of the high of the day. So it broke, it got to 21.5. Now I'm looking to dip buy off that 21 into VWAP as well. So I'm going to get back into that one. But Apple now holding higher lows, wick bottom, high volume, consolidating higher. A lot of times you can see this, and if it holds above 148, you can still see a charge, maybe that 150. The market has these wicks on it, and you can be led higher. That's why I'm looking at another name here, Microsoft, just very quickly. Didn't really talk a lot of softy this morning. Not usually the first thing on my radar, but have a look at its strength. It's still green on the session. So we have another day where if we're going to get back into green, I do like the notion that Microsoft is trending to the upside. So watch Apple, watch Softy. Apple showing definite strength at 148, but Softy never really showed any weakness. This 247 looks like pretty good support over there for Softy. I finally got into my Intel short. So instead of waiting around for these pre-market highs that maybe we're never going to get again, if I want to be short in Intel, let's just take the breakdown here. So I got my 50s short on Intel. It's about time. It took me way too long to get over to this one. And if we trend to the downside, this is what I want. I keep talking about Man U. I'll get to that one in a quick second. But I might have missed the opportunity on, it's not Alibaba. Oh my goodness, I always do this. It's Airbnb. Like I'm always mixing up names with Alibaba because I'm looking at Alibaba at times and I have charts up on Baba. But Airbnb, there's your consolidation after the wick high. I'm not chasing this to the downside. I just want these quarters short into the 50 level. If I can't get it, I can't get it.
Market moving up pretty cleanly right now, and thank you for pointing out Apple. Part of me got scared because I thought I was still sitting in Apple, and I remember, no, I saw buying come in. I punched out of my position completely, and look at the charts. It's almost like I painted those candles, and those are not real fills. No, those are real fills. We caught those fills at the bottom of the candles, and that was our best out of the day so far on Apple, near $2.30. And now look at the S&P 500 charge right back to the VWAP areas. The NASDAQ trying to reclaim 11,800, and Apple trying to stay above VWAP at the moment. One of our shorts is out of the money. That's going to be AMD, but only by 8 pennies or so. But the other 2 shorts are in the money. We are going to send you right back to Brendo for some updates.
Forgot to mention as well, guys, coming up on Monday, PDD reports before the open on Monday. So earnings to start the week. Here's Plug Power just popping up on a volume scanner as well. Came back into 15.5 there and held decent volume, relative volume anyways, for Plug on a day like this.
Yeah, I'm actually talking myself into this Apple off 148, to be honest with you. For the long side, for the long side. So you might see me add that to Microsoft in front of 247 for some long trades. I just got some Man U on the reload there. But look, we're going to talk about what moves, right? So I'm not going to ignore something like a plug when it starts to get going. That's still on the NASDAQ last I checked, Neil. That's just me talking to myself because I typed NY. And anything that shows you wick bottom, higher low, I'm going to like that trend, but you look at the higher time frame here, and it's like, needs to get through 16, needs to get through that price. Maybe you've got some earlier breaks. I'm not sure I'm seeing enough. Unless it's clearing some of these tops, I might just stay away from it. So it's all about sticking with what is moving and what you like. I see some talk about Meta. Meta hasn't, like I like 113 on Meta, and it's got a wick top through there. If it gets to 113, maybe there's a breakout, but this could be one that could be shorted on some strength in front of 113 now that I look at it. Brendo again?
This is one of those flying car companies. EVTL just popped up and halted here on a volatility halt. Just be aware, it's a whopping 124,000 shares traded so far today, but lack of liquidity more than anything maybe on EVTL. JOBY is another one to have a look at along with EVTL.
We're just discussing what that one looks like, the EVTL. It's the one that looks like a drone, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the drone company that looks like a drone. Yes, Neil, that's exactly the one.
It's electric. Look, man, it's not. It looks like a drone, but it's actually supposed to be like a passenger flying whatever nonsense. But anyways, I want to get to Man U just quickly because that stock is going absolutely ape when it comes to volume. Like it just dipped down. I was able to get a reload in front of 21. Next thing you know, it shoots up to 40s. The high is actually at 50. And then comes right back in here. So I keep saying make sure you pay yourself out. I still have some shares from that early dip at 2050. So if I get some out in front of those quarters again, I don't want this filling the gap on me. If I get some out at quarters again, that's me taking the last of the dip buy, and then I'll only have the 21s long. So Man U continues to trend into that upside. I think I might get some Apple soon. We'll see if it can hold up. I'm liking that 148 for a bit of a bounce. I'm on the bid right now on Microsoft 247, but if we start bouncing off 148, this looks pretty good for some relief strength in Apple. We've kind of seen it do this before, or a lot of stocks do this particular setup where you get that wick bottom and then you just look for longs off of it. So I'm going to be on the bid right in front. It's also VWAP. It happens to be on my 3-minute chart here on Apple. Could see the same thing happening in Microsoft and checking back in with Alibaba. That 75 level, look at the support here. Just keeps on supporting 75 over and over again. If it gives it up, I'm going to look for some opportunities to get some more shares of NIO here. Is Neil's kind of doing the same thing. It's channeling down, holding 10 even. If it breaks 10, this could easily see 965. But now you're going into that sideways range. You want to see things moving away from key ranges as opposed to just chopping you around on this holiday shortened day. If you're in the money, great, ride it, but make sure you're paying yourself out. I already paid myself out. I already scalped NEO. Here, I'm just looking for the extension.
AMD brought in a big chunk of volume and actually triggered my stop and went a little bit higher than my stop, so I'm not upset with that trade at all. Did give back a little bit of money, but you know, it's not It's not enough to get me to that revenge trading mindset yet. So, and hopefully never gets me there. We're still looking to put some damage on AMD over here. Still positive on that position after giving back some money on there. But I would like to talk about Pinduoduo right now. Thank you, Brenda, for mentioning that Pinduoduo had that pop up to the north side. The 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart giving us a beautiful fill. And the risk to reward was crazy too. I was maybe risking about 10-15 cents at best for a possible move to the downside, and my best exit over here giving $1 per share profit on Pinduoduo. And even Amazon still in the money, 40 cents up, 50 cents in the money on Amazon, as we are slightly curling off in front of $93 as the S&P 500 turns green on the day, and the NASDAQ does successfully reclaim 11,800. We're about 7-8 points above 11,800 on the market. So if you are short, you might want to be careful. As Neil did mention, Apple longs might be something to think about, and that one is absolutely moving to the north side in a beautiful fashion. This market still kangarooing around. We still don't know if this little bear over here should be, if this little bull over here should be continuing to stay bull, or do we need to change it to a bear? Might be something that we vote on the chat.
I like that idea.
You want to mention the cool surprise, because we only have about 30 minutes or so till we do it.
So you might have seen, if you've been following along, like we'll tweet things out from time to time out there for you guys. But if you follow the account, you might have seen a little something come in there. I'm gonna get to Zoom in a second for you guys that are talking about it. But is this the right one? Is this the right one here?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's Black Friday, right? So you want 30% off your trade ideas. You can always use a Trader TV 30, but that's not the big news. We are giving away the trade ideas for 6 months free. So here's how you can enter, guys. Like, you can follow Trader TV Live, but retweet this tweet and good luck. But that's not the only way that you can get it. For everybody watching here live on the show, I'm going to give this one to you, Prad, because you're the Nightbot master. If you're watching live, pay attention. Prad's going to tell you how you can win. Not to go ahead and retweet, because you want to make sure you get a chance here. But there's another way, as you're watching live, to be able to get it. There's going to be 3 free copies, 1 via Twitter. The other 2 are coming this way, Prad.
Yes, sir. Not 1, not 2, but 3 subscriptions for Trade Ideas, and 2 of them are going to be for our lovely YouTube family, and one of them, you saw Neil talk about it. Retweet that tweet to be eligible. Exactly what that tweet tells you to be eligible to get that giveaway. But for this one, you're going to do #Black Friday, and that will enroll you into the giveaway over here at 10:30. We're gonna talk about the rolling that roll. Keep in mind, if you spam the chat with more than once or twice with the #Black Friday, it will unroll you. So be careful. Don't spam the code in there. This is a way to help ourselves from not getting a really spammed out chat coming into play. So just do it once or twice. See how it already says 41 people eligible, 47, 55. So that number will keep on going up. All you have to do is type it once. If you do type it more than once or twice, I think the limit's actually 3. If you type it more than 3 times, it will kick you out of the giveaway. So do yourself a favor. Don't get kicked out. Use code #Black Friday to get the first out of 3 codes for Trade Ideas coming out very soon in about half an hour.
Yeah, if you haven't guessed around here, we like free things. I mean, I like free things, so I'm cheap, right? Let's be real. But everyone understands and loves a deal. We're here for you guys live. And if the market's open, we're here. Holiday, we don't care. The show's going to be on, and it's always free for us. So to be able to give that away, we love it. It's free money if you're long on Manchester United. But the price is getting up for anyone that wants to buy this deal. Look, obviously the company, if they get a deal, we'll see what ends up happening. But it's having trouble at this 2150. So it can't seem to break out from this 2150 area, but I'm going to continue following that pattern. Breakout, consolidation, long. If it breaks 2150, the next channel gets you to 21.5 to 22, and I'll start buying that level as well, guys. So that's what it's all about. You want to play these trending stocks to the upside. I did miss out on Apple. I didn't want to look. I'm here. I was just bidding Apple. I said it looked strong and was holding 148, and you could have a wick bottom breakout. There it is. But I was really wanting a little tighter to that 148. Now it's about $1 away from that price level. So Apple's gone. I hope someone got that long. Brendo, it's already 10 o'clock. Back to us. Some mic issues there with Brendan. We'll get it right back to him in a second. But I did want to know, like I sort of said there, Apple breaking higher. It's still valid for me to short the 150. So I'm going to go back over and do it. I have my order, and I'm not moving it. I want to get that short. Tesla bouncing off the lows as well. A lower high getting put in here. VWAP happens to be the 183. You could see a potential turn in there. But I'm still in NIO, the last of my trade. And it looks like it's trying to get back into the upside. I remember I said you might have that initial flush, pay yourself out, because if you go sideways, you might not get that opportunity again. But you still have that resistance, hopefully at 1030 for me on NIO is that last-ditch effort. Still looking for some softy as well, as I want to get back to that 247 bid on Microsoft. But sometimes you take the free money. Like AMD gave you that quick bounce off 75, one and done. NEO gave that one breakdown. Manu's been giving you a trend. You don't want to be chasing anything. I'm sitting in my Intel because if we trend to the downside or reverse, I know I like that short all day. But be very careful with over trading. Make sure you're only hitting the bangers. And of course, listening to Brendan.
Take two. I threw that battery in the garbage, or Lucas is throwing that battery in the garbage. We have a new mic battery. Let's go. Brought to you by Chart Prime. As I was mentioning, they offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out on screen, guys. The link down there for Chart Prime. Bit of a mixed day, to say the least, as we were expecting heading into the weekend. Here's how things look right now. We are green, but only just for the S&P. The Dow actually not a bad day, 0.4 to the upside. The Russell mixed as well. It's the NASDAQ still struggling there, 0.4 basically for both the NASDAQ composite and the NASDAQ 100. If you joined us early on this morning, we discussed some of the retailers on Black Friday. Always good to check out what the retail stocks are doing. Macy's looking a little bit strong. I'll show you in a second here. Yeah, these videos of this Foxconn plant over in China, just crazy. Apple downside as a result. Tesla, yeah, a couple of different notes. 80,000 recalled in China this morning. Citigroup, meanwhile, upgrading the stock to neutral from sell. There's Macy's, red to green, trying to take out these pre-market highs right now. 4M, Apple on the other hand, not so much, but nice bounce underway, guys, for Apple.
It is. I'm just kind of upset with myself that I don't have it. But let's not miss out on Macy's here because it's only 1%. But look at the channel. You want things that are getting new prices. So if this can break out this 23.70 top, I'm going to go for the long here. Now, I'll always have a tighter stop on any kind of a long break when you're chasing it, but there's just room to go, man. Look at the daily chart. It's gonzo. You probably have room to 24.5, 25. That's $1 away. We like that. So Manu's already trending. I keep typing NASDAQ, and it's still a New York stock. It'll always be a New York stock, but it's now broken 2150. So you just want to find ways into this. It was the first stock I was long, and I don't mind getting stopped out to flat and then getting stopped out. You just find your way back into the trend over and over again. I don't know if we see 21 another time here, but I'm still waiting for this 21 to 21.25 area. Maybe it'll end up leveling off at 50s. I don't know where the top is on this thing because I have no idea what someone wants to pay for it. But overall, this is about the strongest stock that I can see. And it's done 9 million in volume, so that looks pretty solid as far as I'm concerned. I see some people talking some Amazon there. I got my stop for for Macy's if it does take out the high. That's the only way I want to get into it. But Amazon is now right back up to the not pre-market highs, but the opening range high at 94. I mean, if you were going to short a level on Amazon, this is pretty much the only one to go to because through 94, this could easily be jailbreaking with the rest of the market. Brendo?
Business Insider just posting a note on Microsoft, actually Microsoft and Netflix, but it's positive with regards to Microsoft, suggesting, remember they teamed up with Netflix when the ad-supported version came in for Netflix. So they're talking about the potential of $10 billion in ad sales in the first, whatever it's been, I guess since the beginning of November, for Netflix when it comes to the ad sales. So Microsoft potentially benefiting from that. Bit of a quiet start here, but trying to go green for Softy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying. I'm on the bid in front of 247 on Softy. I haven't really gotten the fill, but I did just get into Amazon. I talked about that 94. It's starting to put a little bit of a curl on, so I got it. We're in the short on it. I think if it gets down to VWAP, I'm going to want to pay myself at least one leg out there because we understand, like, this is the kind of day where the way volumes are typically going to go, you want to make sure that every time you get something right, you get something out of it because it might not go back to the low of the day. right? Like that move at the open might be the biggest move you've got. So if I'm short here, which I got 90s short side, there's nothing wrong with taking 15 to 20 cents. As a matter of fact, it won't give me the 20, so I'll try to take 15 on it the first leg. So just adjust, right? Like if I'm risking 15 pennies, I'll take 15 1-to-1. And then if it breaks VWAP, I can get some out in front of 93.50. But it's about waiting for the key price level, only engaging once it gets to it, and then not messing around with all the other nonsense that's out there. So we got that Amazon. I mean, I don't know how far I'm going to be chasing this, but I can cancel these bids now. And this stock is absolutely ridiculous. Like this is. So I don't know where Man U is going, but I just know it's going higher at this particular point. At some point, there's going to be a healthy pullback on the stock. It's almost inevitable. So I don't want to get too carried away chasing it. As a matter of fact, I'm saying that. I'll let it consolidate. If it pulls back, I'll let it consolidate. Like, let it give me the move. Like the last time I just jumped in front of 21 and now it's going, this time I'll let it pull back and consolidate for me and then allow myself to work within the trade a little bit better. So not going to be too overly aggressive if this does dip, but like 22s here, if the only regret I'll have is I did get stopped at the open. I wasn't fast enough to get any shares down at 20. I had to wait for 2040. But this has essentially been not free money, but the best trend that you can be in here. If it wick tops 22, I'll probably trail this last out and then look to get back into the trade because this has enough volume that getting back into it has been no trouble whatsoever. So I'm going to get my trailing stop in there just to make sure I lock in some profit if 22 does fail. Man U's on an absolute tear here. I see that ENSC. That's halted. Just be careful with stocks that don't have a lot of volume halting. It's a 500,000 shares only. So just understand, like when you have a super low liquidity already on a day like today, that's only going to be exacerbated. So the key level there is obviously going to be $5 if it can get to $5. I'd just be very cautious trading any of these ones. Wow, another dollar Man U. It's not failing that 22 level just now. I'm going to keep trailing that higher. Get back over to some Apple guys. Apple. That's a daily chart for you. I want this 148 on Apple to trend, but I'm looking now at the quarters. So I'm going to step this up a little bit so I can get some quarters here on Apple. Brendo.
You have low liquidity. Another one trying to get up to halt levels. Anyways, already 6% here for Nutanix. NUTX was down here below $1, just broke through $1 and then some. But again, very, very low liquidity on this compared to what it usually does. But heads up on a potential halt there for NUTX.
Yeah, like that one's always good to bust something.
Okay, Neil. I'm currently watching Tesla. I was trying to look for a short near 182. 182 ended up holding, so I did not like that. I think I'm going to have to give the stock about $1 wiggle room, honestly, to see what can happen with it, as the S&P 500 is near the 100-period EMA and might reject it. I just want to keep it, say this out loud to people, that the size that I'm taking on Tesla over here is nowhere close to the size that I have taken on Apple, AMD, or Amazon all day today. So I'm keeping my sizing very small on Tesla because the stock can easily rip my face off if I'm taking tons of size on it and rip to the other side. So be careful. And something that I also noticed around the 182 area, there could be an iceberg buyer because there wasn't much size being shown on 182, but we printed 182, lots of size. Well, maybe not too much, but there was like about 3,000 shares worth of orders coming in at 182 that never ended up breaking the level, and we just ripped to the north side off of that 182 area. So since I am sure 182.09 out of the money, about 30 cents on this position, not looking too good, but like I said, giving it $1 risk to see if we do have a move towards that 180 number that Neil mentioned earlier on in the day. Pinduoduo has been absolute monster short. It's $1 per share at the moment, and we are taking profits every time it does pull back down. The S&P 500 rejecting 100-period EMA and pulling back to VWAP at the moment, and also looking at the NASDAQ market to see how 11,800 holds up. If that one rejects, then I think Amazon, which is slightly out of the money, only 2 pennies out of the money, the same trade that you saw Neil have too, he just happens to have a better average price than me. Would love to see if that trade can pull back down and pay Neil and me over here some profits. Once again, quick reminder for those of you who were not here earlier on, at 10:30, we're going to be drawing the first giveaway for Trade Ideas subscription. So if you haven't yet typed in hashtag Black Friday in the chat, make sure you do that. If you've already done it, don't do it more than once because that will unenroll you for the giveaway.
Yeah, that's that key. Like, don't do it more than once. If you did it, you're in, you're good to go, you're locked and loaded, you're absolutely fine. We love giving away. It's always fun to get something for free in there. Some of these charts are going to look a lot similar because you get that wick bottom on AMD. I'll kick myself because I didn't really get back to that 75 level, and now you're just like Apple, right? Like you're trending higher, low, and stair-stepping it into the upside, and you want to think about buying these dips. 75.5 is going to stand out for me there, but Apple's now feeling like it's a little bit gone. And I missed that 148. I'm still looking for the VWAP dip, but look at it now hold 149. It's like, okay, well, if it breaks out 149, I can just have that break as well. I'm still looking for the dip buy on Apple after I see that wick bottom. But I think it's going to be valid to try and catch that breakout. And just be careful with Man U. It's got a wick top at that 22 level. I'm not shorting it. I saw someone in the chat say, is it time to short Man U? It might be. I can't argue with you. I just got wicked out and of my long when it did this at that 22 level. So I'm actually canceling my bid because why stand in front of 2150 when I can allow to see wherever it bounces, that's where I want to get back into the long trade. I want to play this trend till it's no longer. But I got out of my long, so I'm not blaming anybody for seeing a short setup there. I'm just staying away from shorting this stock because it's a bio kind of thing. Right, like if a deal is unlikely to get announced on a day like today where you have a holiday, it's a half day in the market. I think it's unlikely you get any kind of official bid, but that is always going to be a risk. It could come higher than this. So I like the long, and I just want to favor it till it stops working. That's what's been going on here. Amazon, I got the one-legged VWAP. It retests, failed right at that 94 top. You can see this is not where my stop is. This is where I'm crossing to on my stop order. So I'm not really waiting till 24.22. It's just when it breaks this pre-market consolidation, gets above the 05. I never like having even dollar stops. It's actually 05 here. I'm going to cross up to 94.22. But I'm looking to reload this trade. It rejected it a second time here. I'm going to get back in and play it to VWAP. It's another stock that could be breaking out after a wick bottom.
Still watching a couple positions here, but someone in chat mentioned Disney. Disney not too long ago, I think a couple days ago actually, got announced with the whole Bob Iger and Bob Chapek catalyst coming in. Why are you laughing over there? Don't laugh. It's just Sharif I'm talking to. Sharif's laughing at my pronunciation of Chapek, I believe. But yeah, we're looking for this 100. Shut up, Sharif. We're looking for this level to come in for this $100 area. We'll see how a trade will set up for us if we do get to take the breakout of 100. If not, then I might have to stay away from it. I don't see a trade set up for myself over there. I did get a mention in my ear that we have to go to Brendo at the big desk.
Not a huge note, but a heads up on Amazon. This just coming across here. The Economic Times reporting that Amazon will shut its food delivery business in India in the next month. So, Brad, when you go to India in December, you cannot order from Amazon anymore.
That's interesting because like that reload on the short of Amazon just stopped out on that news.
That's true.
Is that terribly bullish? It could just be the market's recovering after a wick bottom and we're just breaking to the upside. So it might just be a case of you're getting a wick bottom and a breakout here in Amazon, and it has nothing to do with that news particularly. But here's the thing that's baffling to me. In the midst of that strength, one of the stronger stocks, and one of the stronger stocks this morning was Microsoft. Now it's just as we're continuing to bounce higher, Microsoft's going absolutely nowhere. It's just not moving. So I got to get away from Microsoft and start looking and going back over to Apple, which is still giving you this range. This wick's not real. It didn't print down to 30s. But I'm going to try to get this dip and then potential trend here on Apple. Amazon will have to do a bit of a wait and see for it as it tries to get back above that 94 on that news. Meta's still relatively weak. I don't think I see that 113 anytime soon. And if you're checking back in on Man U, I like the dip buy. There hasn't been a better stock for me today. I do think you want to focus on it, but I'm looking for that dip. It looks like here it's going to come. There's that nice little dip dip to VWAP, probably 21.25. If we get there, I'll look to re-enter this one into the long side of the trade. Intel, I want to be very patient with it because if the market rolls over, I'm waiting for a potential place to add to my Intel short. Right, like here it is, like trying to break the bottom. You're holding the bottom in the channel. When the market gets weak again, starts to roll over, I know exactly where I want to go, which is add to this in this range and then look for it to break the bottoms. It could take this channel out, fair enough, but it hasn't yet, and I have no reason to make another decision yet.
I'll be honest, I didn't even know Amazon delivered food in India. I mean, how come they do that in India, which if you ask me, who has lived there, is probably way harder to do so than to do it in Canada. How come we don't have that service yet? I know America has it, Canada doesn't have it, but you're telling me India had it before Canada does, and now they're gonna pull out of India because they're trying to save money like they did with the Amazon ALEXA department and everything over there. So it makes sense why they're doing it. They're trying to save money, you know, inflation, recession possible coming in, and all those fears. So just trying to cut off the markets that are bleeding for them. But yeah,
wow,
look at Amazon over here, ripping to the north side. Yeah, you said, oh wow, Tesla. I actually got burnt on Tesla. My stop got slipped about 50 extra cents than I wanted to, so it gave back a little bit more money than I want on this position. But like I said, I kept my sizing small on it. So even though we did lose, we didn't give back the whole day on that position. We're still positive on the day over here. Thankful to Apple, but the only position I have left on board right now, it's going to be the Chinese ADR stocks, Pinduo Duo, which is $1.30 in the money. Let's take some more size out over here, close to 65. Just gonna cross up, take the ask out and take my profits. Not going to worry about a couple pennies here or there. You know, Neil's mentioned this to me enough times, which is if you have an order out, let's say 65.05, and they're giving you 65.10, are you really going to sit there and complain about 5 pennies? Just take your profits and then you can worry about it later.
Yeah. No, take it. Like sometimes you can't get too caught up in the nitty gritty. Although maybe I just did do that, waiting for VWAP on Man U. It just held 21.65. It didn't even give you 50s on that last little dip. It's just continuing to go. Look, it's shown me the consolidation, and it's obviously not down at 21.5 or 21 even. So it's going to play in here. I'm going to try and get it in that 75, but it'll be a tighter stop, right? Like every single time, I've had no hesitancy risking 10 cents on this if that's all it wants to go. So I'm going to get on that bid. I did finally get, and always I say this, wait for your price, right? Eventually, it doesn't have to come to you, but at least if you get the fill, you know you want it, you know you like it. So Airbnb, that was brought up. I'll go to the 15, so I kind of neglected to do that last time. This is where we're shorting the last time on Airbnb when it dropped down last week. On Friday, it was a short 98.5. Pretty much right away at the open. It does a similar thing here today where it rejects that same price level on a wick top. It consolidates lower. I didn't get it here, so I waited for it to get back into that price. I got the quarter short, already took some out in front of the even, so 98 even. And then I'll get another leg out in front of VWAP.
Recap.
This is where I'm crossed all the way up to 75. My stop is in here at that 50 level. So structured short, what I would have done here, I'm doing the exact same thing on the way back up. I'll be all out if it gets to 97, play inside of that range. So pick your spots, right? Like I think it was, like 15 minutes ago? Like it was back, no, it was like half an hour ago. I was like, yeah, this is what I like in Airbnb. It gets back to that consolidation level, or if it was there at the time, I want to play it. Bang, 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 1, 2, 3. We've already got a couple of legs here. So we're going to go back to air. Going to get back over to some Apple in a second after we come back from Brennan.
Hey guys, Small Cap brought to you by Trader Edge. They have thousands of traders starting to find their edge with backtesting using their platform on Trader Edge. Stop using spreadsheets. Backtest 3 times faster. You get a free backtesting guide. You get a full strategy building guide, $470 in total value. There's a free 7-day trial. Check them out on screen right now. Trader Edge bringing you Small Cap once again. Let's go. Man U as of the close on Wednesday here. The market cap was $3.1 billion, but hey, we'll let it slide because it's moving around today. If you go out to a daily chart, 22.30 to 22.5 is kind of the last line in the sand as far as resistance. So heads up if you're long right now. That was a great opportunity buying in front of 20 this morning, obviously long side, but big levels coming into play now. 22.30, 22.50 on Man U. Just sitting here watching to see what'll happen in front of 22 as far as resistance for Man U. There's this one as well. EUDA mentioned early on popped up and halted. It's kind of fallen off, but look down here. No volume. So there was a huge volume spike on the move to 5, but it's already kind of gone to sleep for EUDA. Just watching that for a potential break. And this one, Go EV, was higher pre-market, still 12%, but the top is 127, the bottom is 120. So if you can find a trade within 7 cents of range, you're better than me, guys.
I mean, I can. It's just not a trade that everybody can do.
Yeah.
So like it's like here, and sometimes you guys have seen me trade like a leverage buyout. You're like, oh, what's that symbol you're trading? It's not moving, and I'm just essentially like bid asks, making spread, catching spread trading, getting a rebate to make a trade. But if you don't have direct market access, it's kind of pointless. For a lot of retail, we don't usually talk about those because you can't do much with it. But Airbnb, right down into VWAP, so we got in. I'm going to hold on to a little bit here. I actually have to adjust my stop order because I got a couple legs out. But I'm going to hold on. If we break VWAP, I want that 97. But I acknowledge the fact that you're in an upward trend here. So anytime I make that kind of a pullback trade, I'm always paying myself out into VWAP, because if it consolidates and breaks again, understand it's a counter trend trade. And if I'm trading something counter trend, then I'm not sitting there thinking it's going to give me that all day long. I've got the top, so what? It's just going to work for me. Like that's just not my approach to trading there. So I'm going to make sure I have my stop adjusted, because we have taken a couple legs out. So that one has worked out. Still holding on to Intel. We got back into Man U. And as long as it wants to trend up, I'm going to hit enter twice. As long as it wants to trend up and continue going back into it, I'll zoom in so you can get a better sense of what it's doing now, which is 2165 to 75 is the new consolidate, for whatever reason. That just happens to be where it is. And then 22 even is showing the resistance. So I just went long 75, well 78s in front of 75s, into 90s and then into like 95. And if it breaks out, I'm going to hold on to some long. And if it plays this consolidation forever meaning the next hour and a half, then I'll just keep getting in this bid and playing it. Hold the long, pay yourself out. If it breaks a high, I'm not taking breakouts on Man U. I'm really only doing dip buys on the stock. Like it's dip buy, dip buy, dip buy. The breakouts have been, if you had the break, it's actually been solid. Like that was a good break, 2150. I was holding a dip buy and holding a dip buy. I prefer that approach when you have a little bit less volume on a day like today, as opposed to just chasing every high of the day break. Because I always look at it, if you're wrong on one of those in a day like today, it could be tricky. Like if a 2150 fails, it might come down a little faster than you're anticipating. Like look at that 21. Like I was in that 21 and out of it so quickly, but I caught it on the way back down. But even if you had it on the way up, that reversed, and then you were dip buying at 2040 very fast. That's 50 pennies, man. Like that's not nothing on a $20 stock. You're talking about 2.5 to 3%. So if it's doing that, it's a little safer to be in the consolidation where you know where your out is going to be. So Airbnb, Man U, still in Neo, but that's just, it got back up to 1025, and I've really been looking for it to take out that 10 even or give me an entry back at 1030. Maybe 25 is good enough, and I should just start shorting that 25 level because I'm not going to get 30s again.
Look, we got the banger trades on board. We got the banger show every single day, no matter what. And we got the giveaways coming in today. So I think something is a little unappreciated for those giveaways, and that's the like count, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy watching 6,000 of you still came in to watch this half a day show. If I'll be honest, I would have probably just taken the day off and just slept it off until late. I love sleeping in. I love waking up at 12 o'clock yesterday.
Sleep when you're dead.
Sleep when I'm dead. That's a very well statement. Go hit that like button, guys. If you are here today, if you're enjoying these trades, like Pinduoduo, $1.83 in the money. We started off the day with banger longs on AMD and Apple and everything, and we're giving away 3 separate copies for trade ideas. So hit that like button. Let's get that to 2K at the very least. We also have a lot of people in the chat who have green names. Those are people of the Trader TV Live family. By becoming a member, and you can become one by hitting that join button. A pop-up box will show up with Brendo telling you exactly what it entails. And also, do not forget to hit that subscribe button, one of the most important buttons for the YouTube algorithm. So hit that subscribe button. Make sure that we're always making sure that box is checked off. And the YouTube store, baby, lots of fun merchandise over there for you guys to go check out. Do ! Merch to go find about what we have in store. And if you do buy any, make sure you take a picture of it, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, so we can share it with our wonderful community, the family that we are growing at the moment. $1.97, $2 in the money on my Pinduoduo short, and the market's getting ready to curl back down, and I don't have too much size left on board for that trade, so I'm not going to try to exit over there, but I am going to get back into Amazon over here as it curls back under 94. If this market really pulls back down, and Amazon, which we felt like had a positive catalyst over there for a second with the whole India cancellation of the food delivery business in India. Maybe that saves them money. Hence, we saw a nice little pop-up in it. But if this market pulls back down, I want to try this Amazon short again. Something that Neil and I were actually talking when Brendo came up is about Man U. How you have to get back into the Man U trade, because the first it broke down. You didn't want to get stuck into the trade when it broke down. But then when it showed you a difference in characteristics, you got back into it. That's kind of what I want to be applying over here on Amazon. If the difference in characteristics do show up and we do get back below 94 with some weakness behind it, I want to try that trade one more time.
And speaking of one more time, we're going to celebrate.
One more
it's all
time.
right. Is that how it goes?
No, that's not how it goes.
Every time I think about that song, there was so I went to University of Waterloo here in Canada, and Sean went to Laurier, but they were like literally on the same street. And one school is much cooler than the other. Like my school was nice and probably a better school, but Laurier, we had a better football team too.
Okay.
But Laurier knew how to party.
All right.
So I would always spend my time at just hanging out with the cooler Laurier people.
The Loos were always the party town.
But they had this one, like it was like every time we go into the Turret, which is their bar, I think it was Friday night, the DJ it was like right at midnight, he'd play the exact same set for a whole year. And that one more time was like one of the second or third songs on. It's like every time I hear it, I'm taken back to university. It's like, dude, come up with something new. Not that anyone cares, because they're having fun.
Yeah.
And you're having fun if you're going long in Manchester United. That's my segue. But you'll see I'm out of it again, right? We bought the last dip. It broke out. It did a curl, and I trailed out. So the last time we dipped it at 21, I trailed it out at 22. This time we bought it 21.75. We trailed it out here 22, and when 22 and a half failed. I just don't want to get caught at the top. And when the market looked like it was curling, I'm like, okay, we've had no trouble getting back into this thing. Like every time it pulls back, you're able to get back in, just let it pull back. Like it trailed out, was able to get a better price. I think I can do that again if it wants to keep going into that upside. But at some point, like maybe this is it, and I've just gotten myself out altogether and walked away from that trend. But yeah, Man U's been a gift that's been giving. And this is what we talked about. It's on our watch list for a reason, right? Like Man U was number 2, I think, on the watch list because of that. Like it was the first stock I was in because you knew it was going to give an opportunity to go to the upside. It's what I was trading mostly on Wednesday at the close as well. But Airbnb, it's broken VWAP. I'm going to get on the bid in front of 97 here, because if this comes down to my prices, I just want to get taken out. Play the obvious range. Keep it simple, stupid is one of my favorite lines out there, because hey, if you're not that smart, it's not that difficult to play a trend when it's there. I'm going to kick myself. Man, you might just go to 25, and it's like, what are you going to do? It's at 22.60 right now, and I'm still. I hate coming back over to it again. No, I don't actually. I'm not going to apologize for continuing to talk about it, because, quite frankly, when you're trading on a half day and when you're trading when volumes are low, you should, as a day trader, you should be looking at this. And if you're not, then I don't know what you're looking at, because you're not going to get opportunities that are better than that. It's giving you from the open $20. It's 10.5%. From the open, this is giving you of a move, and it's been a pretty clean trend to the upside. So even if I can't get back into it, at least trying to continue to play this trend is what I should be focused on for the next couple of hours here. We're going to go to Brennan, because apparently it's 10:30 and it's time for the crypto update.
Hey guys, pretty quiet for equities this morning, pretty quiet on the crypto front as well after a very volatile week. Once again, it's worth mentioning, everyone focused on shopping today and not necessarily trading, even in crypto market. We are seeing very, very little action. So this is an hourly chart. If you zoom in a little bit, we had that nice bounce over the past couple of days going back to the beginning of the week. We're just chopping around between this 16,500 and 16,300 area, this consolidation that we've seen over the past few days continuing. Ethereum looking very, very similar. That's a look at the board right now. Basically flat here for BTC, 16,500 change, 1191 there for ETH, down 0.4. Only big numbers down here. Doge up 8.5, 4.3 there for Ripple, guys, to the upside. But back and forth, kind of choppy as far as crypto markets are concerned.
I am not looking forward to see how cryptocurrencies are going to poop this weekend. Hopefully they don't. My account just keeps going lower and lower every week, and it makes me upset with this cryptocurrencies. But like you and Sean mentioned, it's just put it in there, set it and forget it. If it happens, it happens. If not, then it doesn't.
Okay, so I want to preface this. When people say like set it and forget it or have something for the long term, you have to make sure that you have an amount in it.
Right.
That it's like, okay, well, I've allocated an amount that I want to be holding it for 10 years to see where things go. But it's not gonna. If it goes to zero, I'm not gonna be hurt.
Yeah.
If I lose 50, if it does a 50% retracement, which is that happens all the time. In cryptos. Like if it does a 50% retracement, I'm not that badly hurt.
Right.
Like if you go all in and you have like 80% of your net worth is sitting in Bitcoin right now, let's just say, I'm not saying that's what anyone should do. I wouldn't feel that comfortable with it at this particular point. Like you just had CZ put a $1 billion relief fund to maybe to prop up some places that might be in trouble, and he's talking about maybe needing to double that. So, and the last time we had someone coming in as the savior, we all know what just happened.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not saying CZ isn't gonna be able to hold up. I mean, if Binance, if Binance isn't secure, then if Binance is an FTX, then we're all sort of, it doesn't matter. FTX, then it all doesn't matter. But I do want to go back over to some names. We have about a half an hour till we get to the midday. It'll be obviously it being a half day. It's a bit of a different structure today, so we'll keep the morning pretty much the same. 11 o'clock, we'll throw to midday, and we'll be back for the final hour of the session, right? So the midday will only just be an hour, and then we'll be back for the final hour of the session. But I did want to come back over to AMD for a split second, because at this time of day, I really only want to play off of the established levels I like. So that bottom that got put in, 75, it actually ended up going down to 70, 74, 75. Like it's that, or it's this 76. I'm not touching it in here. Either it gives you the move or it doesn't move at all. Intel, I'm still looking for that trend. I want to stick with Man U because it's moving. If something hasn't given you a trade, you don't have to chase it now, as far as I'm concerned. So I have no issues doing that. There's been no dip for me to get back into Man U just yet, but I am looking at that 22 level. And I see people talking about DWAC. I didn't pay for any locates on this today, but I see it at 25, and it's getting pretty close. So this could set up again. Like DWAC's up 5%, but it tends to make these moves, right? Like, and when it does a wick high through a key level, and I'm looking at 25 here, I usually look to fade it, so like short the failed break. So if it gets to 25 and immediately snaps back, I'd look to pay for locates and then short it at that 25 level. That's the only trade I want. I'm not chasing along in this stock on a low volume day, and I'll be sitting in Intel. Unless the market does something crazy, I just added to my Intel finally because the market slowed down. So now in it, I got 48s as my short. If it breaks the channel to the upside, that's like 10 cents worth of risk. So once it starts going, I'm just going to cancel this bid. Who cares? Because I don't want this breaking the channel and then I'm right on the bid. That makes no sense. I'll probably wait till like 35 to 40 to get out if this starts going. But if the market flushes, I know what I want to be sitting in, and I made that determination. And quite frankly, I made that determination on Wednesday, as long as it's set up. And now you're in a bottom channel setup that if the market flushes, I've got something which has always been relatively weak. And as other names bounce, like you saw AMD bounce. You've seen NVIDIA bounce off the lows, right? Holding higher lows. Well, if you're going to sit short something, sit in something which is relatively weak. That's why I'm still in Intel there. Airbnb, different story. Airbnb is actually relatively strong here, and it's getting back up toward that high. So back over to my 3-minute here. I'm not reloading this stock. This is the third time it's going to challenge this level. If it breaks and does another wick high, then I don't mind being wicked out of the stock because I'm in the wrong direction. Like I'm shorting this counter trend off of previous resistance. If it breaks that little resistance there and wants to wick me out, I have no problem with it. I can go back into something else for the final little bit of the day here. Oh, it's past 10:30.
It is, yeah. We're gonna pick the winner right around now. So thank you for everyone who did sign up for the giveaway using a hashtag Black Friday. We have about 923 winners. So if you guys are ready, we're gonna pick the winner right in front of you. So you guys know we're not trying to scam anybody. Just know that even blind Barry versus Bull might be enrolled for it. But if Barry versus Bull name does show up on here, do we give him the giveaway or do we re-roll it?
I mean, I feel like look, Barry versus Bull knows we love him, and we'll make sure we hook him up. But we don't want to. Like, you understand he's our moderator, right? So he does a fantastic job for us. But let's not have him win. We want the viewers to win it, obviously.
Right on.
So we'll figure that one out. But Barry versus Bulls, we love you. We'll find a way to hook you up.
Okay, got it. That was the question to clarify in front of the chat over there to make sure that we are looking for all of you guys out there.
Put it on Pratt's
3, 2, 1. Out of 965 eligible viewers, the winner is Dan Fenty. Has been a subscriber since 23rd of 8th, 2021. So a long-time subscriber.
August 23rd.
A long-time subscriber. So let's go. Hey, there's a
There
Bitcoin.
we go. Let's do it again. Congratulations, Dan. You got the win. We love it. We love you. We love our viewers. And thank you, Michael Loss, Trade Ideas, of course. It's been a great sponsorship. Like I said, we use it all. Like I use it all the time. And it's not to say that you have to have some kind of an indicator, or you have to use the software. But on a day like today, like look what's blowing up my Momo scanner here, right? Of course, it's Manu. Why do you think I'm only talking about Manu? Like, look at me scroll here. What else is showing up? High of the day breaking out. Nothing. What is the best trending stock today? What's been blowing it up here? And it's not been that difficult. You saw Brendan talk about NutX. It's winning a bunch of races left, right, and center. We talked about GoEV. That was another big gapper up there. So, look, you want to make sure you're trading in the right things. And speaking of which,
Real quick, I just want to mention this for Dan.
Go right back. Yeah.
I just want to mention this for Dan. Dan, please contact marketing at tradertv.live and with the proof of your profile picture. So if you go to your home page for your account, you'll be able to send the proof that this is you. I will also copy paste this and save your info to verify that it is you who is sending us the picture. Email once again marketing at tradertv.live. Get in touch with Justin over there, and we will get back in touch with you. A great show just got better, says Dan, because of the giveaway. Hey, it. We love our viewers, and we have two more giveaways coming. We have two more giveaways coming. One on Twitter and one more over here, probably on the closing show. We're gonna send you to Brendo at the moment at the big desk.
Another one making a move here, guys, just popping up on a few volume scanners, although it's 400,000 shares traded today. Here's DWAC, nothing but green, almost candles, right from the beginning of the day here. A little pullback at 24, but coming into 25, you can see big volume at the highs here for DWAC.
Yeah, DWAC making some moves. By the way, I just got in some Macy's. So Macy's making a bit of a break as well. So Brendan brought this one to our attention. Hey man, it's Black Friday, so retail names might get interesting, but it's attempting to make this breakout. I like key levels. If it can hold the line here at 22.5. And this is one I don't mind sitting in. Obviously, the market's coming back into the downside, right? So I just added to it here. Now that basically it's going to be like an easy binary trade for me, because if it holds 50s, I'm sitting in this until it gets to 24. I'll get some out on the way to the upside, maybe first at 1-to-1. But yeah, I want something which is moving. It's definitely going. I just got my first bid on Intel. I've been pretty patient with this short, because I've been saying to myself, okay, I'm just going to sit in Intel, and if the market starts to roll over and it breaks the channel, I'll just be in this for the rest of the afternoon, and it looks like it's starting to head back in. So just got to 29.40. I'll get a bid in front of 29.30, and then if we start trending to the downside, I knew what I wanted to be in from the get-go here. And I don't know if Manu is going to be a fade. I just saw in the chat Kevin Scorza there mentioning Manu coming back in. I actually accidentally had a bit of a stop in there, and I actually got short. Didn't want it. I'm like, what am I doing in the short trade Manu? I'm just going to get out of it. But it dips off 22 even. This is what I was really looking for. Hold a consolidation somewhere and then find a way back in. Usually I've been waiting for it to dip and then jumping back in. So I'm going to look for that 22 to reestablish the long trade. So Airbnb, NEO, that worked fantastically as well. And Intel, the short's starting to come in and paying ourselves off. With about 20 minutes till we send you guys to the midday trade. I want to get back over some of the chip names because oh, no, AMD didn't get to 7. Yeah, it didn't get to the bottom. AMD just bouncing a little bit off 75.15, but I want my price and I want the bottoms. Otherwise, I'm not touching this thing, kind of sitting in the middle there.
Google's weaker than most of the other tech stocks. I was just cycling through them, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and all of that. Google's still at the low of day when the market did pop back up to the north side slightly. We saw the S&P 500 turn positive, and it's still positive on the day right now as we are above VWAP, but NASDAQ still red on the day. So looking for a trade on Google to the short side for myself. Amazon also flirting with making us money to not making us money. So we're kind of in the top of the range over here, giving it about 25 cents to 80 cents of risk, which it does happen to go to the north side and scare me that it's going to trigger the stop, but thankfully we haven't triggered that one yet. So watching Google, watching Amazon, watching the big tech as obviously, but also watching some of the positions that in the chat that you guys are looking at. So make sure you're active in the chat. Make sure you're telling us what stocks you're looking at, and do not forget to hit that like button. Someone in the chat, I did remember someone saying, I wish there was a Bitcoin ETF. No, sorry. You said, I wish there was a cryptocurrency exchange ETF. I'm guessing that they meant like a crypto.com, a Coinbase, and a Binance.
Yeah, so what I know what you're saying.
Some of those stocks are not even public, so you can't make that an ETF. But we do have a cryptocurrency ETF.
Because Coin's that's the only publicly traded one.
Right.
So it's not like you could have that kind of ETF yet.
Yeah, so you can't really make an ETF out of private companies, but a public company, Coinbase is the only one of them. But there are cryptocurrency ETFs such as BITO and BITI. Bitcoin ETF, not cryptocurrency ETF. And we also have Ethereum Grayscale on Pink Sheets.
Well, yeah. Well, so on the OTC, like you do have. The Grayscale products. Just understand they don't really trade one for one. Like the Bitcoin one. GBTC always trades at a pretty significant discount, and that trade actually. So people have been thinking about like the hedge trade because you just go long one, short the other, and then eventually you can make some money doing that because
like
the big
go
discount
long GBTC and then short Bitcoin.
That was one of the things that Alameda, which is FTX's trading branch, they were doing that and losing, and that's because it's. And so you can read up on like some of the liquidity concerns that they have at GBTC and some of those, and that would be the risk. That's why it's just safer if you believe in the cryptocurrency. It's safer to own the actual crypto or the token, because at least that's 1-to-1. But some of these other, like you do the ETF, there is that risk. Like it's not exactly the same as I hold the SPY. Like that's always going to follow the S&P 500. The chances of it diverging too far are pretty slim, but that's not the case necessarily with GBTC. Brendo?
Hey guys, we'll give you an update here on the S&P 500. We are green, so hey, there's that. Keep in mind, we are heading for a positive week right across the board as well for the S&P, for the NASDAQ, even the Dow, all still positive on the week. Basically flat here, though, so far. Mixed board, really, overall. ATVI standing out 4% downside. Netflix, 1.5% downside. Google's here, EA here as well. But communication stocks among the worst off so far. Semiconductors under a little bit of pressure as well. 1.19 downside there for AMD. Software names faring a little better. Look at Apple down 1.8 on a day when volume is very, very low on that China news and Foxconn news specifically. Some of the travel names, obviously the busiest time of year for travel in the U.S., especially yesterday. All the airlines to the upside today. That was probably a bit of a no-brainer. Financials here as well in the green so far, but 0.07 of a move, guys, for the S&P.
I see euthanasia calling me out. Here's what I will say. If I pronounce it Almeida instead of Almeida, it's because I've watched 24.
Oh, come on.
No, but here's like when I work out, because I try to stay
we
shape.
can't
When I
be
work
making
out,
fun of that.
I always have like a show that I've seen already. That's like, this is my workout show, because I don't want it to be something which is like I'm paying attention to it. Like, but it'll be my reward for hitting the weights that day. It's like, I get to continue watching it. And so I've done 2 rounds of 24 being my workout show back in the day. I've probably seen that series start to finish like 3 or 4 times. I've done The Wire a bunch of times. So
The Wire is the best.
And I'm a huge fan. Like, Tony Almeida was one of my favorite characters. I just like Tony. So you'll probably hear me slip into that from time to time. It is what it is, man. You talk enough, some nonsense gonna come out of your mouth. But speaking of things that are not nonsense, Airbnb is bouncing off VWAP here. I'm gonna at least consider the notion that it might not get to 97, because if we just continue to go sideways from here, I might just want to take it VWAP or take 97.5, get paid and walk away. Like you're starting to run out of time, and I'm asking myself, is there really anything that's super worth it that isn't Man U at this point? Right? Like it's going again. It just continues, and I missed this one at 22 on that dip. It's the first dip buy that I missed. We were able to cash the 20.5. We were able to cash the 21. We were able to cash 21.80. I didn't get 22s in there. maybe you don't get that one again. But if it's just breaking another high at 22.75. So if it gets to 23, I'm probably looking back at that 22.50, 22.75 area. The trend is just super strong in Man U. It's definitely the best stock to have out there. I mean, just in terms of percent returns. Other things that are moving, I don't know if there's anything that's doing this.
No. Man U is absolutely killing it like Spain did with that team a couple days ago. Was it 2 days ago? Spain absolutely destroyed Costa Rica, man. That was just sad to watch.
And you're surprised at that?
I'm not surprised, but like, you know, there's this guy at my gym who said Costa Rica will win. So I'm mad at him for telling me that because I dropped $1 on Costa Rica and now I'm out of $1. So I'm pretty upset about losing that.
So you made a bet on a ridiculous long shot because the guy said that team is going to win.
He acted like he knew what he was talking about, so I gave him a chance. I gave him a chance to lose my $1, and I lost that $1. I don't know if you remember me talking about Pinduoduo. I said this might be the bottom here on Pinduoduo, and actually ended up being the bottom. Pinduoduo now trying to go back up, at least a temporary bottom. You know, the market's not over yet. We still got a couple more hours left. Sadly, not the whole time that the market's usually open till the market does close at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we're already at 10:47 East right now. At 11 o'clock, you will be getting Sharif and another co-host with you guys over there. So make sure you're hitting the like button on this show, on the midday show. And then once again, when we do come back for the closing show, make sure you're hitting the like on all of those bad boys. Let's see what the market is currently offering us for a trading. Now, part of me is FOMOing that Man U. I did not jump into the Man U long. I'm pretty upset about that one. But at least we have some profits today to take advantage of. It's not over, says Neil.
The day's not over, and
True.
the stock is still pretty strong. Like, the thing is, like, there's only a couple. If you're just tuning in now, it's a half day. So, you know, it's almost 11 o'clock. There's only going to be a couple more hours before we have the close. So, look, there's only a few names which are really still making big-time power moves. And, I mean, I'm looking at COUP because that's one of them. But look at the overall futures. Like, there was that dump at the open. Now you've recovered, and you've been going a little bit sideways. So the bigger names might not have a lot of juice left in them. So I don't know. Like, I never got that dip in Apple that I wanted. I don't know if I'm going to chase it. I'll sit in Intel because it gave me the entry, and it's fine. It's been fine so far. But I'm looking for the ones that are going, and I see it's definitely been Man U. I'm looking at COUP. Macy's is making breaks, so I want to be in that one. I'm still holding on to it. So let's get another one here from Brennan.
Little EV-related name popping up here, HYLN, which I just learned, guys, is Hyliion and not Hyliion, I think we were calling it before. Anyways, the CEO, it would appear, just posted a video on Twitter suggesting that they are delivering a truck currently in New York. So HYLN popping up, it would appear on that tweet.
Hyliion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Hyliion.
But I would have got that wrong too. You know what I mean? Like, so you guys, look, I have no issue being corrected. If you've been watching this show long enough, then you'd know that when we first started talking about NEO, like, as a trader, like, all you care about is a symbol. Let's be real. When I first started trading NEO, we were all three of us, and I'm talking about myself, Sean, and Brennan, we were all calling it NIO. It was like every single day we just NIO this, NIO that. When we first started trading this after it came to market, and it was months before anybody told us we were saying it wrong. I'm like, man, you guys are watching us every day and listen to us butcher the name, and then no one's saying, by the way, guys, you're pronouncing it incorrect. I don't care. Let me know. Like Marin, I was calling Marin for a while. I didn't know the company. I just saw it move. You look up the technicals. Maybe if you don't actually listen to the CEO talk or something like that, which is usually the best way, just listen to the CEO in some kind of an appearance, and you'll be good to go. It's not that hard to figure it out, but I don't mind getting corrected, man. Anybody that has an issue being corrected in anything, just like give me a break.
Not a trader at that point.
No,
That's probably worse caller to have to not be corrected.
Forget about trading.
Yeah.
If you have an issue being corrected, just in general in life, you're gonna have some problems.
Yeah, no doubt about that one.
Being wrong is how you learn things. Like the best way to figure things out is to say a bunch of crap, or just to talk about a bunch of things and then see what come back at you. Like you get responses from people, right? Like you play devil's advocate, get into a discussion with somebody. Like if you're not willing to do that, then I don't see how you're supposed to gain anything. You always want to learn from different perspectives, man. I believe wholeheartedly in that. Like one of the coolest things, I'll tell you this right now. Like so, obviously your parents are one of your most important relationships that you can have out there. And my dad and I, like you would think that we argue all the time. If you just kind of sat down at a dinner table, you'd be like, yo, these guys just constantly argue. But it's not that. It's just that we're really comfortable just challenging each other. And that's when my relationship got really good with my pops. When I was like, okay, I don't have to just accept everything that he says. We're now cool to just have these discussions. And they're so fantastic every time we do it. Now, if you're like my brother at the dinner table or my mom's, be like, yo, these two need to just shut the hell up because they just keep arguing. But it's so valuable. We'll talk politics. We'll talk the markets. We'll talk life, all that kind of nonsense. We'll talk about money. Speaking of which, let's get off me and go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Hey guys, seeing a little bit of dollar strength coming back into play. If you remember going back to Wednesday, I mean even yesterday, was a bit of a down day for the US dollar, but back to the upside today, 0.3%, not huge moves to show you today. This is actually the euro. You can see over the past couple of days we were back higher as the dollar came off. If I flip over to the DXY, it's basically inverse, obviously. We're right at these support levels from back in the summer once again after that last level we were watching over the past couple of weeks, I guess it was, let go finally. So red numbers right across the board with the dollar higher. Nothing much going on as far as news-related items to pass along here. Japanese yen on a big move, worth noting, 0.4, 71.8 there for the yen. Swiss franc as well, down 0.4, 2.5 for the Russian ruble, downside 0.6 for Ethereum, still 0.35. Quiet day right across the board, guys.
Quiet day indeed, and but even with the quiet day, we're getting some wonderful opportunities to trade with. You're watching Neil absolutely demolish Man U to the long side. Pinduoduo over here for me, a pretty good trade. Still working for, oh sorry, typing in the wrong box. Typing in our work chat over there.
It's
Amazon, oh I'm still doing that. What's going on? Okay, here we go. Amazon, still working with the Amazon shorts for myself, and waiting to see if Amazon can pull back down. Now I'm hearing a computer being turned on. Not sure where that's coming from. Did you hear that too?
No.
Oh, okay. Not sure where. Maybe it's. He just turned off my PC. Now I don't have Unity anymore. Thank you over there, new host. That's what that noise was. But Amazon over here, we're waiting to see if Amazon can pull back down for us and give us some profits. NASDAQ, which is a tech basket, the top 100 tech stocks, clearly already down and weak. They can't get back above VWAP. But the top 500 stocks in the world out there, the S&P 500. Above VWAP and below the 100-period EMA, just bouncing between these two key indicators that I like to use to make trades for myself. And the 50-period EMA also happens to be exactly where VWAP is on the 5-minute for the S&P 500. Let's just continue looking for where the positions show us some trades. Some of you in the chat are talking about Tesla about to be squeezed to the upside, question mark.
Okay.
Let's go check out Tesla. I mean, I previously had a short on Tesla. It didn't work out for me. It failed. It's my worst stock of the day, and actually my only negative stock on the day. And we're waiting to see if we can find a different trade possibility. I would much rather short 185 than in right now where we are above the 100-period EMA. I don't want to be trying that range at the moment. Like Neil always mentions, don't diddle in the middle. We got ranges that are being offered by the stock, by the market. Much rather be patient, take those trades around those areas, and also read the level 2, read the time of sales around those areas where you will see a little bit of a change in characteristics. So no need to, put the risk on the board over here in the middle of the ranges. Patience is a very key thing to have in the market. What's that saying? Patience is a virtue.
It is a virtue. That goes beyond trading. It's just one of those things that in life. If you don't have any patience, you're going to be in trouble, especially if you have kids, man. Like, you have all the patience in the world. I just missed Neo. I'm going to cancel this order here, but I said I would get back to Neo if it made this high. Like, I kept trying to look at that 1030, which was the breakdown level. I'll show you here. I like that 1030 breakdown because it broke out there on Wednesday. So I like the break at the open. But it started putting lower highs in at 1025. And as I was paying attention to Man U mostly, this was just giving you an obvious retracement trade. But I just tried to get 21s. I'm not going to not going to chase this back into the downside. So it looks like Neil's going to continue to trend into the downside. With only a few minutes to go here, I haven't looked at Coinbase at all today, but I just saw someone talking about this in the chat, and it is worth mentioning. It got here pre-market up to this resistance at 46, and I would have liked it if we actually got a challenge of it, but it's just been sliding down. It seems like 45 is the resistance now. So as we get toward the end of the day, maybe there's one last little salvo that gets it back up there. Following the stock, which has been, my most active, I think probably a lot of day traders would be the most active in Man U today. It's doing another pullback, so it just dipped off 23. Still looking to see if 22 gives you another dip. I did miss the last dip, had an accidental short that I flatted, but I want to get this 22. If we start bouncing in front of 22, I'll take a tight stop long, looking to play that range back into that 23. Great trend on Man U here today. I don't know what's the match now, because we know
Netherlands and Ecuador.
Oh, it's the Netherlands, Ecuador. That'll be a good one. But you know what I'm paying attention to? I'm an England fan. I'm Canada first. And everyone's like, you might ask yourself, like, why would a Canadian be a fan of the English team?
Thank you, Rob.
And it actually has nothing to do with the fact that we were, obviously, Canada, England, like a lot of countries, we would have been under English rule. It has nothing to do with that. I actually had a cousin that played for the English national team, and my family that lived in Leicester. So that's the reason. Like, it's a family thing for me why I follow England. That's why I'm a Liverpool fan as well. So I had nothing against the USA, man. Under normal circumstances, I like cheering for the upset as well. But in a couple of hours, I'll be cheering for England. It is what it is.
On my way back to my PC, I was actually noticing Buddy over here was playing Call of Duty. So I'm long Activision just off of that. He was playing Call of Duty on his mobile. Like, there's Call of Duty on your phones now? Are you kidding me? This is how disconnected from the Call of Duty franchise I am. And I'm not like trying to call
I'm more disconnected than you are, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you on that one. I'm getting to that point where I just don't care about games anymore. From a guy who used to talk about video game this, video game that, video game this. I go home so late. I get home at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I walk my dog. I eat my dinner. I'm so exhausted. I just put on a game like a Raptors game or like a basketball game, and I'm passed out by that point.
I had a similar sort of thing because I love poker. And like right around when I started training, so I was out of school.
Are you coming to poker night December 3rd?
I just found out about it. I have to see what my schedule is with my.
You're coming
daughter.
no matter what.
It's not so simple as we're having poker night. I'm going to it.
It's that simple.
My family comes first, and if my daughter has something, then I have to make sure that I'm there because that's. Sorry, man.
I love poker. I get it.
But I used to come when I first started trading. I would come home and online poker was blowing up, and I'd trade all day, and then I would play poker in the evenings, online. And it did not take very long to realize how it just wasn't healthy because it was too much screen time. It was just a lot of the same, like you're hitting keys and you're playing 3 or 4 screens at once, where you're looking at 3 or 4 charts at once. It was like, you can't be doing that all day long and think it's going to be A, healthy for you, B, you'll be productive at it. And so I eventually got away from it, did more productive things with my evenings, and just focused on one or the other. So I know some people that like you game and you trade. Once you're trading all day long, I don't know how you could be just gaming.
You're so out of risk tolerance too. By the time you get home, like you just don't care about that game.
It's too much of the same thing.
Yeah.
But teach my kid poker so we can play together. She's 5. She's 5.
I don't know about that one.
No, I'm not going to teach my daughter poker. If she gets in, whatever. You like what you like. I've already taught her chess.
Okay,
She's
nice.
5 and she knows the rules of chess because I got no issues with that. But it's already 11 o'clock. It's been a fun one, guys. Don't sleep on Man U. It's at that $22 level, looking for that dip there. Hopefully it can hold out. But we're going to send it over to the midday. Go get them.
Yeah, I mean, there's some small cappers moving here. I bet like there's better small cappers today than I would say most days this week. Guys, I'm in Coop right now, scalping on my way up. Got long 63.29, scalped already in the 40s and in the 50s. So some nice winners already on Coop. Neil mentioned that 22 trade on Man U. I got in, I jumped in a little bit to tell you the truth. I'm long 22.13. I've got a tight stop through the break of the lower 90s on this one. It doesn't really matter to me. I can get right back in. So it's like a small loss possibly if it stops me out here. But the better story right now is Coop. Now we're printing 60s. Before I send you to the host here, we're going to take a little bit out there. Let's go. Print for me. Print. There we go. We get the fill up in the 90s, guys. Coop is printing. We are already going to spin that money because you know what? The fact of the matter is it's justified at the moment. Where are we with Coop? We've got 15% of the position left, and we are now going to flatten out through the break of the whole dollar at 64. Coop becomes an absolute monster. Looks like we got stopped out of our Man U position, though. No biggie about that one. That's a small loss. That was a quarter position. In any event, the big move here is on Coop CUP on the NQ. Let me know when you're ready. On the NQ, up 8. Almost 9% today, guys. So big winner there. We scalp out. But it seems like this one's got more legs. I mean, at the moment, we're printing 20s, 25s now, 64.25 on the ask. So this one headed to the upside. It doesn't look like we've got a lot of volume coming in here. Highest volume candle of the day. So plenty of momentum to that one for the upside. Let's flip back to Man U, though, and have a quick look at Man U and see where we could possibly get in or where we could possibly go short. Where are the levels and what is the chart telling us? So there's a clear area of support here at that 2165-ish area. The reason is there is a trough from a bull flag right there, but that also happens to be VWAP. Those two areas are corresponding. So there is a nice support area right there. We're going to take along at 2169. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So about 14 pennies from where we're at the moment. You know, that might be at the lower end of the level, but I'll risk it. I'm looking for a balance in and around this area and to reclaim at least 22. So I'll keep an eye on that one. My risk will be the break through the 50-period moving average, 21.47. So say about 10 pennies or so, maybe 10, 15 pennies, and we should. That will be our right on this one. There we go. Now we're moving down into the 70s on Man U, retracing nicely here. So let's see if we can get the dip trade. Now, if this trade doesn't work, I may start looking for a short. The short would have to be somewhere into 21, perhaps a little bit below 21. So this will be likely the last long I take if it doesn't go my way. So looking at Man U for a possible long, and if that doesn't work, then flipping to the short side. Coop continuing to print above 64. It looks like we made, let's see what the high idea on Coop is, 64.29. We're above 64 at the moment. The spread is opening up a bit. It's about 10 pennies, 64.14 on the ask and 05s on the bid. So this one, you know, the liquidity is decent, 2.61 million shares. It's a multi-day runner at that. So it's on a lot of people's scanners. You know, it shows up on your chart from the day before because you were trading it. So some interesting stuff going on here. And yeah, we're basically, I'm having a look at Man U, and I'm going to send you over now to my co-host. You guys remember this gentleman to my left by the name of Obi, and he was on with Bradley, I believe Tuesday it was, right?
Yeah, I think so, Tuesday. How's it going, everyone? Great to be back. Sorry for the delay. I was just setting up my charts, a little bit of login problems. Some of the trades that I took today I want to talk about. I was watching Amazon again. If you guys know that they had news today, actually, that in 40 different countries, because of Black Friday, they're having protests.
Huh.
So they're not happy with their pay, they're not happy with their conditions.
Eh?
So I was looking for a short on Amazon out the open, which it kind of gave it off that 94 area from last week here.
I can hear you.
But now we've kind of magneted back into that 94 area. Clearly, this 94 is an area of interest on Amazon.
Good stuff. What else? Is that the only trade you had on the day?
I had this one, and I was also looking at ATVI.
Okay.
I want to pull up ATVI. Now, ATVI, I think it was the FTC, were saying that they're likely to file a lawsuit trying to block Microsoft's bid for ATVI. So it was down about like 4% in the pre-market. Had a good continuation off of that. So I was short around 75.50. I didn't cover around 73. I wanted more, but I got a little too greedy. I ended up covering for like a 10-cent profit. But it is what it is. I'll be watching ATVI in the coming weeks for.
That's a multi-day player, eh?
Yeah, probably
Good.
because if it was up this much in anticipation of Microsoft's bid, then if there's troubles, then I would expect that move to kind of pull back and consolidate.
Yeah, and this the Biden Competition Bureau, if we could call it that, has shown an inclination to prevent what they call industry consolidation, any sort of monopoly. So I don't think they'll be shy to intervene if it has to. But yeah, that's it's always a volatile play. If you want volatility in a time of slow volatility, these merger stocks, buyout stocks that may face regulatory scrutiny are always quite volatile because they can always move on the news catalyst that that the Justice Department or whatever other department is going to approve or sue or whatever. So you end up getting some good volatility out of those stocks in a time of low volatility. Yeah, we're watching the World Cup here. Again, we're not going to do any spoilers because I think we upset a couple of our viewers who were recording it via PVR. So I can just tell you that an event has taken place. So if you want to update yourself on that, make the proper inquiries, so to speak. All right. Now, let's have a look back at menu. I'm sitting here with my dip trade at that 2169 area, 68, whatever. It came all the way down into the low mid 70s there, but didn't quite get me filled. The reason I'm looking for that particular area is because it is VWAP. But you know how some of these VWAP, the data that's gathered for some of these VWAP indicators is different on different platforms. So sometimes the levels are a little different, and where the majority of traders are looking may not be where you're looking. So I think that was the instance in this case. I should have had my VWAP a little bit higher, possibly into the mid 70s, looking to get filled there off that support that we talked about here, the trough, the bottom of that trough, as well as VWAP. So didn't get filled, but had the right idea. I don't know if the trend has changed. We did retrace quite a bit off that 23 pop, breaking through 22 to the downside. So this one retraced over $1 in about 5 minutes. So let's see if the trend has changed on this one. What I typically like to look for these type of, they're not too volatile, but they're up on the day. These type of uptrending stocks that are not extremely volatile, like 50% and up and stuff, is for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. So currently at 11:09, there will be a new 5-minute candle at 11:10. If that 5-minute candle goes above the level of 22.29, I may initiate a long. So that's what I'm looking for, the first 5-minute candle to make a new high.
All right, so Amazon looking like it's showing some strength off of yesterday's highs. Keeping a watch on it. At the same time, I'm watching Apple just to confirm some uptrend so I can feel more confident in taking Amazon long over here into the 94.50 break. But yeah, I also want to keep an eye on ES. Something I like to do is, sorry, I meant SPY. Something I like to do is remember that the SPY consists of market constituents. There's different stocks, like the top 5 that are that the SPY constitutes of are like Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla, and Google. So it's always a good idea just to keep an eye on those names to see what they're doing, to see if they're having a trend, see if any of those names are in at a key area that we want to watch, so that they could potentially dictate market moves. Because you know that on a day that if Apple is really, really strong, it's going to drag everything along with it. But also considering that this is a Thanksgiving weekend, happy Thanksgiving to everyone, that we can assume that volume is going to be pretty low and the moves are going to be kind of reserved in terms of just volume and momentum.
Absolutely, absolutely. What else are you looking at, Obi?
Nothing much more than that.
How do you locate the stocks on the day that you want to trade? So do you have a scanner? Do you have a watch list? How do you find your stocks? Tell the
So
viewers.
I have TradingView here. TradingView is by far, I think, in my opinion, one of the most underrated tools for trading in general. It has an amazing scanner. Every morning here, I'll pull it up here for you guys. Every morning here, as you can see, I have set up scanners and different things that update every 15 seconds. So for my pre-market scanner, it's just pretty simple. I'm looking for volume. I'm looking for if it's up on the day, and I'm looking for it to be above 50 cents. Right?
Cool.
Nothing too crazy, but yeah.
What are the parameters that you're entering into your scanner? Because our viewers and a lot of the show, we use trade ideas a lot, and I'm going to be employing that very soon. Prad uses it, Neil uses, Sean uses it. And the viewers now obviously have an opportunity to get a very good deal on the trade ideas. I believe Brendo was telling you guys about that earlier. So. The viewers, if they want to follow the way you use your scanner, what parameters do they enter so that they can follow your style on TradingView? Not TradingView, excuse me, Trade Ideas.
Sure. Just for pre-market, because since I'm not looking at too much, I just want there to be volume, right?
Cool.
Anything that's moving in pre-market, it'll usually have some volume. So this is a pretty simple parameters, above or equal 50 cents.
Okay.
Volume dollar price. So like I want it to have traded a certain amount of dollar volume in the pre-market.
Okay, by dollar volume, not shares. Cool.
Right.
I like that.
So because I want there to be money on the name.
Okay.
Right. So there's opportunity
you.
there to take from. So like anything from 100K to 750 mil,
Okay.
and a pre-market change above or below 5%.
Okay.
Either or. I have a scanner for pre-market gainers, pre-market
fantastic.
faders. And then during the market,
During the day, yep.
I throw on some other parameters.
You look for volume? Or
I'm
you
looking
look
for looking for market cap, anything above 50 million.
Okay.
Right. Volume anywhere from 2 million to 50 million, because again, now we've passed the pre-market levels, so
Yep.
I want there to be a significant amount of volume trading during the day.
Absolutely.
Again, above or equals 0 for price. I don't know why I have that in there, but I don't think there's any stocks that are negative price.
That's fine.
But yeah, I also have a high value above 50 for now. Just to make sure I'm grabbing, because like a lot of the large caps I already have eyes on.
Yeah.
A lot of the bigger names, like the FANG names and like
you were
Tesla and
mentioning
Berkshire.
earlier.
Yeah.
And the viewers are like very familiar with the big six. We always talk about that. The scanner for the big six. I always put them up here. Let's bring it down. Let's have a look at them now quickly, since you did bring it up. They're mostly doing nothing, and you don't have to be a super chart analyst to be able to read that. They're in a range. Some are above VWAP, some are below. I think it's a 3 to 3, 3 above, 3 below at the moment. But yeah, you know what? We didn't really expect that there would be too much change from these big names. I think the better play today is to look for anything doing volume, and the idea here is to probably get on that volume scanner and maybe look for something small to mid cap, and that is doing volume. Manu, I guess, fits that profile. So does Coop. A couple other names earlier this morning. Let's bring in the small cap chart over here. I was looking at EVDA. That's since pulled back. It made its move from that 270 all the way up to $5, but it broke below VWAP. Tried to reclaim it here around the 10:30 hour. Didn't do a good job. Got rejected right away. So it looks like the shorts are winning on this one. ENSC, kind of the same story a little bit. Made its move up almost up to 471, and then broke below VWAP. That's the story of these. This is what I've been noticing too, guys. I mean, like for anyone who wants to trade these halters safely, I've been noticing lately, maybe it's just this week, but it's lately that they'll have one or two good pops, and then you'll get an opportunity to short some of them. the longevity on some of them is not there at the moment. I just want to shout out Playmaker, who sent a $2 super chat in the chat. He's like, how about that DC stock? Yeah, absolutely. Dallas Cowboys are absolutely rocking it. I think the score yesterday didn't really reflect the dominance of the game. Anyway, Dallas comes out on top, gets the W, and is second in the NFC East. Do you follow football?
Not really, not really.
Okay,
I have a couple of family members who are pretty big on football, but
Right.
Not really for me.
It's a whole vibe right now. You know, a lot of the playoff pictures materializing and stuff. So you know, it's like more important time of the year. What do you got on board?
Nothing. I pulled up Novavax actually. I wanted to look at some of the vaccine names because I don't know if you've heard China's going back into lockdown.
Yeah.
There's new variants going around, so I want to keep an eye on these some of these vaccine takers to see if there's volume that might come back into them and be familiar with the price. You can see here Novavax this is the day chart here. It's hitting its recent lows. Rejecting off of this 25 area back down to 16. Now remember, during the pandemic, these tickers were up in the hundreds, 200s. So they have pulled back significantly. Well, obviously because COVID has kind of quelled down. But yeah, again, keeping an eye on some of these vaccine names. Let's check Moderna also. What's the ticker for Moderna?
mRNA.
Right. I would expect to see a similar chart on Moderna. Does not look like a similar chart. That's interesting. Novavax has been trending down while Moderna has been trending up.
Well, I think Moderna's got some good tailwinds. I'm speaking from a macro picture. I think that they may get some tailwinds with their lawsuit that they have for the use of the mRNA technology. I know they're suing Pfizer for that, claiming that Pfizer did, use their intellectual property. I think that whole delivery method, right? They're trying to kind of claim that entire delivery method through the recombinant DNA, or not recombinant DNA. Anyway, messenger RNA, that's what I mean. And I think they also, I think that may have applications to some other conditions. Cancer, people were saying cancer. I'm sure other applications are possible for that. So it's interesting what if they get the decision for the IP, what kind of company this could be. And I'm just speaking completely macro. I know that Tony used to be a lot better than me at talking about these biotech companies. I'm just kind of looking at it from a logical perspective, I guess. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what's happening at the moment. Man U. Now, look, what I've done on Man U is I'm looking for either an upside breakout trade or a dip long trade. Okay, the breakout trade is through this peak here, 22.31. Is where I would go long for possibly reclaiming 23, or I'm looking to take a dip off VWAP here. Let me just make sure that this VWAP is the same. What do I have here? A 3-minute chart. Let's flip to the 3-minute chart. And yeah, VWAP on this chart is 2173-ish. Okay, good, perfect. So I'm looking for a dip trade on VWAP here. If it breaks this level decisively, I'll punch out, and then I'm going to start looking short. But if it take a long off here, that's what I'm looking for. A possible dip long off VWAP through the north side. Let's see if this one can make its way down. I haven't adjusted my order in a while, and VWAP is creeping up. So I may have to make some adjustments with respect to the exact price. I want to shout out Sam Troy. Sends a $2.79. That's a specific number, but thank you for it. Canadian. Super chat saying Obi-Wan Kenobi, shouting you out, man.
Thanks, Sam Troy. Are you guys Star Wars fans? Because I definitely am.
Go for it.
So nothing. I got Bitcoin on watch only because I read this morning in the news that about 50%, over 50% of accounts since March 2020 are in the red. All wallets holding Bitcoin, I think it was a report by CoinDesk. All these wallets holding Bitcoin from March 2020, a lot of them are in the red today. So I'm starting to look at Bitcoin and related names like Mara and Riot, some of the miners, to see if they're going to give us some more downside potential for those anyone playing swing shorting or playing puts or looking for potential reversal off of this price action?
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. I've been hearing some data with respect to Bitcoin about how like 50% of the Bitcoin float or something like that, or 60%. Chat, fact check me on this if I'm accurate or not, or if I'm just off in my data. 50 or 60% of the Bitcoin is in wallets and it hasn't been sold in the last 2 years. So the people that are in Bitcoin, or the majority of the money that's in Bitcoin is staying put for the moment. So it's interesting. But then you hear different sentiment coming from like the likes of Kevin O'Leary, a friend of the show. I know he was on a TV show not that long ago, saying something to the effect of there's just no more money to come in and buy up Bitcoin, essentially hinting that regulation is required so that institutional money starts flowing into Bitcoin. The premise being that institutional money will not flow into Bitcoin until regulation comes in. That's the kind of the theory here. So, you know, it looks like there's new money required, I guess, for Bitcoins to come in. Or Bitcoin to start going up. It really depends on whose theory you like better. So yeah, I guess we'll continue to watch that one. Are you in any Bitcoin positions? Like, what's your knowledge about Bitcoin? Do you take an interest in it, or?
I've dabbled in some crypto in the past. Like I mentioned on the last show. Oh, nice. Prad's got some pizza over here for us.
Not for you.
Oh,
man.
not for me. Oh man.
That's nice.
Not lunchtime yet, eh? Lost my train
You're
of
talking
thought.
about crypto,
right? So I do have some Dogecoin.
You have some Doge?
I've been in and out of Bitcoin in the past, but I'm not too familiar with like the internal mechanics and like the decentralized workings of the crypto coin. But like in terms of like just trading the momentum, trading the price action on
do you
crypto,
believe
I
in
have done it.
The system of crypto, the fact that, you know, it is worth something, and it is the future. Like,
I think the concept, definitely. I think the concept is there. I think in terms of application, we don't really have it down to the most ideal scenario.
Right.
But yeah, because it's not necessarily decentral, because you have all of these exchanges that are pretty much running like banks, like FTX, but where it's not really a true decentralized system. So in theory, yes, it does have strong potential, but in real world application right now and how it's being applied, I think there's a long way to go. For crypto.
Well, there you go, guys. So you know how he feels about that. Let me just check the chat real quick to see if anyone fact checked me on that. Okay, so 80%. Some people are saying, Mark Knight saying 80% according to Glassnode. Okay. And then, Mark Knight again saying 80%. Okay, 90% of retail are holding BTC. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. All right, so not too many people in the way of fact checking there. But yeah, it was something like that. But, you know, there are two sides to see this. I guess even more than two sides, really. But there's two events. You're either a bull or a bear, or I guess neutral. So we'll see. Anyway, got into a short... Three sides, yeah. So I got into a short menu, short 21.90. I'm looking to scalp out some on the 80 level. Looks like we're printing 80s there. I get the fill. Looking now into the 70s a little bit here. Let's see if we can get into the mid 70s. We'll start scalping some out. Let's take out some at 75. Go ahead.
Sharif, I had a question for you.
Yeah, for sure.
I see that you're using like moving averages and VWAP a lot. I wanted to ask you, like, how do you really implement your VWAP? Is it you use it in every scenario? Are there niche scenarios that you're using it in? When are you risking off of it? When are you disregarding it? Like, how do you use VWAP?
That's a really good question. Yeah. So the idea that I use is I want to see if VWAP is being respected. First of all, identify it as a level, and I compare it in relation to where the price is. Sorry, I'm just printing huge here Odd Man U. We're going to spin that money. What a short called the top of that. That's lovely. We're going to de-risk a little bit over here. We've got 42% of the position left. We're still short 2190s. We're printing in the low 60s now. I'm going to look for the 50s before I take some out, but we just broke through VWAP. So apropos to what Obi was just asking me how I employ VWAP. I'll get to that one in a sec. Don't think I've forgotten, but I just want to get some out mid-50s here. There we go. We take some more out mid-50s. Are we going to see low 50s now? This is a big boy trade. Go ahead, Obi.
Nice,
I'll get back to that thing in a second. Yeah.
Yeah. Why I was asking you because one of my favorite books. It's more of like a textbook, but like one of my favorite market books is actually called Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. Have you heard of this book?
Of course. Who's it read by again?
John J. Murphy is the
yes.
author.
I actually have the PDF.
Absolutely amazing
Bible.
book. It has been considered the Bible by many traders. It talks about a lot of indicators and a lot of different market instruments that you can use to facilitate your trading. So
yeah,
great book.
I've read it twice and I've made notes on it.
Yeah.
But the second time around, I didn't make the notes all the way through. But it's definitely the first one that I really took seriously. I studied many people's courses. Like, by the way, full disclosure, I'm just telling you, I'm not really promoting anybody's system. I did Tim Sykes' system. I did Ross Cameron's Warrior Trading system. Yeah, I'm just saying, right? Like, the viewers have the right to know what I've learned and my path. So yeah, those are essentially it. And now I'm basically reading more textbook style rather than like guru style. So that's my my approach now, is to really look at it from more of like a long-term, how do I make money in the long-term type thing with this system, rather than how to make money super quick. Just want to take a bit more profits here. There we go. Is it giving me prints here? Come on. All right, so there we go. We take a little bit more there through the break of 50. Why is it not my flat key? There we go. We take some right at 50. Let's see if 50 holds here on Man U. This has been a hell of a trade. A hell of a trade through that 2190 short. I saw that, okay, the viewers probably wondering what's going on, because before I got into this trade, I told them I was looking for a dip bounce off VWAP. That's before I saw this flat bottom breakdown. If you watch the show, I'm always looking for this. An aggressive move down, a period of retracement or a period of consolidation, and then breaking the previous lows. The previous lows being in this location right here. So that's why I went short right here. In fact, I jumped it, right? Like the previous low is 2177. I said, nah, I'm gonna get in 2190, and that's why I jumped in. I'm still holding 16% of this position. We're printing in the low 40s now, ladies and gentlemen. This one is a 50 penny winner. So happy about that. Let me get back quickly to what Obi asked me earlier with respect to how I employ VWAP. So when I get into a stock, I'm automatically comparing where the current price is relative to VWAP, where VWAP is. That's what right away. I want to see if is it extended off VWAP or below VWAP. If it's a small capper, I won't trade it unless it's above VWAP. So right away, I'm looking for VWAP on my small cappers to see if it's above or below, see whether it's tradable. That's first and foremost. Second of all, then I start looking at how the price action respected or didn't respect VWAP on its ascent or descent, whatever its trajectory was. If it respected the level, then I have more of an inclination to employ it, to continue to employ it, because it's a level that's being respected. Sometimes I notice that the moving averages and VWAP are not being respected. Rather, it's the price action, price levels that are more in effect in some instances, right? So that's what you're trying to discern. Are these EMAs or VWAPs or whatever indicator you're using, are they the ones that market participants, other traders are using, or is it the price action? Are they actually price levels? So that's how I figure out right away whether whether I'm going to or not use it, right? With respect to actually using it in the system, it's so dependent. It's so situation dependent. Like you'd have to give me a particular situation, and I could tell you, okay, Obi, in this instance, I would do X, Y, and Z. I don't have a one-off system.
Right.
Right. Not the one that I can articulate anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty similar. I asked a lot of traders how they use their indicators, because like I think somebody was asking in the chat what the name of the book was. The name of the book is Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy, considered by some to be the Bible of trading. Again, I don't use all of the indicators. I don't know them inside and out. But Sharif said he's read the book a couple of times. Now, for sure, I've only gone through it once. I definitely will be going through it multiple times over again. But what that book really shows is that, like Sharif said, you have all of these indicators, and people use them all over the place. But it really matters where and when you use them, because the indicators have like an underlying formula that draw those lines on the chart, right? So they're made for specific niche scenarios.
Absolutely.
Like, for example, if you use something like certain indicators are meant for trending markets.
Right.
Certain indicators are meant for oscillating markets.
Absolutely.
Right? So if you're using different indicators in different markets, it's up to more of like a nuance and like a feel on the trader of how they're using that indicator for a given market. So.
No question about that. And he states that in the book, and he'll go over that specifically. He'll show you, even from, like, just to digress for a second, not with respect to indicators, but with respect to chart patterns. He'll tell you these are continuation patterns, these are reversal patterns, these are, these can go both ways. Like, for example, there's a head and shoulders. If you've read the book, then for example, he shows you that the head and shoulders pattern can also be a continuation pattern on occasion, right? If something to do with the neckline, he tries to point out some some point with the neckline, I think, in that instance. But the whole idea is that, you gotta, it's a sweet science, like boxing. You got to do it a lot in order to get good at it. And I think, a lot like boxing too, you get punched in the face a lot, but with L's, what I mean? So.
Have you done boxing before?
Yeah. I actually used to
nice.
box for about 3 years. A buddy of mine who did it for almost his lifetime was nice enough to train me for free. So every Saturday and Sunday we'd go meet at Good Life near my house, super early, 8 or 9, and we do an hour. So I get a couple hours in a week. So it's nice, man.
That's super cool. I used to do Muay Thai.
Nice.
I did Muay Thai for almost 5 years, and I was doing it on and off while I was in the school. But Muay Thai, definitely one of the martial arts I feel is very practical.
Oh,
for,
no question.
Street, not necessarily for street, but more like self-defense and also building discipline.
Yeah, no question about it. Boxing is more of a sweet science. Muay Thai is more of reality.
Like a butterfly sting like a bee?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What are you looking at right now, Obi? Are you in any trades at the moment? You want to?
Yeah, I'm actually in this Amazon short. So what I did is I tried to. We were talking about taking the long off the 94.5. It did finally manage to break above that 94 level and was pushing 94.50. I took the long, started not to work out, so I gave it back to the 94 and then shorted underneath the 94 because it did seem like it doesn't really want that 94 anymore. But we are 20 cents, I think, 20 cents in the money right now. Pushing towards low of day Amazon. Now I'm also looking at Apple over here. So I like that Apple is downtrending, trying to push towards its low of day. So if we break, you can see yesterday's low is actually low from a couple of days ago is around here too. Some consolidation in this area. So if we break this area on the markets, I feel like this short will have some good continuation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm looking for that 40.24 to the downside and that 450 to the high side on the ES. It's not marked here on my chart. Let's go ahead and put these in now. We want 450 to the high side. I might have to zoom out a bit. Let's go to the 10-minute chart for that. There we go. Bear with me here while I get this done. Jeez.
Yeah, no worries. Apparently, the book is for 25 euros on eBay, according to
John
Bert
J.
Zini.
Murphy?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So not too expensive, but again, why I really like that book is it talks about all of these indicators. When you're new to the markets, you see all of these lines on a chart.
Yeah.
You don't know what the hell you're looking at. You're like, what is this trend line? What is this support and resistance? What is this moving average? So the book really defines how they're used, when they're used. You don't have to use them if you don't want to, but I think it is beneficial for everyone to understand what these indicators do.
Shout out Sam Troy sending another 279 Canadian super chat saying these guys are rad. Keep it up. We appreciate you, brother. And yeah, we love our viewers. Without you guys, there would be no purpose to everything that we're doing at the moment. Quick update for you guys on my Man U short. Got out at that 21.40. So literally bottom wick, loving life. That is until, of course, a new bottom wick is made. At which point I'll be, you know, kicking myself for not holding more, but isn't that how it always works, right? But Man U and Coop have been my big boys on the day. I was really pleased with this bull flag continuation from Coop, and this one just jettisoned up. I didn't sadly get the top wick on this one, but hey, you know, still good. 64.10s I got out. It made its way up into the low 64.40s. Still a good trade. I'm trying to look for anything really going on at the moment, and I, you know, sadly to report that there is not anything going on. I see LIDAR, LIDR popping off here on my chart. Let's bring in LIDAR. That is a NASDAQ stock for anyone using P-Pro 8. Let's go here. LIDR. It's a dollar stock. You guys know how I feel about these dollar stocks. Boopy. Yeah, right? Because they're just, you know, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of them. I like $3 to $5 and up. So this one looks like it was a penny stock earlier in the day. In fact, it was before the bell. It was trading at that 90 penny range. But then all of a sudden at that 10:45 time slot, not sure why, don't see a news item here on my headline board, but at 10:45 or 10:50, it just jettisoned up and it really hasn't looked back. It's had two moments here of, you know, what you could call 5-minute consolidations, where they consolidate, pull back, you know, into a moving average or a price level, and then start trending back up. The way to play these ones, guys, and this is the way I play it, is either wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. So you'd have to switch from a 1-minute chart to a 5-minute chart, and in this case, you would have got the chance here. So look at this. In this instance, you have green, red, and then another green candle. But guess what? This one doesn't make a new high. Well, look at it. So you'd have to wait for this candle to break above the peak of this candle, which would have been at that 102, 103 level. So if you had taken the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, you were golden. I guess as golden as you could be for a dollar stock. But anyway, yeah, this one looks like it's continuing to the high side, kind of creating a bit of a top now at that 116 level. The volume dropping off just a smidge. I mean, it moved up to its highs here. Now it's just printing a few lower patterns. Do you trade some of these small cappers, or you're all about the big cap stuff?
No, lately I've just been sticking mainly to large caps and big caps, just like the FANG names, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla. I think XOM has been moving around too. XOM has been in the top 10 because the oil's been moving around too. But in terms of small to mid caps, I don't really take a look at them too much anymore. But if something is trading significantly more relative volume than normal, or if it's a name that I like to call them repeat offenders. It's had momentum in the past. It's made a move in the past. So like we can look left to identify certain key levels, and if those levels are any good, then yeah, sure, why not? I'm more than willing to take some of those.
I guess just volume related, I guess, for you then, eh? Like
yeah.
if it's doing the requisite volume and it's drawing a lot of eyes and
yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely more confident if it is one of those repeat offenders.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you call them repeat offenders. I call them former runners. Potato. Just really about what lingo we got used to. LIDAR creating a bit of a consolidation, horizontal movement, if I could call it that, 112 to 116 high. Let's see what this one does. I'm just calling it out for you guys because it's up 35% on the day. I'm unlikely to get into any trades. All right, let's talk about previous trades that we got into. Most specifically, Man U. Look at this one. So I literally did, Obi, get bottom wick on my last out on this. Pat on the shoulder for me. Happy, never get those. So they taste real good when you do get them. 21.40. I got my last cover. It's retraced back now into 21.80. Here's the key thing, guys. Here's what I'm looking for. this level here, this 20, let's say 21.85 to 22 level. Let's give it 15 pennies of range. But really the more technical level is a 22, obviously. Do we break above this level, or do we come up to it and then pull back? Because that's going to be the support and resistance level here. That's what we took our short on, recall. It was the flat bottom breakdown that caused us to initiate a short, and that flat bottom breakdown was based on that break of 22 to the downside, maybe 21.85. That's why I'm giving it 15 penny range. We're retracing now into the mid 2180s, so let's make our way up to 22 and possibly reject. If we don't reject off 22, guys, if we break above 22 to the high side, especially with some support look at this, just flew up to 22. This one making its way up very aggressively, but look, pulling back a little bit now. You could have scalped about 10 pennies. I'm not going to be in this. I want to see how this is going to act. 22, clearly a level. Do we break above it and stay above it? Not just break above it perfunctorily. No, we stay above it. Is that a word, guys? Perfunctory? Perfunctorily? I know what perfunctory means, but I'm trying to add my LYs on there, trying to make it sound fancy. But that's what I'm looking for, guys. I'm looking for that 22 break to the high side and to sustain above it. Otherwise, it's a nice short off 22, possibly breaking that 2140 and not giving me bottom wick.
Yeah, so market's pulling back here. Now remember that we are in holiday trading. There isn't much relative volume here. So like if you're looking for anything to catch a bid, it's not really looking like that's happening right now. But keeping eyes on Apple. I am in this Amazon short right here, as you can see, from around 93.70s. It's starting to work out pretty well. We're in 93.50. I want to see it fail off this 93.50 so we can push to the $93 off of this $0.50 again. This is convincing right here that Apple is pushing back below this 150 area. Now we know 150 psychological area. We've tested, we've orbited around there, so we're kind of pulling back off of that 150 on the daily. Again, low volume. I'm not expecting anything too crazy as it is a half day and the day before the weekend for Thanksgiving. So we were talking about Muay Thai earlier. Other than boxing, like, are you into any other like physical sports?
Yeah. I play soccer, football, and tennis. Those are my sports. I actually play tennis quite well. I love me some tennis, guys. I love lateral side movement, explosive movement off the line and stuff like that. I'm not really a good server. That's I never progressed to that level where I refine my serve, but I have good backhand, forehand are both strong. So, basically that's it. Football, I played in high school. I was a running back. Back then, you could play both ways. You could play defense and offense. I sometimes played safety, strong safety, but most of the time I just preferred being running back. Also, what else? Soccer, I kind of gave that up like in grade 10, 10th grade for our American friends. But yeah, I was a right winger or center forward, but I pursued other things. I always wanted to be different. My parents wanted me in soccer, but you know how you are when you're younger, right? You want to go your own way. You want to paint your own path, right? And that's kind of how it was. But I just want to digress for a second. OB, Man U doing basically what I called it out to do, which is flirt with that 22 level. It's been fighting that 22 level the better part of the last 2 minutes. A lot of, ton of volume is coming in at that 22 level, but it is rejecting. It is giving you opportunities with little risk. I mean, yes, it did breach 22, but it breached it by 2 or 3 pennies. So if you gave yourself a 5-10 cent stop, you're not out of the money. In fact, you're 15 pennies in the money. And this one, I'm not saying it's gonna bounce off here. The whole point is to enter a trade with an objective and being able to mitigate your risk at the same time. In this instance, you mitigate your risk by having a break of 22.10 or whatever you want to risk, 22.05. At this moment, I haven't been able to tell what it's going to do. Is it going to continue up, or are we going to get a trend back down and breaking that 21.40? But up 16% on the day. Nothing really else moving, maybe except Coop. Probably a lot of eyes are on looking at this one, OB. In fact, it's done 23 million shares. Man U. Man U's done 23 million.
What's the float on that?
That's a good question. Let's flip real quick. We go here, MANU. I'll get you that in a second.
While
I think I
while you
looked
look
at that
that up,
actually last time, Obi, I was looking at that with Prad. We looked at it, I think, on the Wednesday show or something. Anyway, it's 51 million.
Okay, so it's 51 million float, and it's done about 20
Yeah,
on the
so
day.
it's done
So it's
30 million. It's done 30 million shares, so it's done more than half the float rotation.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Yep. So I was we were talking about the exercise. I wanted to give you a funny story. I haven't really been active as much for the past couple of years. Just kind of been grinding just in front of the screen for most of the day. So a couple of days ago, our floor manager Greg was like, "Hey, let's go play some basketball." Now I haven't worked out or I haven't moved. My heart rate hasn't gone above my resting limit for more than 30 minutes for the past couple of years. So we went and we played ball for like a good 2 hours. All of yesterday, my body was so sore. You know, getting back into it, but yeah,
sore, though.
It's the good kind of sore.
Yeah,
it's the good kind of sore.
sore.
But like when you wake up like stiff and you can't even roll over, it's you might regret playing ball for 2 hours straight after having not played anything or haven't had any physical exercise for like a year and a half.
No, and I agree with you because like I exercise every day, obviously, and I played ball with Prad and Greg, and the next day I was kind of like really feeling it. It was like completely different to play a sport than to actually just exercise and do linear movements in the gym, you know, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I totally get you on that. Just quickly to reference to our viewers, Man U still holding below that 22 line. It's still acting as a clear level of resistance. It's just a matter of, you know, whether those shorts or longs win. And to be honest with you, looking at it so far, I can't tell you who comes out on top. I guess I'd be Nostradamus if I could, but 22 is that level. If you're short, all the power to you. You've got 2140 before you encounter any support to the downside. If you break that 2140, I think it could be all the way a free fall down to 21 and then possibly 20. Yeah, so this one, you know, when do the tables turn on this one? I mean, it's going to have green days, it's going to have red days. So long as a rumor is out there that this team is out for sale, and, you know, it's going to really be headline dependent. Oh, this person comes in with this amount for a bid. Oh, no, this institution is bidding this much. And there you go, flushing off that 22, 40 pennies. There you go. That 22 was a level. Thank you for that, Pradley over there hitting the toilet flush because I don't have that on my stream deck here. But that's exactly what it did. That 22 level ended up being big boy, Obi.
Yeah. I'm still watching Apple over here. It seems like this 147.50 area is starting to catch a bid. One of the first 15-minute green candles potentially forming, but we still have about 10 minutes for this candle to finish. But yeah, I'll be watching for the markets to slow down and see if it changes direction here.
Oh, guys, I just want to shout out, but I want to mention to you guys real quick that we have another giveaway coming up in the afternoon show, the closing show, excuse me, not the afternoon show, the close. It's going to be the same stream. You're not going to need to change streams. And there's going to be another giveaway for Trade Ideas. It's going to be another Trade Ideas giveaway. So make sure to stay tuned if you want to get, and what's the exact giveaway, Pradley? Just so I can mention it here. How long?
For 1 month.
1 month subscription on the house, guys. So, yeah. So that make sure to stay tuned for that. Back to Man U real quick. Now we're printing. We printed as low as high 50s. Now we're seeing some 70 prints, but the majority of the prints that are coming in are in the mid to high 60s. But this one looks like, at least for the moment, it's going to trend down. Now, the confirmation that we have a downtrend, here's what we're looking for. We're looking for a break of this low, the 2140 low. Now, we printed a high 50s here, so 6 months? Guys, correction. The Trade Ideas giveaway being given in the closing show is not just for 1 month. It is for 6 months. That's half a year.
All three of them.
All three of the giveaways being given at the closing show is going to be for 6 months. That's huge. I know when I was a new trader, I didn't want to be splurging on these expensive things because it was tough. I was trying to budget it. But let me tell you, having this paid for 6 months would have been a super assistive thing to me. Anyway.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty solid deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, so have you guys been trading any natural gas recently? Because natural gas has had some volume. There's ETFs like cold or boil that have been moving that I have eyes on. So yeah, in the chat, you guys been trading any natural gas or any commodities? Let us know. So I wanted to talk to Sharif about this Netflix show that he was talking about earlier, Ancient Apocalypse. I heard you and Pratt talking about it like last week. I actually watched the first episode of it last night.
What is it?
Ancient Apocalypse?
No, were you?
Ancient Apocalypse.
Were you telling me about that? No. Okay. No, I definitely don't know anything about that.
Oh, okay.
But talk about it. Feel free. Tell me about it.
Yeah,
I want to hear about it.
It's I think his name is Graham Hancock.
Okay. What's the premise of the show?
This guy is just he's visiting older ruins archaeological sites in search of an advanced civilization. But what I thought was pretty funny is the first episode. They're digging on this hill and they're saying that because the chamber is this deep, it must have been built at the date of the soil in that chamber, which dates like 22,000. It makes no sense to me because if I just dug a hole like 10 meters deep and the soil 10 meters deep is 20,000 years old, does that mean that I dug it 20,000 years ago?
Oh, I have no idea how
it makes no sense to me.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's some logical fallacies going on that show, but.
If we have any archaeologists in the chat, shout us out. Maybe there's an explanation that Obi and I need explaining on that. Guys, Coop has been a nice little retracement here ever since we got out through the break of 24. It's retraced quite nicely all the way down to VWAP. That's 62.30 for those wondering. That's a nice little, $2 retracement. But let's see what it's going to do around these levels. This is going to be the interesting thing here because do we bounce off VWAP here? It also happens to be the 50-period moving average. You guys know how much I love using the 50-period for these small cap crappers. The idea here is to look for a balance. I'm going to look for a new 3-minute candle to make a new high, not 5 this time. Yes, I am diversifying. Coop, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a new candle to make a new high, green candle to make a new high for possible bounce. Otherwise, let's see if it continues to the downside. Let's see what levels come into play if we do continue to the downside. I believe 62 is a good level as evidenced by these two peaks here, 62 to 61.75. That is an interesting area because that's where the close of these candles were, whereas these are just wicks. So I give it a bit of a range, that 62 to 61.75 if we break VWAP currently where we're at the moment. Man U, let's talk about Man U. This one, it's got to make a new low. It's got to make a new low below 21.40 for there to be an obvious trend change here. Otherwise, this is just a momentary pullback on the way to make a new high. The current new high, the recent high, that 22.02 or whatever, just a perfunctory break of 22. But if we get a major break, like moving up to 22.20, then that would be a trend continuation. We're looking right now to see whether the trend is going to continue or whether the trend is going to revert. Sorry, I can't even say that. If it goes down, if it breaks below 21.40, it's not a trend change. Then this is a micro trend on a bigger macro downtrend. So that's a mistake from my part. We're just waiting to see whether there's continuation or a reversal.
I just want to say thank you to Sam Troy for the $5 super chat. He's telling us to keep it up.
Sounds good. Canadian.
Thank you. So I pulled up Tesla just to see where we're at on Tesla. I haven't pulled up any EV tickers in a while. It seems like today we kind of went to test that 180, 190 area, but pulled back right off. it does look like Tesla may or may not want this 185. Sorry, it's stuck in this range between 185 and 180. I'm looking at these areas to see if I can take a trade off of this.
Cool. How's that Amazon short doing?
The Amazon short is still working, still a work in progress. It's almost back to my entry, so I'm looking for a potential out. I do have a stop in mind.
So you don't scalp out. You like wait for the entire move and then you take your position out in one area?
It really depends what I'm doing for on the day. Like if I'm more of like if I'm looking right now, for example, I'm looking to short off of that 94 area resistance. We know that it's tested this 94 area multiple times. It's recycled it. It's kind of orbited it. So like I'm trying to take opportunities every time it kind of gives.
You're playing the range.
Yeah, off the range of the 94. Yeah, that's how I'm taking it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean that's kind of safe trading, and why not do it that way, right? If you have the ability to identify those levels, play off them. All the power to you. Good trading there, Obi. And look, it just show you his patience. By the way, something that I try to work on a lot is something that he's showing. He's been holding that Amazon short for the better part of an hour. I mean, it took him some time to set up, but he's been holding on to that bad boy for a bit. So good on him for that. Looking at Manu still, I like the pattern that it's forming at the moment. I'll tell you the truth. It's just a matter of, moving on and testing these levels, breaking them or holding them or whatever Manu is going to do. But, the chart on Manu looks fantastic. There are trades to be had here. There are levels that it's respecting. Clearly that 22 level was respected. Clearly that 23 level was respected. So let's see if we can get some good trades on that. Even though we've only got like literally 3 minutes left, and then we do send you back to Prad, Ed, Neil on our right here at the big desk. They'll be taking you guys in for the next not couple of hours, just 1 hour actually. They'll be taking you in for the last hour of trading. I guess you could call this power hour because it is going to close. I don't know. But yeah, the idea is they're going to be taking you through, and we'll be gone. I'm going to get a haircut today.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah.
You have a barber?
Yeah, the guy down the road from here.
Oh no way. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, I gotta find a new barber. You guys can see that I have a relatively new haircut today, or a couple days ago. But it's always crazy trying to find a new barber because when your barber is gone for the weekend, on holiday, when you go to a different guy, you never know what you're gonna get. I asked the guy for a fade. He kind of botched up the fade, and I was like, nah, just do a zero, just make it clean. I'm not gonna give up the rest of my long hair because he messed up the fade. I was like, just do a zero. We'll make it look acceptable for now. But yeah, I definitely need a proper fade once this side grows back a little bit.
Yeah, Manu looking to test 22 again, curling back up. I'm more inclined to feel that this is a trend reversal rather than just a retracement back to a key resistance level, especially that will be confirmed if we break above 22 with any degree of vigor. We want to, break up to 22.20, 22.25. It's got to break through and close. A 3-minute candle's got to close, or a 1-minute candle, whatever your standard of time frame is. There's no hard and fast rule for this one, but it looks more likely to break above 22. Either way, I've got no bias. The move's got to happen for me to take it. That 21.40 though, that breaks. I'm looking definitely short. You could even make an argument for 21.50 here, but the wick is at 40, whereas the close of this candle is at 49, so more like 50. Those are the levels that are in play for me on Manu. Coop bouncing off that VWAP. So at least for the moment, Coop respecting that level, retracing back about 50 pennies or so. So yeah, this has been a decent trading day with respect to technical analysis using levels and levels being respected, et cetera, et cetera. It's been a blast to have you guys. I'll be back on Monday with Pradley. We'll be taking you over for the afternoon show. But from Obi and I, we say have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll see you guys Monday.
Have a good one.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah, it is 12 o'clock. I almost said 2 there. 12 o'clock, 1 hour to go before we wrap things up for a Black Friday edition of trading. Hope your day is off to a pretty good start. I mean, it feels like it's flying by because it kind of is. Volume slowing down, volatility slowing down. There are still a few things moving that we'll get into here in the final hour of trade for a Friday. Here's how the market looks right now. We are positive overall. For the S&P and the Dow, it is the NASDAQ that's lagging. That we had a little bit of weakness in the pre-market we were talking about with some tech stocks. A bit of follow through here, but nice day for the Dow, up half, 0.05 for the S&P, TSX 0.49 there for futures here anyways in Toronto. The rest kind of red, 1.8 there downside. For Brazil, 0.25% for crude oil. Remember, that was down more than 2% this morning. Bitcoin and Ethereum also back in negative territory. There's the board, a bit mixed overall as expected. Dead flat up here for the market itself, 0.06 right now. This is the tech group down here. Semiconductors, the main laggard today as far as semis are concerned. Enphase, clean energy name, doing pretty well, back to the upside, about 2%. Software names and hardware equipment names, all positive outside of Apple. On that Foxconn note, we'll have a look at Apple coming up here. Wanted to point out some of these names right here. These are the retailers. Look at Home Depot having a pretty good day, 2.25% back to the upside for HD. Tasco, Amazon, though, both downside, offsetting that. ATVI, 4%, a big mover today. On a possible FTC investigation into that deal with Microsoft. Netflix is here, downside. Match.com, Google and Google, both in the red as well. ALB, notable mover there in the materials group, also down on a headline this morning. But overall, hey, it's a flat day. As expected, it was all about individual names this morning. If you were joining us with the pre-market, make sure you are. Every day at 8:30, we get you ready for the open at 9:30. Grab the watch list and then come join us at 8:30. We get you all set. Neil's here. He's going to lead the way this afternoon and talk a little bit about one of his trades from this morning.
Your trade of the day is always brought to you by Day Trade the World. You know it's Manchester United today. It's Man U. It's been all about that all day long in terms of a trend trade. And let's be real for a second. Like this has been propped up by some deal speculation. Chance that there's going to be a buyer. We don't know who it's going to be or the price potentially of any kind of a deal. But what you can pay attention to is the price action the last 3 sessions. I mean, on your daily chart, this is the last 3 days. Breaking 13, right into resistance at 13.50, gapping the resistance on Wednesday, 16.5 into 19. Of course, we had Thursday, Thanksgiving, and the half day today, another big boom. So if you're trading on a holiday shortened day or a lighter volume style of market, you want to take advantage of what's moving. It was already gapping in the pre-market again, so you know what's in play. B, there's a catalyst behind it, a potential floor being put on the stock that you can take advantage of. So I just knew that I liked the long, but it's not as simple as I know what direction I want to be trading. So we've got the stock gapping up with a 20 bottom in the pre-market, and it makes a push early. Like I sit down around 7 or so I see it gradually go up to 20.50, but this is very early on, light volume at this particular point. I decide I want to take the same approach that I was trading on Wednesday afternoon, which is buying dips and consolidations, holding them through the break, buying more in the next consolidation, and continuing to play the trend up. Given that, I saw it break tops, I looked to get in, took a fill right before 8 o'clock, which I don't usually like trading that time of day. You saw it dip into that consolidation level. You get all those dark pool dumping, and it's too early for me, so I get out essentially flat and decide to regroup. I could have held on to it, was absolutely fine. But once we got a little bit closer to the open at about 8:45 or so, 15 minutes after we came on air, I started scalping into this. 40s long into that high, up at that 65, 70 area, and then wait for the dip at the open. Now, this came before the open when it dipped down. And I got those 20s, and it was looking okay for a little bit. We actually got a fill up here, take about a 30-cent win on it, but there's one thing that was not going to let happen to me. I knew I wanted to be long and probably only looking for longs. But on a day where I know there's light volume, there's no chance I was going to let this fill the gap. So at the open, I had my stop. I got stopped out, and I would rather take this stop out 10 times out of 10 than have it backfill that gap to 19 even. I anticipate that if it really flushed, you could have had a liquidity event. It is a half day. You could have had a liquidity event back into 19. What it told me on Wednesday was if it's going to trend up, you're going to be able to get back in. If your focus is in the right place, you're going to be able to get back on the train and the trend. Now, I did miss that immediate snapback, but once it broke that pre-market high, it's back to business. Break of the high, first consolidation, right back in here at 2040. This is where you start going into work. You're long, scalp it inside, taking some for 20 cents, taking some for 35, 40 cents. But what happens when it breaks the high again? Next level up, I'm getting 21s, much tighter range here. Takes them out in front of the top for about 20 cents. Hold for the next push. Now, the next push was huge. When it took out 21.50, it was cleaned at 22. And the reason I got this out here, you got a wick top at an even $1.22 level, so it takes it out upside. Throw my trail. If it breaks that 22, most stocks, I'd be looking for short entries when you get a move like this and a wick top at 22, but it was enough for me to get out. Not some of it. I was actually out of everything when it got to 22. By this point, if you just had it at the open, you've already gotten 2040s. You've already been able to add easily at 21. The stock is giving you $22. So pretty good day on it, but there's still more dip to be had. Allow it to make a previous bottom. Is that higher than the previous resistance? Answer yes. Long yes. So back into the long, scalp some to the high, hold for the next curl, fails at 22.50, rinse and repeat, exactly the same thing, get some out on the way up. I did have one short that I thought better of almost instantaneously, got out of it pretty much flat. And then the last end of the day here, you're not expecting a ton of volume going into the close on a half day. So it's again held some support after breaking VWAP, doing some scalping off for the low. But the key thing is, on a day like today, you want to look for something that's trending. You want something that's doing volume, and you want to be able to join that trend. This is one of the only names out there that was worth it to get in, get out, continue trading it throughout the most of the session. Find what moves. There's a reason this was on our free watch list and at the top of the list, because you knew Man U was going to be active and the opportunities would be there. That's your trade of the day, brought to you as always by Day Trade the World.
And it was a busy morning, even though we were dealing with a bit of a quiet market, including Man U, obviously still just an absolute monster today, although it has come off the highs, as Neil was saying. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure we've updated the image. Thanks to Lucas for that. We've updated the image there. That gives you a look at what you will get. Make sure you grab that every single day. Just hit that link, enter your email address, and then it just comes to your inbox. It's very, very simple. Here is Disney right now. The initial move on this was actually down, but we're back to the upside. I mean, let's be honest, it's not really doing anything. Disney CEO Bob Iger apparently saying park prices are too steep. That's according to the New York Post just a few minutes ago. So heads up on Disney, a little bit of volume came in there. I'm sure there are lots and lots of people who have been there lately who would definitely agree. Not only the admission price is too steep, but everything once you're inside, obviously a little steep as well. There's that, and then there's this little I incorporated, which is AEYE incorporated up on, I mean, the last news story I see here was November 21st, but LIDR is the ticker. A couple of different ones here moving, guys.
The rent is too damn high. That's anytime I feel like it's too expensive, I think about the. It was American politics. I forget where the guy was from. I think it was New York. The rent is too damn high. But thank you. Look at the chat. Thank you guys so much. I'm seeing like this hashtag. It's weird to see a hashtag in the chat, but I'll take it. We love TTV. I'm assuming you mean us, Trader TV. That's who we are. We love you guys even more. And as a matter of fact, if you tune into the morning show, you know we had a little something for you. But I want to get to Disney, and then we'll talk about a little something else that's coming back. You like free things, it's Black Friday. You're going to get something here today. You'll get a chance at something here today, which we think is an absolute great opportunity. But yeah, look, Disney, everything moved to the downside initially, right? But most of these names gave you this wick bottom and then have been trending to the upside. The question is what can hold trend and what can't. This has been bouncing off VWAP. I do see an opportunity for a trade here as long as it holds its consolidation, but you got to scalp. Are you breaking the highs? Very unlikely. Less than an hour to go. Volume is likely to taper off a little bit. And just to give you an idea of what I mean, I love, this chart's not good. I just remember that Macy's doesn't want to show me anything between 10:15, before 10:15 on my 3-minute chart. But I love this Macy's break. And if you were trading on Wednesday or watching on Wednesday, you probably heard me say, or maybe it was even I probably said it on Monday too, or either way, it doesn't make a difference. If we break out of the channel to the upside, Macy's could really go. Now Macy's is broken. It can't get past 23.75, so it broke the high, 65s. Couldn't get past 75. I'm still long. You can see I'm still long this thing at 66. I'm now scalping it out in a 10-cent range. Like that's what you got to be willing to do that. So yes, I look at level breaks like this, consolidation breaks, and a stock like Macy's, which you know can make 10% moves, and only up 1% today, but you got to temper your expectations. It might just be that I'm getting out of this if it breaks 60, and every time it goes 5 to 10 cents in the money, I'm taking it out because that's the new risk to reward. I was previously going to give it to 50. There's not enough time to give it that wide of a berth and hold for a bigger move, so it looks great, but I'm going to be scalping this, and I think you have to look for those types of opportunities this afternoon, Brad.
Yeah, you guys were talking about Disney. I've heard a lot of complaints about the fast track system that they have and how it's an absolute scam. You pay this extra money and you still stand in line. It's overcrowded. It's overpriced, Brendo was saying. I've never been to any Disneylands or Disney Universe or anything. Maybe one day. Yeah, never been to any of the Disney theme parks, maybe one day. So I don't really know the pain that people are complaining about, but I can kind of get that idea of the Canada's Wonderland. I know how much of a scam those fast tracks are in those theme parks.
Whoa. You don't trash talk Canada's Wonderland.
No, the fast track systems are scams. You're paying for a fast track, but you're still standing in line for hours for a simple ride. You know, the only thing you can get on is like the tea and cup saucer ride with the fast track early.
Okay, I'm gonna drop a secret for you guys. But anyways, because it's look, man, it's a half day, it's an afternoon, it's Friday. So a group of my friends in high school got this genius idea that if we all get, so Canada's Wonderland is the big theme park, probably the biggest theme park in Canada, right? Think of it like a Six Flags. So all my buddies in high school, at least about, I think it was like 7 or 8 of us, decided we would all one summer, our last year, we'd all get jobs at Canada's Wonderland. And then we'd have people in every single part of the park. And then we would just hook each other up.
Nice.
So now we had a dude in games, we had some people on food. I worked on rides, we had a few people on rides. And one thing you learn when you work on the rides is, if you're willing to complain enough about something, they had something that was called an exit pass, right? And something goes wrong, like legitimately, like something goes wrong, blah, 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 whatever, you talk to a supervisor and they'll give you an exit pass, which basically means for the rest of the day, you can walk up the exit and get on the next car that's going, bypassing the entire line.
Oh, wow.
Now, if you happen to be in my friend crew, the fact that we worked there was your exit pass. Like the whole summer, I wasn't waiting in line for anything, because if you just said this person has an exit pass, they could just walk up, and no one's even checking these things, and if you know the person working the line, you're good to go. Now, I'm not saying go out there and just make up complaints about things, but I mean, it's a life hack, it works.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is, there's always things, it's just good customer service to do it. I don't know if it works at Disney. I'm gonna imagine it's way harder at Disney than it would be at Canada's Wonderland, and maybe they've changed that policy, but that was gold, man. People get that exit pass, they walk up, you want to sit in the front car, you sit in the front car, and you're not waiting in line for the entire day. And all you had to do was make some legitimate complaint. Now, you might have to make something up, and if you're too moral to do that, I totally respect that. But it was a fun summer, man. We had a guy on food. We had a guy in the calf. The dude on games wouldn't hook anybody up. That was the real problem. He wasn't really doing any hookups on the games.
That's not the homie.
Which wasn't cool. But
That's not the homie.
trust me when I tell you, on rides, we were doing all kinds of nonsense stuff. Like, I could tell you ways that you could bypass. I'm sure they fixed this, 100% sure. But there were ways that you could, 2 rides in particular, I won't say what they were, at Canada's Wonderland, from inside the ride, you could release the restraint from inside the ride. No lie. I won't tell you which ones they are because it's not cool.
It's the wooden one for sure.
And it was really hard.
It's a wooden one for sure.
And it was really hard to do. But if you knew how to do it, like it didn't go upside down. It's not like you were in any trouble. But yeah, let's just say it was possible. Now that we've talked about that,
it's not safe at all.
I want to get back to the market for a quick second here because I'm still in bloody Intel here. And it just broke back down below VWAP. But if we're not breaking lows of the day on anything, man, like anything that's inside of the pocket, take shares out inside of the pocket. So now we're back below 50. I'm going to continue to get some out. I told you guys all about Macy's, what we want to do there. But Man U is where it's at. Manchester United continues to be the stock that's going. Like I told you guys in the trade of the day, enter 3 times, that it's now doing this range here. So about 21.40 on the bottom. I got a 65 price. If I buy more, it should be in the 50s. But I just got some out in front of like 80s for about 20 cents. I should be offering more in front of 22 because we might just hold this 50-cent range for the rest of the day, which is only 45 minutes. And if that's the case, you want to go barcode where you can. I have traded for a while. I got gray hair, you guys can see. It is pretty rare that you get massive extension outside of the range on this particular day because it's, U.S. Thanksgiving, everyone's doing their shopping, everyone's got a little bit of that hangover. The big moves are in the morning, and you don't want to overtrade this time. If you're in something and it sets up, there's nothing wrong with that. But very few things are continuing breakouts. I showed you guys that with Macy's, and I think that's one of the issues. Now, because Manu's up so much as I'm going to even drop this bid back even further because as much as it's been holding up nicely and it might not break a new high, if it breaks this low, there's a lot of people possibly profit taking. There's more risk to this breaking and having a big move down, in my opinion, than there is for it to go higher. So I probably want to get an even better price in front of 2140. So if that stops out, I'm not letting it gap fill on me. You don't want to give away, if you make money on a half day or you have good trades on a half day, you don't want to throw it away on the lowest volume of the day. So I think there's more risk to this rug pulling after being profitable all day long. And I get really discretionary about where we're going to be able to get into these longs. Just going to, before I head to you, Brad, I'm sorry to run on here, but I didn't want to mention Amazon because I got wicked out on Amazon. And I had to get rid of this silly 99 wick, but this has been chilling in a pretty good range to VWAP here that I think you can take in front of, it's about 94, maybe to like 90, 93 and a half down there. I think you can maybe short that, but I'm looking for the inside. I'm not sure we get a breakdown. It feels like if there's going to be a move, it feels like it is going to be a breakdown. That's at least where I'm leaning.
Yeah, I'm currently still in that short on Amazon from the opening hours of the day. So still holding on to that short, 93.93. Wow, didn't even, that's a pretty sick coincidence. 93.93 is my average on that position, and currently 30 cents or so in the money on Amazon. Pinduoduo continues to pay us profits, but sadly it did pull back to where our average price is at the moment. We did take some out when we were 30 cents in the money at the $65 area for Pinduoduo. We already know the Chinese ADRs have been moving way too much based on catalysts from China, such as your regulators probing the companies. You also have the COVID coming in and out, the fear of COVID, the cases of COVID, the numbers going up and down all over the place. So messing with the Chinese economy once again, sadly, and Baba, Pinduoduo have been two of my best trades on the board today. Sorry, I didn't even trade Baba. Pinduoduo has been one of my best trades on the board today. Still waiting to see what Apple wants to do over here. Apple, I typed in MA. Apple near 148 right now, around VWAP, just like the S&P 500 market. The market is pretty much dead. You guys know there's not much time left over here. About 40 minutes left before the market officially closes down for the day. As the show is on me right now, I want to show you guys what Neil was talking about, which is the upcoming giveaway in about 10-20 minutes or so. Use code hashtag WeLoveTTV. Use it only once. If you type it more than 2 times or 3 times, you see this feature that says anti-spam, automatically mark users ineligible that post the keyword more than 3 times. So if you post hashtag WeLoveTTV more than 3 times, it will uneligibilize you from the thing. So make sure you don't do that to yourself. Put the code in there for yourself and be ready to win some fun gifts coming in. One more code over here, and then the other code is on Twitter, which you have to, I think Barry vs. Bull has been sharing that Twitter link, but I'll post it in the chat over here. We have it?
You got it?
Yeah, I got the link. Here's the link. It's in the chat. Make sure you're also retweeting that post in order to be eligible for the second or the third code, the third final code, which is 6 months. That's not a joke. 6 months of trade ideas, which is basically like a good $400, $500 worth. I don't know how much it's per month. I think it's like
I mean, they have different packages, but that's upwards of $600 worth of value. And to be honest, if you're trading, guys, like I'll tell you, you guys know that I've spoken candidly. We've all spoken candidly about the fact that we do use it. So we would never, we have one affiliate kind of for a reason. We don't really ask anything on this show, but several traders have been using this for years. Like this is this is like Trade IDs has been a tool on the trading floor longer than we've been doing Trader TV Live, quite frankly. But I was sort of talking about, like, I like to look at the movers. You want to be trading what's actionable. They've got a lot to offer. You can customize your layouts. And by the way, I know we've said this before, but if you see us, like, you might see me flip to mine or show you guys the race or the stocks I'm watching or the layout, and you're like, I'm too lazy to put one together. You can always DM us because you can actually share layouts. Like how I have mine built and what I'm looking at, anybody can look at that. So I don't care. Like Sean's layout for trade ideas, Brendan's, Prad's. If you're curious and you're just like, well, let's see what one looks like. What are you guys watching? You can do that, and you can DM us or maybe reach out to marketing at tradertv.live, and there's a way to actually share those in the cloud, and you can just literally log in and get exactly the same layout that each of us have if you really wanted to. So it's fantastic. Make sure, but only hit it once. Only put in that We Love TTV. Only put it in once. I don't want anyone to be ineligible, but it's Black Friday. And we're all about giving away things for free, obviously, because that's essentially what we do every single day here, just to grow this community, and a fantastic one it is. I'm happy to say that some people did actually short Man U. I've only been looking in one direction all day. So when it failed at 23, like when it failed at 22, I didn't short it. When it failed at 23, I really wasn't looking for it. But it might start to print, and if it breaks this 40, I'm out. So I reloaded with a better price to get myself a 50 price and risk almost like the minimum amount, right? So there it goes. It's just broken that 40 level, so I'm now out. When you go back to the well, eventually the water runs dry if you're only going in one direction in the trade. But I'm not getting stubborn about it. I'm not going to hold on to it till like oblivion. If the market comes in, I'm still holding some NEO. I think I just get another leg out. He's got another leg out of Intel, 45. I'm on the bid at 41 if it goes to the low of the day. And then we'll see what happens. Obviously, I don't have any big cap names here. I don't see them moving a ton. So if something's inside the range, I don't mind it. I was looking at some of those. I was looking at Coop a little bit to see if that one would continue, but it's kind of putting me to sleep here. Like this really needs to break out of this consolidation, get through like 63 and a quarter or something, and head back toward the high. Like I'm not chasing anything. I want to be sitting good in a trend or catch something that's breaking out or breaking down. This needs to go a little bit more before it's back on my radar.
Yeah, I love watching those buyout stocks, especially with some news that comes out. So today we know that Activision's back on board over there as the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, coming in with some blocks for sadly Activision over here. I think before the show started, Neil, myself, and somebody else, I forget who it was, we were actually talking about Activision. I forget who we were talking to.
Man.
Was it Brankles?
Yeah,
it was Brankles. We were talking to Brankles about Activision.
Nobody else here at that time.
Yeah, you're right. We were talking about, Neil basically said, look, that deal looked like it was going to fall through a long time ago. It's been trading $20, $30 away from the buyout price. And now with the negative catalyst coming in a little bit more, the stock is sadly down 4.20% to the downside today, trading around $73 and actually holding up at 73. It's a decent spot for it. We're always looking for news articles on these buyout stocks because they move these positions quite a bit. And Activision, if it starts moving in a decent range again, you'll start seeing me trade that position a lot more. So I'm very excited to see what happens for the Activision's future over here. And also being, maybe I can't say being a gamer, but being an ex-gamer, I like to keep a track about what's going on with these companies such as Activision, EA Sports, and a bunch of other baskets such as Take-Two, Roblox, and the name just keeps on going up there to the north side as more game dev companies are becoming public these days. Our imbalance is going to come out today.
Yes.
I would expect them to come out. There should not be any difference in the mechanism. I think Neil's going to step in here.
The process mechanically, because there's always a close, but as long as the market's open, there is a closing mechanism. It's just that everything goes to 1 o'clock instead of 4 o'clock. So you still get the net order imbalances coming through. It's still 10 minutes before the close. So at 12:50, you should see the imbalances come through. We'll give them to you live. I don't expect much, but we'll give them to you live just like normal. But that'll be at 12:50. Brennan?
DWAC trying to squeeze here into said close. Approaching 8%, guys. Just took out the highs there. Might have got some stops run because a ton of volume went off at the highs there for DWAC.
I remember to pay for shorts.
DWAC absolutely squeezing right now. My chart's not just, it's taking a second to load up, but we know how much fun DWAC is always whenever that stock moves around. And whenever DWAC moves around, you can bet your best dollar that PHUN Funware is most likely trying to sympathy leech off of DWAC over there too. So let DWAC load up. We'll go to PHUN here real quick. Let's see what Fun looks like as I might have to relog on my platform, but you guys know what we're looking at. DWAC, Fun, all those stocks are always fun to look at.
Always, and I see, like, I'm trying to follow the chat as well as pay for locates on DWAC and then sort of manage the trades that I'm in. But I just saw, who was it in there? It was Brian Taz. He says, acknowledge me, I need to have my feelings validated. I must have missed something there, but if you say I need to have my feelings validated, I don't know. If something's getting you down today, let me know about it, man. We'll say what's up to you there. Ask me a question. I got no issues, but I said trade something that moves. DWAC's moving. Now, the trade I've been looking for pretty much the entire day, I did say was that 25 level and a failed break of 25. So it just broke 25 and got to 25.18. And you're seeing it sort of slow down a little bit. It's done less than 1 million shares worth of volume A, so I don't think you can size it like the way you would normally do it. But the last time I shorted this stock was exactly the same thing, except on the way down, which was shorting at 25. I got like 24.90s. I was giving it to the wick top. I took $1 on it and it fell another 4 because I suck. And so I'm seeing kind of the same opportunity, but this is obviously a stronger trend to the upside, and I want to see it failing this 25 level. So that's the higher time frame. This is what it looks like right now on your 3, and it's kind of back and forth. It's made this high at 25.18. If it keeps pressing, if it holds above 25, doesn't press and break, maybe get past the quarters, hangs out here, and then flushes through 25, I'd look to short it, ideally at like 95 or like 99 or something like this, give it to the high of the day and play it back to first consolidation and potentially VWAP. So that's a setup I usually like on DWAC. Because of the lack of volatility here today, I don't think you want to be super aggressive with any counter trend trades in terms of like how many shares you put on or chasing it too far down, thinking it's going to go into some kind of a halt and then give you a push all the way to the low of the day or anything. But I do like that setup, and I have been waiting for it. So I'm going to try to put that one on here in DWAC. I think I just missed, whatever. I'll get to Macy's in a second, but that just missed me by a penny to get my rinse and repeat and then just take this 5 and 10 cent scalp trade it's been giving over and over again.
Yeah, we're looking at my software is back up and running, so we're good to go. I just lost internet connection. I had to restart it for a quick second over there. Thankfully, this computer is a lot faster than my computer, so did not have to worry about the issue too much over there.
We literally have all exactly the same spec.
That's cap.
We all have the same spec PCs.
That's cap.
That's cap. The trading desks are literally identical.
No.
The space between the monitors, the cameras, the PC, everything is exactly the same.
No.
Maybe
Neil and Sean's PCs are beefed up.
Okay, hold on a second. Somebody I know, and everyone knows that Google, when you have 1 million tabs open, like it just chews memory alive. So maybe if you have 150 tabs open, and your experience is different from Sean and myself, maybe that has something to do with it.
Fair.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
You're not saying what
I don't know why this is still a bull. Thank you very much for that, John Mark.
Good point.
A lot of times, I know it's like basically been sitting outside of like this Macy's long, and I just got DWAC. Outside of this Macy's long, and then going long on Manu, like it's been mostly looking for short opportunities throughout the day. So I'm not going to sit there and pretend that I've been particularly bullish on the market today. We just sometimes forget, oh yeah, we're supposed to do this. We're supposed to flip it. I just want to make sure I got my stop order in there. And then get some bids out there on DWAC. We'll see what happens. It's not rocket science. It's not exactly at the high of the day, but it's a few pennies off the high of the day that I'm willing to give this Mark II. And then I take the first out 1-to-1 all the way down into VWAP. So just got DWAC, and we're going to flip it to the bear with only 30 minutes to go. Remember, in about 1 minute, we're going to actually do this. So somebody's going to get 6 months free with trade ideas, fantastic value, and just want to shout out to them and thank them. Not just for I actually have this really good hoodie. I love a good hoodie. Yeah. Thanks, Michael.
I love that merch. It's very soft.
It's a comfortable hoodie. My whole thing about hoodies, and I think we need to do this with the Trader TV ones, is I gotta have like a zipper on it.
Oh yeah, zipper
Because
ones are nice.
I'm the kind of person, like, if I get too hot, too cold, I like to be able to take it on and off and that kind of thing. So I dislike it if I have to do all this, especially when I'm on the show. Like, that's just a pain in the butt. But yeah, these are pretty nice. We'll get to it in a quick second there, but a couple of other names. I see you guys, I see, what was it, Michael G talking about Carvana. I didn't look at this one today. I know we've been trading this one pretty heavily the last couple of weeks, at least definitely the last week or so, to be sure. And there's been some fantastic short opportunities off this. But it's got, yeah, it didn't reclaim, it never actually broke that 650 bottom. So if anything, I was kind of looking at double bottom. Would it break back out? This is it on the daily chart, if we can come here for Lucas. I don't know. Sorry, Lucas. I know you're busy, man. Fahad's not here today. So Lucas is basically doing everything by himself. So this bounced off the daily chart bottom. And I've been looking for it maybe to break back up and then put another lower high for this trend, but I guess you didn't really get that. Like, it never really got through that next level to the 9. It's been sitting inside. I can't really touch a stock when it does this. Now, it gave you an obvious support at 770 because that was Wednesday's support. But outside of that, that would have been the one place I would have been looking. You could just bottom pick that, and now you're waiting for it to break out. Now, could this break out next week? Sure. Could it fail this now 840 level? Roll through 770 and get back to the 650 bottom. Those would be the two things I'm watching for on Carvana. I don't really see much of a trade here for this afternoon because it's inside the pocket. It could break 10, I suppose. You're running out of time for that to even happen. As it just got to 1230. I don't know if we're still going to get an early look on the imbalances, just simply because that's an outside source that does it. So I can't really speak to whether or not we'll be able to get that from Financial Juice. If we do, we'll let you know what that is. But overall, we'll still get the normal imbalances when they come public.
No, that's not the Financial Juice number. We're gonna quickly go through some guys. Reminder: I see KL in the chat saying, "Do we have to re-enter for the drawing?" Yeah, you have to re-enter, and the code's different. It's #WeLoveTTV. We'll give you another 5 to 10 minutes over here. I want to take a quick second to thank everyone who sent us super chats and renewed their membership. We got a bunch of them over here in the morning. Crypto Newbie, James Chow, Laura Kinsul, Antonio Ricardo, ASV Prakash. All of you, thank you for renewing your Trader TV Live membership. We appreciate all the love and support. Even on this half-day Friday, you coming in, showing up, hitting that like button, and look what you're getting just for showing up. Just for showing up, someone got a free Trade Ideas 6-month subscription. You're about to get another one, and you can sign up for another one using our Twitter post. We got a couple messages from, obviously, who else? Playmaker88, $2 super chat from Playmaker.
He's happy.
Saying, how about that DC stock to Sharif? That Dallas Cowboy stock.
Oh, Dallas Cowboys.
That Dallas Cowboy stock. So yeah, that's a good one over there. Sharif and Obi rocking it today, says Sam Troy with the $3 super chat. Thank you for that, my friend.
Yeah, what about Obi today, right?
Yeah, Obi killing it today. Sharif and Obi rocking it today. Danny Chavez, what's that book called again? Obi, since you are right behind me, what's that book called?
Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J.
Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. That's the book. Danny Chavez, thank you for the $3 super chat. Looks like we did cover all the super chats. Once again, #WeLoveTTV. Don't type it more than 2 or 3 times. If you do type it more than 3 times, it will uneligibilize you to that giveaway. So make sure you only type it once. I'm gonna make, you know me, I make words up. Algoable, uneligibilize. So make sure that you are using the code only once, #WeLoveTTV. Let's say in the next 7 minutes, we're gonna draw people.
I love you, Brad. I would say, okay, so I'm an old man and a nerd, so I should try to make this correct. It will render you ineligible.
Ineligible, thank you.
Yeah, it'll render you ineligible if you spam the chat.
I don't know what the word was.
Eligibilize. That reminds me of that. Like, it's like what was the dude from Friday when he was on Fresh Prince, and he's John Witherspoon was on Fresh Prince, and they go skydiving and he gets stuck in a tree, and they're both hanging, and they're like, okay, we got to swing over and like try to like swing this way, and I'll be able to release you. And he's like, yeah, get your momentum going, and he's like, momentum. Momentum. I don't know.
That's
so
a good
we gotta
one.
like to have a little bit of fun. It's all about having some fun here. You're not getting gigantic moves. Like I said, the only trade I put on you was getting into this DWAC. It's put another wick top off, by the way. So it just did another test through 25, didn't get through the high. Under some circumstances, you would see me add to this after I see another wick high. Just like, I like it even more. Nah, Not on this day. There's 25 minutes left in the day. This is like get flat kind of situation. Like you're looking to get out of trades, not put on more. And even as I say that, it's like I don't get any push to VWAP. I'll just, as Intel comes down more, like I'm just going to keep getting on the bid toward the low of the day and rinse and repeat. And I'm also going to do a few things here because you would have seen me in NEO. And I'll, you know what, I'm going to say this now because I'll probably have to get out of this at like 10:10. But just as a lesson, if you're ever trading on a holiday day like today, a lot of times if you identify something that you really like for entry or breakout or an initial move that looks super strong, that's where you want to get it in, right? Like you've got, it's kind of like when you're in poker and the blinds start going up and you just, at some point you just got to be able to get it in. So when you know the volume's not going to be there, if something really sets up for you, it might just be the opening trade, right? So that's what NEO ended up being. For the simple reason, it was gapping, all the Chinese names were gapping down on no news, and the only stock that wasn't gapping past a key level was NIO. And if you looked at Wednesday's bottom, so it broke out at 10:30. I'll just zoom in on the 15-minute here. So it broke out at 10:30 on Wednesday. It then supported 10:35. It then had a 10:35 bottom when I sat down at 7 a.m., and then that 10:30 level was the actual pre-market low. So it basically showed you the same breakout and support channel on Wednesday with the entire group gapping down, and it was still giving you this break of that key level right at the open. But that was it. Like you could have got 1020s back in there, and then that's giving you 10 cents. But that one move is essentially your alpha. And as I look at Tesla, I like Tesla short today. Right? If you didn't get in at the open, that's your trade. It broke. I even said I like if it's beneath 86, I just want to be looking shorts on Tesla. If you didn't get it right away, forget about it. It's given you an opportunity to get back in, but I was really not favoring a lot of big cap being aggressive after that opening rush. So I just kind of stayed away from it a little bit there, but. On these holidays, you got to be willing to sort of get that first trade in and understand you might not get a bigger move than that one. I thought that's an important lesson for everyone to understand. I just got a little bit out of DWAC there, so I don't know. I'll do some Gronk spikes because, hey man, the Dallas Cowboys aren't the only team that won, Playmaker. I know the Bills weren't very impressive.
No, they were not.
They shouldn't. But Josh Allen's hurt. The elbow's not right. You can see that when he's playing, but they gutted it out. They were clutch when they had to be, and this time, with less than half a minute on the clock, we were the team that basically made the magic happen. And it's like when you know they got to go deep over the middle to set up a field goal, you still let the number one receiver in the league get open down the middle. It's like even you know what's coming. You know what route Diggs is running, right? You know Gabe's on the outside. You know where Diggs is going. You know he's going deep middle for 25 to 40 yards. You got two people on him, and you still can't stop it from happening because that's just how good the Bills are. That's how. And this dude's doing it with a sprained ACL or UCL joint. That's what Josh Allen does. Howitzer, we got the W. That's all that really matters as far as I'm concerned. But some moves still happening in the overall market there. I'm going to continue to massage DWAC. If it gets to 70s, I want to have at least half out. If it gets to VWAP, I want to be all out of this thing and then take a shot at it. I see someone talking about TSM going down. If TSM is going down, yeah, so that's actually at the low of the day. Why isn't Intel at the low of the day if this is at the low of the day? That's what's killing me. Like, Intel should already be at the bottom if TSM's at the bottom. But that's not even that big of a move, 25 cents. That's what you're looking for. If you're short this off VWAP, now I'd be getting some out because, like everything else, the biggest move was right at the open. And then at 10 o'clock, reestablishing that range in there. But I feel like we've given them enough time. I want to see who this winner is, Brad.
That TSM 82 breakdown was supposed to be my trade. Sadly, no alert set up and no trade for me, so I missed out on it. Now that you mention it, I look back on it and it makes me upset. Yeah, I got to set those alerts. And that's what Trade Ideas comes into play for. Got to set those alerts. Brendo in our work chat saying LIDR starting to go again. LIDAR bouncing off of VWAP at the moment, going north. Neil said he wants to see the giveaway going already. But I think we'll give
rush it,
two more minutes. We'll get up to 12:40, so a couple more people to enroll up in there. We got about 438 people ready to be eligible for that giveaway. Once again, 2 more minutes, 1 more minute. Use code WeLoveTTV, hashtag WeLoveTTV to be ready to sign up for that code that's coming out in the next few minutes for you guys over there on Trader TV. Coming back to a couple positions that I'm in, I like how Neil said massaging DWAC. So that's sadly exactly the opposite thing happening to me over here. I'm getting beat up instead of me being able to massage my trade. Pinduo Duo, which was a successful short for the most part of the day, now going above the 50-period EMA. I think I'm just going to walk away from that trade. I don't want to turn my second best stock on the day negative. That's the worst thing to do, especially as we only have about, 20 minutes left over here till the end of the day today, and Amazon getting ready to go back up north too. So we'll jump out of Amazon over here. No trades on the day left for me right now. I'd much rather wait to see how the imbalance locator numbers come out, how the financial juice number comes out, and see which way the market's getting ready to rebalance themselves going into the weekend. But lower volume type of day, I'm not expecting too big of a number to come out. I believe that's what Neil mentioned too. Not expecting too big of a number.
It'll be small.
It'll be small, so we'll keep that in mind. Is it 12:40 yet? It is 12:40. So let's draw this winner over here. Drum roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who ends up winning. We got a member who usually is in the chat all the time. That's good.
Yeah, buddy.
I like that. Go for it.
Diamond Realty of Miami. Look, we love giving it away to anybody, but certainly when it's a long-time member and someone that we've all seen sort of as a part of the community. So congratulations, Diamond Realty. There you go. You got it. It's a heck of a lot of fun. Who doesn't love giving things away? But the truth of it is, like, we feel like you guys give to us on a daily basis, right? Like, it's not. And Prad knows this, right? It's not necessarily an easy thing to do to live trade and sort of talk about the markets. Sean and I did this internally before we went to YouTube for almost a full year. So if it just seems like I know what I'm doing, I'm talking about it, it's because I got a lot of practice doing it. Because I was mostly introverted and just kind of in my own head when I'm trading. And the ability to sort of open it up is not an easy thing. And you guys do a fantastic job of sort of keeping us grounded, giving us ideas to talk about in the market, and we just love our community so much, and we want to thank you guys. So congratulations again, Diamond Realty. Enjoy Trade Ideas. It's great. Use it for that 6 months. If you got any questions about it, ask us. If you want to look at one of our layouts, just DM us. You can literally get our layout if you want, and just sort of copy that as a basis of where to go from. So thank you guys so much, and congratulations once again. Thank you, Trade Ideas, as well. Michael Noss was on today, as usual, giving some fantastic ideas.
Just want to add on to that, Diamond Realty. Make sure you email marketing@tradertv.live. Live or con? Live. TraderTV.live. So email marketing@tradertv.live with a screenshot of your channel page, off your homepage channel. Kind of shows us proof that you are who you are. I mean, we know who you are. We've seen you in the chat, month after month after month. But just to give Justin and whoever who's handling the email and the giveaway, make sure you send proof that this is you on that email, and Justin will help you out with the 6-month free subscription for Trade Ideas. Once again, thank you for everyone who enrolled. Thank you for everyone who's showing love and support. And shout out to the 2 YouTube winners. Keep in mind, we still have one more giveaway coming up on Twitter. So go repost that tweet, and there's one more chance for one of you to claim that 6-month subscription.
Yeah, just to come back to it here, if we come to my screen for a second, there is one. We're doing 3, right? We did one in the morning show. It's all been one stream today, but we did one in the morning. We just did one now for the viewers. But you can always just, like, Trader TV Live, follow the account first of all. Follow us all if you get an opportunity to do so. I think it's fantastic free content, which is what we're all about. But just simply retweet this tweet. Easy to find. We just want to make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to be in. Only one person can win the last one, but everyone has an opportunity, and this is the kind of thing we enjoy having the ability to be able to do for you guys. With only about 15 minutes to go, I'll answer the question again because someone just asked, are we going to have the imbalances? I cannot promise you that they will be exciting, but in 6 minutes, as normal, 10 minutes before the close, there will be the net order imbalances coming through now. Because of that, I'm starting to trim positions. I said Macy's might not make a big break. So I've been scalping near 65 to like 70 and 75. That's it. And that's all there is. I'm going to continue to have to just get out of this one. Even DWAC is kind of slowed down. Get away from my 15. Obviously, it's made some big moves here, but now look at it. Now it's just sitting here in this 20-cent channel. Maybe that's it. So I'm going to get inside here again. Maybe pop on. Where am I sitting now? I'm sitting at 40. Why would I ever? You should never sit at like 45. okay, I was about to move my orders and it just flashed down. I actually just got 80s, and I'm sitting here at 70 as well. So that's starting to come down, but I don't know if it's getting VWAP at this point. There's not enough activity on it. So it's that setup. It's the wick top through 25 even. I've been looking for that trade for a while now. I did it last time I did this, and you can see it come back in. So we'll ring the register on DWAC, put it in the gates of hell for this afternoon. And I'm also going to get this one out of the way. Canada plays a little bit later on, but at 2 o'clock, England will be playing the United States of America.
Sadly, I was looking at when was the last time England won a World Cup, because you see there's only one star above the England logo right here.
Why you gotta bring up old stuff, yo?
You know, I mean, you were probably you were probably alive for when they won the World Cup last time. But you know, it's been a while since they've done that. So maybe, hopefully, this could be their year, and you could relive 2 World Cups watching England winning. I'll shut up.
Why you always gotta talk about my age, man?
1966 goes chat. Hey, the chat knows.
You're not
the
gonna be young.
knows.
A couple of things first. One, you're not gonna be young forever. So get it out of your system. But 2, I was obviously not alive in 19. You guys don't really think I was. I know I'm not older, but I'm not that old. Okay, I'm not that old. It's 1966. You kidding me? Although, hey man, I think I would look great if I was born in '66, but I'm not. And England's probably going to have a W, and I will be supporting them. But I said it in the morning show. I support them because I had a family member that played for the national team.
Oh, for England?
So I had a cousin that played. He played for Liverpool.
Wow.
I had another cousin who played for the English national basketball team. He played at Georgia Tech, his college ball. So, and I have family in Leicester as well. A lot of family in Leicester. So that's the reason. I'm a Canadian
awesome.
through
I
and
didn't know
through,
that.
but it's because of that. That's why I support England. It's nothing to do with Canada being a colony or anything nonsense like that. I just have family there. So, Brendo, what's up, bud?
One I just noticed here, guys, popping up on a relative volume and relative strength scanner, Salesforce, and I bring this to everyone's attention for next week specifically. Wednesday next week we get earnings from CRM, but look at how beautiful this chart looks today, just bouncing along this high, just attempting or waiting for a breakout to come here, guys, for CRM. Again, earnings Wednesday next week for Salesforce.
Yeah, I think we get Salesforce and Snowflake on the same day, if I'm not mistaken. I know Snowflake's next week. I want to say you might get them on the same day, which if you don't, either way, both those, there's not that many names left in big tech that's going to be interesting. Just got to adjust my stop order there because I have less shares on DWAC. So I'm going to get my bid down in here in front of VWAP. I think this one will be relatively successful. I think the thing about a holiday is don't get into something that doesn't set up, right? I've only gotten into one trade because it gave me one of my favorite setups. And it's not like it's even doing anything crazy at the moment, but it popped in. And I waited for the fail break. When it was here at 10:30, you probably heard me say I was waiting for a fail break at 25. And that was my entry point. Fail break at 25. I could have shorted in front of it, and it would have worked absolutely fantastically, but it didn't matter. I was waiting for my setup, and I only wanted what I wanted. I'm just going to get out of NEO here. Adjust my bid, I think I should say, because it's not going anywhere. I'm going to tighten my stop. I'm not going to take any more. And bounces in 2 minutes, running out of time on the day. This is where you say, going to need to exit things. If it's not going to flush any further, I'm just going to have to accept that. So just more managing the trades, maybe get out of some more Macy's there. And if you're watching the overall market in some of these bigger tech names, this is what's I'm looking over at NEO and Intel, the names that I'm sure, as Amazon starts rolling over and the market starts slowly grinding back down to the low of the day. And if you're not getting a bigger move in the stock you're in, well, you might not get it because it looks like we're going to be selling into these imbalances.
Yeah, market selling off. Makes me upset that I punched out of my Amazon short, honestly. I mean, no real reason to punch out of it except for the fact that I felt like this market's dead. What are we going to really do going into the close? But I guess we are going to sell off going into the close as the UVXY is back above VWAP. Here's the UVXY chart. Back above VWAP, back above the 100-period EMA, and actually trying to go up north. Not sure if we can go all the way back to the high a day, but we are going up to the north side at the moment on UVXY, which means points, a down move on both of these markets. NASDAQ still in the red. S&P 500, which was positive for a good amount of period of day today, is now also back into the red slightly, 0.06% only. So here goes Amazon back to the downside. I'm expecting maybe Pinduoduo is doing the same thing. No, Pinduoduo is actually still at the very same spot that we were short at. So nothing really going on over here for ourselves. Couple super chats coming in. One for Obi. Thank you, Sam Troy, for supporting Obi over there. I believe Sam Troy was the viewer who came into work one day with the Blue Jays jersey. If I remember, I think that was Sam because he donated us $50 saying, hey, I'm outside. I think so. I think this was the same Sam. Please let us know if it is you. And then he's also sending us a super chat over here saying, we adore you guys for your hard work. Hey,
we adore you.
We adore you guys for showing up on a Friday like today. Like I said, if I was you guys, I would have probably been like, forget this. I'm taking an extra long weekend. I'm not logging into any of my trading software. But here you are watching us, showing us support, trading with us, and sending us all the love and super chats and all of that. So thank you for all that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
market going down.
The market's coming down here. I've seen a couple of people ask about thoughts on Man U. I'll get to those in a quick second and bounces in three seconds, but I don't know that anything's going to happen in Man U because it hasn't broken the channel all afternoon. But here they come. You'll see them start to update there. Apple, 700,000 to buy. Not a heck of a lot. I mean, KD, no. That's not Google. AMD is a very small 275,000 buy on AMD, 265 on Alphabet. So you are seeing it looks like very, very small buying bounces. Amazon 250,000 to buy, 220 now as it starts to pair off. So it is pretty much to the buy side. Like Intel's a couple 100,000 shares, but these are a fraction of what they normally might be. So it feels like the net number is likely to come out a bit if I had to guess, but not a gigantic one. I got stopped out of Man U and haven't traded it since. It just might not do anything, quite frankly. Like I wouldn't be surprised if it just sat right here, sat in the pocket and didn't do a thing for the last 10 minutes. I felt like if it was going to break down, it should have already happened. I got stopped out. And then it proceeded to just give you that 30 cents right back. But you had to pick where you wanted to get it in good and maybe where not to hang on to it. But I'm going to get out of pretty much everything here on Macy's. I didn't get the full fill there. I got a partial there at 70. So I'll probably just have to get it all out at 68. I don't want this, you know what? I'm just going to hit the bid. Give me a break. This is actually starting to come down now. It's like this is what will happen at the end of the day. Like I was just chasing the last of it. Instead of punching 65 or 66 right away when I started coming down, I just paid an extra couple of cents on the last of my shares. That's what happens to liquidity at the end of the day. And it's one thing if you're in the money on something, but you just saw, like you start like chasing it down. When everyone starts getting out of dodge in the same direction, you don't want to get caught. So I'm just going to start wrapping things up for myself. NEO's above VWAP. The best example, I think this is the best example of sometimes your best trade on a day like today is going to be that first one. So you want to have a plan of action. That's why we were still on early. We went through the normal, make a plan, have the stocks you're looking at. I never got into Alibaba. It was NEO, it was Alibaba, and I think it was and Tesla were the first ones we talked about. But Baba didn't really set up for the short. I liked it off 77. It just only flushed. Tesla, the level was good, but I didn't get into it. NEO was right there, but I think I even stopped into NEO like 9. My order filled at like 9:30 almost exactly. Like it was so quick. It might have even been right before the open that I got ticked into it, like as we were probably talking about and getting ready for the bell. Thank you again for the super chat there. Another one, Sam Troy, $20. You're amazing, brother. We love you guys. And it's great to have, like you said, it's great to be able to have not just a reason to come in, but like you guys give us material. Like we don't have a script or anything. Like I'm not reading a teleprompter. Like
No.
we're not. And ultimately, if we just sat there only talking about the things that we see, it would be pretty difficult to do. So you guys give us ample opportunity, not just to discuss our trades, but to go over things that you guys see. As I say that, just as I'm wrapping these up, Intel just broke the low of the day. When in doubt, short Intel.
Here's a good question.
It just always goes down, right?
Since the market ends at 1 p.m. today, in the next 7 minutes,
Yes.
Is there after hours? And if there is, does it go up to all the way 8 p.m. like it usually does?
I don't know.
That's a good question. The chat's asking.
As far as my understanding would be, is that like there should be still aftermarket liquidity. Like I mean, like actual trading on the gateways that you're allowed to in a normal fashion. As to whether those hours are normal, I really don't know that.
Yeah.
Because
Some
quite
people saying 5
frankly,
p.m.
Yeah, like 5 p.m. That makes sense. But there was no. Yeah, like I don't think on a half day I would never be inclined to still be sticking around.
For sure.
Like, I'll be honest with you guys. I think I told you guys my anniversary was this week because a lot of traders tend to like to get married this time of year because then you do get the lower volume. So when I had my honeymoon, I wasn't missing as much for trading. But we didn't do a ton on Tuesday because we're working this week. But 1 o'clock's going to hit. I'm not lingering much because my wife and I are going away for the weekend. So we want to beat some traffic, get to Niagara-on-the-Lake, where we absolutely love it. That's where we got married, so we're going back there. So you'll see me get out of here a quick time. It ended up coming out $907 million to buy, which was a heck of a lot bigger than I anticipated. Thankfully, Intel went down anyways, and now that it's at the low of the day and I see it's a buy and balance, I'm just going to get it all out at the low. So as usual, shorting Intel and holding on to it for the entire day has more or less paid. It just always works. It's a short till it's not. NEO's actually grinding higher, so I'm just going to get out of it where it lies instead of waiting around for it. I still have that last little bit of DWAC, so I want to see if I can still get a little bit more in the bid, but I will tighten my stop on this. With only 5 minutes to go, I don't want this breaking and even getting to 25 at this point, but maybe we'll give it a little bit to see if it can fall further. You can't necessarily expect the home runs. I'm also going to double check to make sure that I've canceled all my script orders and stops. And you heard Sean and I say this all the time. I'm not making this up. There was one time a trader left a script order, and next thing you know, like right at like 4 o'clock, it was like seconds after, you get triggered and you get put into position. You don't want that to happen to you. It's easy. Just have a habit and a routine. Make sure you don't have open orders out there. You think it will never happen to me. But if you think something will never happen to you and then, oh, I'm not that person, you're the person it's most likely to happen to because it means you're not aware of the fact that it could be you, so you're not really guarding against it. So I always want to be really conscious of it. So I've canceled all my scripts. I'm just dealing with the last of this DWAC. And then I don't really have any. If people keep coming back to Man U, and it's like I don't really have anything to say about Man U outside of, oh, it did break down. I thought the risk was to the downside, but I didn't see a trade going into the close. Looks like people are taking profits, but I think that can happen. Like when you do this for 3 days in a row, even if a deal eventually happens and that Benzinga report from Wednesday ends up being right about the price potentially being in the mid to high 20s, it has room to go to the upside. But I mean, people just got 13 into the 20s. I mean, well, who wouldn't bank that if they had an opportunity to, even a swing trade? Like this break at 15 and a half, if you just had that, or if you just took the open off of that break with a stop maybe back into 14 on the swing, even that trade is likely pretty happy to take 21s out from risk to reward. Like that'd be, like the open here is like a 16.50 long, $2.50 worth of risk on that. You mean to tell me they're not going to want to lock in 4 to 4.5 going into the weekend? Probably not. That's almost 2 to 1 on their trade. So I can see why there would have been some profit taking there.
Yeah, even though the number was 907 million buy, Neil, the market's actually going down. Amazon's pulling down over here. I expected Amazon to go up with that 907 million buy number, but looks like we're still seeing some selling coming into the market. Let's quickly go see what Apple's doing, because Apple, kind of the ringleader of the overall market, stuck to 148 right now, around VWAP, down 2% on the day. Sadly, we will be ending the market as you see what direction this beautiful little puppet is. He's a bear, and sadly we will be most likely ending the market right over here. I can't see the S&P 500 ending green on the day today, and NASDAQ for sure not ending green. Make sure that you guys are hitting that like as we are coming to the end of these shows over here, and have a great weekend, obviously, without fail. We will be coming back Monday. I will not be here on the morning show. I think Sean is back in the hot seat. Back. Yeah, Sean is back on the hot seat, so I know a lot of people will be excited for that. I will be back most likely back on my chair. Yeah, what's up?
So we'll have to just. Everybody remind me and remind Sean and I to discuss, because we went to the basketball game with Fahad. And you guys know Fahad's a bit of a character, right? So we got some stories. There's no time to tell them now because like 2 minutes left, and I'm getting out of here like really quick because I want to make sure I beat some traffic. But there's some good stories that we got to be able to tell.
I can't wait.
So next week, just remind me if I forget about it at some point when the market slows down on Monday. Just ask Sean or I about some Fahad stuff. We had a great time. The Raptors got their butts kicked.
Their seats, guys, I saw the pictures nice, and I saw the images, and their seats were beautiful.
But the Raptors had all 3 of their best players were out. And the Nets had Siakam was out, Van Vliet was out, Scotty Barnes wasn't playing. So our top 3 players are not there. And of course the Nets had KD, the Nets had Kyrie, and the Nets had Ben
Did you
Simmons
go
all-
watch Nets
they
again?
were
We
all
went to
playing.
go watch the Nets too, right? Last year?
I mean, if you get I mean, you're going to want to pick games that are
Yeah,
good
fair.
players, right? So.
I tried to pick the one with Ja in it, and it was sold out,
was
or we
quick
didn't
time.
have any tickets, so for sure couldn't see Ja. I'm going to go watch the one with
he's
the
legit, man.
Pacers, Indiana Pacers game in March. Pretty much the same tickets,
They
the
got
company
good.
tickets.
I like a couple of dudes on the Pacers, but Ja Morant,
Ja's a monster.
that's my dude.
Ja's a monster. You don't mess with that dude.
That's my dude. Like if there's Luka's a great player, Jokic's a great player, but Ja Morant is the next. He's the next guy. He's the next dude in the NBA. That's like, okay, well, is somebody just going to take over and be at that level where they can take their team? He hasn't got there yet.
Part of his demeanor reminds me of
he's a
Allen Iverson a little bit.
He's got. See, the thing, Allen Iverson was a great player. But Ja Morant his basketball IQ is through the roof, his athleticism through the roof. But he's not just his athleticism.
Dude,
he's got a
flies.
savvy to his game. He's got his leadership skills. He's an excellent passer. Like it's just a great all-round game. And he's a good leader, man. Like he's confident and sure of himself without being, too overconfident that he's just cocky and all that stuff. But we only have like 15 seconds to go here. So we're gonna get the countdown. Oh, gotta hit the countdown first. Who's on the bell? Who we got on the bell?
We got Leo on the bell.
Oh,
He's
Leo's
a trainee.
on the bell. There he is, trainee on the floor. Leo ringing in 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Thank
There
you,
it is.
Leo.
Thank you very much, Leo. So first of all, I want to thank Leo for ringing the bell, but also for being here today. Like a lot of traders on a day like today, you're like, there's not that much happening, and you got to take some time off and sort of, just give yourself a little bit of a break every now and then. And this is one of those times that you might do it, but sometimes you just want to show up and take advantage of the opportunities. A lot of it was just Man U. Like we talked about, and I want to thank everybody for showing up there today, and congratulations to everybody that won the first of the 2 giveaways for the 6 months free on Trade Ideas. You still can get the third, and now all you have to do is just find the Trade TV Live Twitter and then just retweet the tweet about the giveaway, and you're still eligible for that one. But it's been a fantastic and fun show. I don't think the market finished up, but let's see how we did finish off. Anyways, Brendo.
Yeah, it was quiet to start, quiet to end. As expected, here we go. Dead flat for the S&P 500, 0.03 when all is said and done. To the downside, the Dow 0.45 holds on to a bit of a gain. We were up more than 0.5% at one point. Was a little bit of strength here in small cap land. The Russell 2000 specifically 0.4. The NASDAQ, though, 0.52, 0.7 to the downside for the composite and the 100. The good news, however, the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all positive on the week. So there's that.
Yeah, so I mean, better week than it was day, but that's okay. There was still trading opportunities out there. I'm just curious because I know Man U was making moves. I just wanted to see where we ended up closing. Yeah, it ended up closing at 21, so you did get a little bit of a flush there. That's still up 12.5%. That's your trade of the day, but also that was probably the one opportunity this morning that kind of kept going, and that's what you want to look out for. But as always, I want to give a big shout out to Lucas. Lucas was on the 1s and 2s there, switching the show. Fahad has the day today. I know Sean's enjoying his weekend off. Thank you, Prad, for stepping up. As always, I know you're happy to do it as well, but stepping up and filling out those shoes as well. And, of course, we had Obi doing the midday show. So shout out and thank you, Obi, for joining Sharif to do the midday. It was only an hour today, but, it's a holiday, so it's a little bit less than normal. And as I said, I'm getting out of here pretty quick, so I don't want to be like that guy, but... yeah. Any big plans
okay, Neil,
for the
you can
weekend
be
for
that guy.
yourself there, Brendan?
It's okay, Neil. You can be that guy. It's fine. No, all good. Let's put a bow on it, shall we?
Absolutely. Let's put a bow on it. Thank you guys for coming out there. I know everyone's like, yeah, Neil, rap. We actually, I don't have anything prepared today, so I probably owe you. I didn't even look at the like count. I think we did get over 2,000.
I think we go over 2K. Yeah.
I think we got over 2K. And I don't want to be that guy, but I do have to run. So I'll promise you this one. I'll just come back on Monday after the show. I'll do one on Monday in lieu of today. But I gotta get out of here. I didn't even prepare anything. That's how unprepared I am. Because my wife will kill me if I don't get home quickly. But thank you guys so much. This is Trade TV Live. We'll see you on Monday.